We barely got away. From Fearful 77. A few years back, I was playing football after school. I played receiver, and my friend played quarterback. Let's call my friend Tal. Tal and I were the perfect duo, and we're still friends today. Back then, Tal's dad would pick us up after practice about an hour after it ended, because of work conflicts. Tal and I didn't mind though. The coach understood our circumstances and let us stay on the field to just throw around until his dad showed up. Those were good times. I remember it was a cold evening in fall, and we had just finished a long practice. Everyone was gone except me and Tal. The sun had set, and it was a new moon night, so all we had for light were the lamps above that illuminated the field. We laughed, joking around, until we heard something hit the fence surrounding the field with such force it sounded like a bus had slammed into it. Our conversation froze. The fence line was just outside the lights, so we couldn't see it. All was quiet for a good few seconds. Suddenly, we heard my coach's voice from the darkness.
"Come here, you two. I need your help with something."
It sounded strange. It sounded off. "Go see what the coach wants," said Tal, nervously breaking the silence. Reluctantly, I approached the fence, and I turned on my phone light. "Coach?" I asked. "Where are you?"
"Come here. I need help,"
I heard Coach reply, still sounding wrong. "Are you all right?"
"Just come here."
The voice sounded more demanding this time. Red flags were going off in my head. My coach didn't speak like this to us. I lifted up my phone light. Then I saw two yellow, inhuman eyes reflecting back. I screamed and ran back to Tal. "Dude, we need to go," I told him. Tal didn't ask any questions. We knew each other well enough that he knew when I was truly scared. I wasn't one to fake things like this. We left through the normal gate, and together we booked it. The whole time I swear I heard the patter and heavy breathing of something pursuing us. We tried all the doors to the school, but sure enough they were locked. So we ran and ran. Thank God for our stamina resulting from playing football. Suddenly, we heard honking in the distance. It was Tal's dad coming to pick us up, but he was back at the field. We knew we had to go back. We turned around and ran as fast as we could, but we continued to hear something pursuing us, seemingly faster now. At the time, I had a sports bag on my back. I knew I needed something to deter it, so I grabbed a hold of the expensive stuff inside and threw my bag behind me. A split second later, I heard it hit something, which proceeded to let out a grunt. Tal and I ran into the car and swung the doors open. I threw my school backpack, a fistful of jersey, and my cleats into the back of the car. Tal practically screamed for his dad to drive, and he floored it out of there. I came back to the field the next day to find what was left of my bag sitting in the school parking lot. It had been torn to shreds. We went over to that fence to see the massive bend in it. It looked as if it had been hit by a car. I truly don't know what it was, but whatever it may have been, it sounded like it was coming for us, and its intentions were not good. Plus, it imitated our coach. We haven't seen or heard that thing since. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against pets. Timestamps are in the description. The Creature in the Ditch, from Lex. Way back when I was 6 years old, my parents weren't making a lot of money, and we had just got evicted from our apartment, so we needed a place to stay, and fast. They ended up getting approved for a mobile home, but the thing was, we wouldn't know exactly where the mobile home would be placed until a week before we were able to start moving in. I have 4 siblings, 1 older sister, an older brother, and 2 younger brothers. Now, my parents are both deaf. My mother was born deaf, and my father became deaf from an illness he had when he was 12. Even my parents were a little sketched out about where we might end up living, but at the time, we had no choice. We had nowhere to go, so we had to take the offer. We're from Tucson, Arizona, and we're used to living close to downtown. We finally ended up moving into the mobile home, and we were moved into the outskirts of Tucson, almost what seemed to be the middle of nowhere. There was a trailer park about 5 miles away from us, but other than that, it was like we were in the middle of nowhere. Ours was one of the first mobile homes moved into the area, and what the city was planning for the area was a mobile home neighborhood. At the time, there weren't even streetlights posted up, so when the sun came down, it was so dark out, all you could see was the moon and stars. It all reminded me of living in that house from Courage the Cowardly Dog. My siblings and I used to joke around about how if you were outside past dark, some monster or creature would take you, and no one would ever find you. Anyway, there was a wash or a huge ditch just about 50 to 75 feet away from our home. My older brother, Daniel, and I used to go and explore down there. He was 8 years old back then. Our first week there, my brother and I were doing some exploring down in the ditch when we came across a dead cat that looked like it was mauled by another animal of some kind. He made jokes about how it must have been out past dark, and that this could happen to us if we were caught out here too. But things got weirder when the further down the ditch we went, the more dead animals we'd find, all in a similar condition to the cat. More cats, dogs, rabbits. We once found a dog without a head, and its body had huge chunks taken out of it. We had a cat of our own, and he was an outside cat, but after seeing all these animals in the condition they were in, we decided we wouldn't let her outside. The cat's name was Ava. This discovery was within the first 2 weeks of living there. It was during summer break, so we would do nothing but explore the area to keep ourselves entertained. We had no video games and no cable to watch on TV because we were poor at the time. Daniel and I told our older sister about what we found out in the ditch. She, being the oldest, told us to stay out of the ditch, and we did. 4 weeks later, another mobile home was moved out about 500 feet away from ours. Along with it was a new kid named Nathan who lived there with his parents. He was my age. I was stoked that another kid was around and we became good friends. One day we were at Nathan's house playing Grand Theft Auto 3 on his PS2, and we were getting bored. My brother brought up how when we first moved in, we would find dead animals in the ditch eaten by something. We wondered if there was a mountain lion nearby. But we were in Tucson, so we assumed there wouldn't be mountain lions out here. Nathan was obsessed with needing to know what was eating these animals. A couple of weeks went by after that, and Ava went missing. Since my sister demanded we stay out of the ditch, we never went looking for the cat there. There were a few other mobile homes being placed in the area by then, so there were openings that led inside of the homes, and since they weren't finished being built, they looked almost like old abandoned homes, when really they were just not finished. Even though we knew we weren't allowed to go in them, we would play hide and seek and tag and things like that around them and in them. One day we were having a sleepover at Nathan's house, just playing video games. I remember that night like it was yesterday. We were playing GTA Vice City, and we were getting bored again. So Nathan came up with an idea that we should grab a few of his dad's flashlights and go into the ditch to search for Ava. My brother and I were a bit skeptical, because what if we ran into what's eating the animals in the ditch? But Nathan was so set on going, he said he was going with or without us. We weren't about to let him go alone, so we said screw it, let's go. We grabbed some flashlights and headed for the ditch. Soon as we got there, we were already creeped out, mostly because of how dark it was, not to mention we had to keep an eye out for snakes. It was 11 p.m. as we searched through the ditch. We got into the middle of it, scared, huddled close together. Every stray noise we heard made us jump. At one point, we heard a scuffle almost as if our flashlights and footsteps spooked something like a cat or dog, maybe a rabbit. Whatever the case, we knew there were animals sneaking around too. Then, we began hearing grunting noises. Dogs or cats didn't make that kind of noise. We began to approach a nearby underpass, and the grunting noises continued, almost like it was following us. We couldn't be sure if we were getting closer to it or not. It was so dark. We kept on sneaking, trying to keep quiet. Then we stopped. We began to hear footsteps. Something was walking around out here, and it sounded like it was on 2 legs. Another person, perhaps. We looked at each other to make sure it wasn't our own footsteps we were hearing, but no, there was someone out here with us. We got even more scared then. We all agreed then we needed to leave the ditch. I remember thinking, sorry Ava, we have to go. So we started to slowly walk out, hearing that grunting still. Then suddenly, Nathan gave the signal to stop. He told us to turn off the lights. We listened. Did you hear that? Nathan asked us. My brother and I looked at each other. Then we heard it too, about 10 to 15 feet away from us. The grunting, except now it was accompanied by a tearing sound. We were terrified. Nathan never turned off his flashlight. Instead, he just covered it up. At that point, he uncovered it and began to look around a bush. We watched as he froze. We knew then he found something. My brother and I slowly walked up next to him, and when we saw it, we froze too. What we saw that night is something that to this day, no one has ever believed us about. What we saw there in that ditch was a creature of some sort. It had hooves. It seemed to be tall too, 7 or 8 feet, and it was eating something, either a cat or a rabbit. Luckily, it wasn't Ava. I don't know what my brother was thinking, but he pointed his flashlight directly at it. The creature then turned at us. It squinted at the light, like someone who had just woke up and found a flashlight in their face. It looked back at us, then bellowed this horrific screech. This sighting didn't last long, but it was enough to give me nightmares for years. The creature had black eyes, no white at all, just fully black. It had a huge mouth with sharp teeth, pale white skin, and instead of being covered in hair, it instead looked as if it had lost much of it, and all that remained were patches of dirty tufts. We turned and ran, and luckily, the thing did not want to follow us. Even so, we ran fast, and when we made it out of the ditch, we turned to look at each other, and we kept asking, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" We ran back to Nathan's house, and his parents were so mad. They walked me and my brother home, saying there would be no more sleepovers for a while. My brother was so scared by this event that he no longer talks about it with me. Sadly, we never saw Ava again. We can't be sure if that thing got her, because we never went back into the ditch. If anyone has any idea what it might have been, or if you've had any similar encounters, I would love to hear it. Because way back when, in the outskirts of Tucson, Arizona, we found something that was eating people's pets. Possible Skinwalker in my yard. From Torres Sarah 22. This happened not too long ago. At the time, I thought I was losing my mind because I had smoked and drank a glass of wine with dinner. I'm not a lightweight by any means. Hallucinations and shadows playing in the dark have never been symptoms I've experienced, even in an altered state of mind. If what I saw is correct, then I'm extremely concerned. In January 2021, I rented a new place. It was a house with a small backyard, which got pitifully marshy when it rained. It's connected to a small glen, but the glen is located in a pretty suburban area of northeast Georgia in the Beaufort area. Ever since moving into this space, even though I absolutely love the location, I've had quite a few odd feelings with the house and the property itself, and this feeling now seems to have led to an odd, possibly illusioned encounter. When it happened, my bones and eyes took many a minute to evaluate what was in front of me. So I was smoking, one of the reasons I'm hoping this was an illusion. I had my pit bull EE with me on my deck. The deck had no stairs, but it was more than 7 feet off the ground. As I took a puff, I looked into the darkness and to my left. There I saw the faint reflection of glowing yellow lights in oval shapes. This drew my attention. I turned my head towards what was in my peripherals. For some reason, I could see a very vague shape about 5 feet off the ground, with a white slash of fur against the chest of coated black fur. I gotta say, I wish I hadn't looked long enough into the dark to let my eyes adjust, because this is what made me verbally say out loud, "Nope, screw this." Even so, I looked long enough to register ears, the silhouette of horns, which looked more deer-like to me, but not fully grown. I also registered a long face with a poor excuse for lips that didn't even cover the entirety of the teeth. The teeth themselves were jagged, sharp, and seemingly yellow against the light of my deck security lights. Its teeth were bared. I kept looking at it like it was going to change, and I was obviously going to be a dummy for allowing the light to play tricks on my mind. All of this was in my head, I said to myself. But the harder I looked for those few minutes, the more I realized it was maliciously smiling at me. That's when I noped out and went back inside. Unfortunately, my partner was about to go to work for the evening, an overnight shift, leaving me alone with my paranoia for the rest of the night. Luckily, I survived, and I was able to share this story with you. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against pets. Also, please note, this story was originally posted under the True Mysterious Creatures category. To me, it is a great story, but it will sound unbelievable to many. I implore you to enjoy the story and choose what to believe for yourself. The Body Snatcher. From Kiko. When I was 8, I lived on a farm. It was large, bordered on 2 sides by an expanse of silver forest, a beautiful sight under the pale white moon glow, but nonetheless tainted by a pervasive eeriness. One side of it ran along an ancient beaten country road. Traffic was scarce on that road, and the nearest town was 30 minutes from the farmhouse. Every month, my father and mother left down that road in a broken-down pickup and made for that town with what little money the crops brought in. On the last side of the farm was a break in the trees, a large circular crop of grass bordering an oblong lake with a small islet in the middle of it. The waters of the lake were murky, a dark green, but the lake moved hypnotically under the silver moonlight at night. It wasn't just my mother, father, and I on the farm. I had my brother, 2 years my senior, a dog named Jimmy, and a cat named Delilah. My brother George and I were always close, always sharing things, tied at the hip, at least as my mother used to say. We went everywhere, and we weren't apart for longer than a minute, right up until the moment I lost him. One Sunday in March, my mother and father decided to ride out to town in the rickety old truck. They left in the morning, headlights shining out into the deep fog that had settled over the farm. My brother and I were alone that afternoon, watching television on the scratched and dusty tube TV in the kitchen, mindlessly eating cornflakes while Jimmy paced in the background. Then came the question. "Mom and Dad shouldn't be back until this evening, right?" George asked, almost apprehensively, his gaze never leaving the Sunday morning cartoons. I nodded. It was true that my parents had told us they were going into town for the day, to see a rerun of their favorite movie and to have a nice dinner, a luxury we didn't have on the farm. George went on. "We should..." A pause. "We should go swimming." "Why would we do that? You know we'd get in big trouble if Mom and Dad found out. Plus it's dangerous. The water's deep and it's too foggy," I replied. Our one infallible rule on the farm was that the lake was strictly off limits. "It's too deep, you'll hurt yourself," my parents repeated like a mantra. But I'd never needed it, because the lake unnerved me, and it always had. They've been saying that since we were little kids, but we're bigger now, much bigger. Come on, dude, it'll just be for a little bit, and we'll stay in the shallows. George was right. We were bigger. George himself was 5'6" now, and the captain of the local basketball team. More importantly, I trusted George as my older brother. I agreed, apprehensively. A ball had formed in the pit of my stomach by the time we got to the lake. The two of us were dressed in the nice swimsuits my mother had bought us in town the year before. I could feel that nasty, writhing ball of guilt, nausea, and fear. I approached the lake tentatively at first. My brother not so much. "Watch this!" he yelled, sprinting for the greenish water. He leapt in, tucking in his body and landing in the water with a resounding floosh. A spike and ripple of foam and green appeared where he had broken the surface. I took a look behind my shoulder at Jimmy, pacing the shore with his nose in the air, taking in the sense of wildlife. Then I waded into the lake myself, but only as deep as my chest. The water was cold and murky, and only the thin green film of the surface was visible. Wading deeper felt like moving through molasses, and each step I took brought me into contact with some slimy piece of the lake bottom. My brother, having the time of his life, swam over to me with a mischievous smile on his face. "You'd better watch this. I'm gonna swim over to the island," George boasted. "I don't think that's a good idea, George," I said to him. "We shouldn't be out here in the first place." "What, are you chicken?" George kicked off the bottom and swam toward the islet, passing well into the deep end. I looked towards the island, squinting through the fog. I thought for only a moment that I could see a pale, slimy shape slipping into the water. "George?" I called out. "George, I think you should turn back now. I'm getting nervous." George stopped at the edge of what I could see and turned. His body was little more than an outline to me, but I could see him turning on the spot, trying to peer through the murky green water. Then all heck broke loose. George was pulled under. Jimmy started barking. I couldn't move. Maybe it was shock or fear, I don't know, but I could only watch as Jimmy leapt in, paddling furiously for the spot George had been just a moment before. Then the retriever dove under, struggling with something, before George finally surfaced and sprinted towards me through the water. Something grabbed my foot. It was like a hand or something. George panted, stopping next to me. "We need to go now." "But where's Jimmy? We can't leave without Jimmy," I shouted, crying now. We turned and looked around at the fog line. I could tell George was preparing to swim out to find the dog when he suddenly surfaced and began paddling towards us. Relieved, we clambered onto shore and ran to the house, Jimmy at our heels, tail wagging the whole way furiously. We never told our parents about what happened that day at the lake. I didn't think any more of it until weeks later. The time following our lake encounter was stale in comparison. School and our duties at the farm marched ever onward, and I grew comfortable with life. My experience at the lake allowed me to tackle things I had never been able to before. I made friends with a local girl my age, with whom I played in the forest every so often, and I acted in a play at my school. June was different though. You see, Jimmy got sick in June. Granted, he was an old dog, and sickness in elderly animals is expected on the farm. We had never taken him to a vet after all, but it still broke my heart. I watched as his body deteriorated, and as he grew more sedentary until he barely moved from his bed during the day. One night I awoke, for no apparent reason, to a cold chill. I looked over to my brother's bed. We shared a room, our beds placed neatly on opposite sides of the space, each facing the window. I then looked over to the open door, the hallway light shining a dull yellow onto the floor. I slipped out from underneath my covers and ambled to the opening to investigate. At the end of the hallway was a door to the outside, one of many that led to different parts of the property. This door hung open, a slight breeze pushing through it, moving my hair. Through the door, I could see the silver lake rippling hypnotically under the wind's influence. Suddenly, I heard a noise from behind me. Scrape, scrape, slop. Scrape, scrape, slop. I ducked around the corner and turned, peering into the hall. Jimmy came from the other end, dragging himself with his front paws, his claws leaving deep indents on the old wood. He stopped in the doorway and turned to face the room. I could see his body rippling, contorting under his mass of muddy brown, soaking wet fur. He stayed in the doorway for a moment, peering into the darkness as a puddle spread around him, and he then began dragging himself once more, venturing into the room. I followed behind him, right up to the door, watching him weave through toys and clothes discarded about the floor. Then he stopped at the base of my brother's bed and did something I wish I'd never seen. Jimmy writhed at the foot of George's bed, letting out soft whimpers and groans. His bones cracked and his fur bulged around his scruff. Then it stopped. Jimmy's mouth opened wider than it should have been able to, his jaw cracking and crumpling, and a thin, bony hand protruded from it, fingernails digging into the soft carpet. The rest of the thing emerged from my dog, covered in his blood. Underneath, I could tell the thing was pale white, its skin covered in a slimy mucus, and it was tall. Standing at full height, it had to bend its neck to avoid hitting the ceiling as it towered over my brother. Slowly, with a sharp cracking sound every time it moved, it descended towards my brother, grasping his throat. The creature squeezed and squeezed, my brother writhing under its grip. I began to cry softly from my corner of the doorway, and the thing heard me. Its head snapped around to look at the door, and I moved back into the hallway, slamming my back into the wall with a thud and covering my mouth, daring not even to breathe. I heard the dull cracking as the thing stepped through the room and watched as its head protruded from the entrance of the room, its head facing the wrong direction to see me. It stepped back inside and finished its nasty work, choking my brother violently, until finally, after some long minutes, it pried open his mouth and stepped inside. I watched what had been my brother's body framed against the moonlight as it snapped, contorted, then went still. My brother rose from the bed and looked to the door, where I sat trembling with fear. His neck snapped to the window, and he leapt through it, breaking the glass. I stood and walked into the room, cutting my feet on the broken glass, watching as my brother sprinted on all fours into the forest. My parents ran into the room, demanding to know what had happened, but all I could do at the moment was mutter, "It took him, and Jimmy, they're gone." And he was. They both were. I would never get my Jimmy back, and nobody would see George again. The police investigation concluded that an intruder had come through the back door, killed Jimmy, who had tried to stop him, and took my brother. I was left alone. I tried to explain what had really happened to the detectives, but my account was reduced to an overactive imagination in reaction to trauma. I went through therapy for 11 years. I was diagnosed with PTSD, and I'm no closer to the truth than I ever was. But here's my message to you. Listen to your parents. No rule is worth breaking. And be afraid of what lies in the deepest lakes, the darkest forests, and inside your own home. My brother, or whatever had him, is still out there, stalking through the undergrowth, hungry for its next victim, and I feel that it will keep taking victims as long as there are bodies to satisfy its hunger. Lock your doors, bar your windows, be afraid of the body snatcher. The Thing in the Window, from Colin S. This story may be short, but it's one of the scariest things I've witnessed, and it's the reason I believe in the paranormal. My room is in the back of my house and has 2 windows that look out at my neighbor's house and the woods across the street. There's a small part of the roof that is directly under the window. We live in the back of the neighborhood, so there are no streetlights on this part of the road. The road itself loops around and sends you back to the front, and it's surrounded by woods. That night, I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, but as I was having trouble, I began to stare out that very window I just told you about. It usually took me a while to get to bed, but that night was different. I looked at my alarm clock. It read 12:30 a.m., much later than my usual 9 o'clock bedtime. I stared out into the dark woods, lit only partially by the full moon above. Eventually, I was able to fall into a light sleep. I was awakened when I heard a scratching at my window. My eyes opened slowly. I glanced at my alarm clock again. This time it read 1:40 a.m. As I began to fully wake up, I noticed the scratching had stopped. I looked around my room until my eyes fell on the window. What I saw is the reason I no longer open my window and always close my blinds. A bright orange set of eyes stared at me through the window. The moon sat behind the clouds, so I couldn't see much of anything else. I strained my eyes to see whatever sat perched on the small portion of the roof under my window. As I watched back in confusion, wondering if I was dreaming, the moon came out from behind the clouds. What it illuminated was the scariest thing I have ever seen. Pale skin stretched over a tall, bony body. It looked like something straight from a nightmare. The thing stared at me with its glowing orange eyes as I stared back, horrified. It was crouching down, but if it was standing up, it probably would have been around 7 feet tall. It had a hand up against the glass, and its fingers, its fingers, they were so long and bony. It seemed to study me with curiosity. The moment it realized I was watching it, its lips stretched back into a huge Joker-like smile. The other hand seemed to make a waving motion at me. I was too scared to move. As it looked at me smiling and waving, I must have passed out from the fear. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was up, and I questioned if it was just a dream. But it couldn't have been. The fear I felt was too real. Even to this day, I still think it wasn't a dream. I've had many experiences since then with the paranormal, but this is still my scariest experience. Whatever I saw that night, it had some sort of human-like intelligence and seemed very interested in me. I'm not sure what it was, and I do hope I never see it again. Followed from Terrible Fate 89. I used to camp in the Ozarks. Camping was a hobby of mine, but it isn't so much anymore. This experience kind of ruined it for me. Have you ever been so traumatized or scared of something, you avoid anything that reminds you of it? That's how I feel about this. To this day, I don't know what it was. A few years ago, I was camping alone in the Ozarks of Missouri, pretty close to the border of Arkansas. The weather was dreary. It'd been pouring rain for hours, and the forecast, according to my phone, said that the rain would keep coming for the next couple of days. I was alone as I usually was, something I regret now. The thing was, I didn't really have many friends that enjoyed camping like I did, so I was usually always alone. But now I regret not asking anyone, if they wanted to go camping. It started the first evening, when I was still walking but considering pitching my tent somewhere. Rain trickled down around me on the trees and on the ground. Tiny little streams of water began to form on the dirt and rocks. I was hoping I wasn't going to get flooded away, but I was on top of a hill, so it should flow down, and I should have nothing to worry about, I told myself. In the midst of the raindrops, I began to hear something else. They were light, uneven footsteps. like the steps of a small but curious person, someone who was cautious. Perhaps they didn't want to be heard, or they wanted to keep their distance. At first, I assumed this was some sort of animal keeping an eye on me, maybe a brave deer keeping watch, or even a mountain lion trailing me to make sure I move out of its territory. If it was a mountain lion, but they were stalking me, considering me as prey, I wasn't too worried, as I had ample protection. I didn't want to shoot it, and the gunshot at least should scare it away if it came down to that, I thought. I never stopped walking. I continued going, pretending that I didn't hear the noise, but keeping a close ear on it. Whatever it was, it seemed to be keeping the same distance between us. I never heard any breathing or growling or anything like that. I was hoping that I would lose it before pitching my tent. I didn't like the idea of this stalker knowing where I was sleeping for the night. Then something happened. From the same direction of those footsteps came a terrible high-pitched scream, one that sounded like it was approaching me rapidly. All at once I turned around, my skin covered in goosebumps and my heart racing. Just as I turned around, the screaming stopped. There was nothing out of place, just ever-darkening woods, rain dripping from tree branches, and leaves and rocks on a faint forest path. I continued looking around, calming my breathing, and somehow I convinced myself that it was some sort of crazy bird that had swooped past me, making a weird noise. As I continued walking, I noticed the footsteps had disappeared, and for a while, I was thankful for that. About an hour later, I'd found a camping spot under an especially large walnut tree that seemed to have most of its leaves intact. I took advantage of this added layer of shelter and set up my tent under it. I was unable to make a fire and keep it going with how wet the ground had become. So instead, I cast a tarp under the lowest hanging branch I could find on the tree, which was luckily close to my tent. I propped it up on another branch. Beneath it on the ground, I turned on my stove, which was portable, and used a small container of butane. I got some water boiling, then prepared some hot cocoa, sipping on it to help me keep warm. It was a blessing that night that the year had been particularly warm, as previous falls had been unforgiving. After my cup of hot cocoa and reading true crime forums on my phone, I fell asleep under a blanket in my tent. Before long, I woke up. Of course, it was still raining outside, but I had to pee. I stepped out of the tent with my boots on and with my coat on. I positioned myself under the tarp I'd set up before for the stove, and I did my business. When I was done, I zipped up, and I turned back to the tent. When I paused, I saw something further up the path, maybe 20 yards past my tent. It was small, pale gray, and it looked like a person. Why would someone be out here in the middle of the rain without any clothes? I wondered. I kept staring at this pale figure, trying to figure out what it was. I couldn't see a face, and it was still faint from that distance thanks to the rain and trees. I must have sat there staring at it, waiting for it to move to signal that it was in fact a person, or at least alive. But the entire time I stood there, watching, it never moved. After a while, I finally convinced myself that I was just seeing something else in the woods. Perhaps a strange rock or a tree that was shaped like a person, if you looked at it at just the right angle. I shook my head and yawned. I stepped forward, leaning down to crawl back into my tent. I took one last glance at the figure before crawling in, and I'm not sure if I'm glad I did that or regretful, because when I did, the figure moved. Those chills and goosebumps came back with a vengeance. I was not, in fact, alone out here, and what I saw, I couldn't see any fur on it, and I couldn't for the life of me think of an animal out here that was that big and furless. Well, except for a person. But that's exactly what I was afraid of. Why was there a nude person all the way out here in the middle of the rain? And why had they been watching me? I stood straight back up, and I called out to them. "Hello?" No answer. Freaked out, like anyone else would be in this situation, I readjusted my tent so that the opening faced that direction. I wanted to be able to keep an eye on it, and I wanted to be able to stay in my tent throughout the night. After readjusting it, I was also able to reach my stove from the entrance. So I stayed up, making 3 different pots of coffee throughout the night, downing them one after the other to help me stay awake. I didn't see any further movement that night. Come morning, I was exhausted. Coffee only gets you so far to keep you awake. Once the sun was fully in the sky, I dozed off for an hour or 2. There's no way I could keep hiking if I didn't get a little bit more sleep. After I woke up, I packed my things back up and continued walking. I was still a little bit creeped out, not entirely convinced that what I saw was something natural. And I knew it wasn't a dream. I wasn't going to sit there and tell myself it was a nightmare. I could tell dreams and nightmares from reality. I kept on walking, faster than the day before. I swear I covered twice the distance I was supposed to. And come nightfall, I hadn't seen or heard anything weird or strange. But I wasn't about to let myself forget what I saw. I made more coffee and stayed up looking at my phone, turning off my blue light filter. Blue light keeps you awake, so I've heard. So I always turned on the blue light filter, or I would download an app for it, on any phone I had. This occasion was different. I didn't want to sleep. So bring on the blue light. I stayed up reading forums, and maybe I shouldn't have been Googling this, but I was looking up strange stories in the woods. Not for fun, but I wanted to see if other people had seen weird things in the forest. Every minute or so, I would look up, scanning my surroundings. Unfortunately, that night was far darker than the night before. It was hard to see much of anything outside the tent. However, the rain that night brought with it lightning, and about every 20 seconds or so, the woods would be entirely lit up by lightning strikes, some distant, some too close for comfort. But honestly, I wasn't very worried about the lightning. I just wanted to be sure that that thing or person didn't come back. Don't get me wrong, I had a gun. That made me feel a bit more secure about this situation. But I would have to be awake to use it, and at that point in time, I was beginning to doze off. Eventually, full-fledged sleep took hold. When I woke up, the rain had stopped, at least for a moment. I must have laid down too, as I woke up on my back. When I opened my eyes, I didn't hear rain, but I did hear something else. There was a shuffling sound outside the tent, and I swear there were muffled whispers.
Must be putting here. The people hungry need to eat.
The hair on my arms stood straight up. There was someone outside my tent. I looked next to me for my backpack, which I'd kept in my tent, but it was gone, and the zipper door was open. That was my fault. I'd fallen asleep with it open to keep an eye out on things. Whoever it was had crawled into my open tent door and dragged my backpack outside. I was immediately grateful that that's all they did. I stayed completely still, listening to whoever it was just shuffling through my things. The whispers sounded like they were wanting food, but the most I kept in my bag on these trips were Cliff Bars. I didn't know what to do in this situation. I didn't want some crazy stranger in my campsite. I didn't want someone digging through my things. Call me stupid. Call me crazy too. But for some reason the idea I had was to remind them that someone was inside this tent. So, pretending to still be asleep, I audibly acted like I was changing positions. I cleared my throat and audibly turned onto my left shoulder. The moment I stopped moving, my guest went quiet. For the longest time, it stayed quiet, just like that. I didn't hear footsteps moving around at all. I didn't hear anyone travel away from my tent, and the rain didn't come back just yet. It was eerily, disturbingly quiet. I stayed like that for about 30 minutes straight, too scared to move, too scared to look, because if I hadn't heard it move, it had to still be out there, right? As quietly and slowly as I could, I lifted myself up so that I could face the tent wall again, foolishly thinking that I could see something through the tent wall, but I couldn't. Then I turned toward the open tent flap. I screamed. There, just at the tent door, was a pale face with throbbing blue veins underneath, eyes completely bloodshot with no pupils, not a trace of hair anywhere, and an open mouth, sharp teeth just barely visible behind the lipless opening. When I screamed, the face pulled away back where I couldn't see it, and I heard rapid footsteps leaving my campsite. I sat there for a few seconds, wondering, had that thing been staring at me the entire half hour I lay there pretending to sleep? I didn't even know what it was. It had the face of a person, but everything else was all wrong. A person's skin shouldn't be that color unless they were dead. And last I checked, people have pupils in their eyes. I packed up all my things as fast as I could, and I trekked through the night through the woods. I heard footsteps the entire time, cautious and distant, just like the first time. I knew it was the same thing, the thing I'd saw. Those footsteps belonged to the thing with that face, I was sure of it. Imagining seeing that thing up close horrified me enough to put a scared spring in my step. Now, I didn't make it back to my truck the same night. It would take another day. But I did stumble upon some other campers who had four-wheelers. They offered to let me stay the night with them. I must have looked disheveled and worn out by then. And I know they were strangers, but they were friendly, and they had normal-looking faces, unlike that thing I saw. So I took them up on the offer. I even told them my terrifying, weird story over dinner. And they believed me. It was two guys, both brothers, and one of their wives, out on a little camping hunting trip. They told me they'd been hearing and seeing strange things in the woods themselves, and apparently for them, it hadn't been the first time. They'd seen pale, nude figures in the woods that looked almost human before. They told me that when they told their friends, who don't go hunting and camping like they do, the friends would laugh, disbelieve them, and assume they were just trying to scare them. It was extremely relieving, having someone to talk to and to believe me, having people to spend my final night in the woods with. Plus, nothing else scary happened. In the morning, one of the dudes gave me a ride to my truck. He gave me his phone number to keep in touch, which we did, but unfortunately I denied his requests to go camping in the future. Because after this, I was done camping, and I'm still done camping for a long time. Windigo Encounter. From Anonymous. I was born and raised in Wisconsin. We live in a small town where everyone knows everyone. I'm the only child in my family until I turned 12, when my parents decided to adopt a child. They told me that I'm going to have a little brother to play with. I was happy, of course, to finally have a little brother, and I couldn't wait to see him. Then the time came, November 28th that year. When my parents came home from the adoption home with my little brother, I was so happy. Seeing him coming out of the car smiling at me, I smiled back and I ran to him, hugging him and saying, "Welcome home." His name was Ethan. He was 7 years old, and he was from Kenosha, Wisconsin. He's a sweet kid, quiet at first, but he's very helpful with me and my parents around the house, helping with the cooking, cleaning, etc. His parents passed away during a traffic accident with him inside the car, but he survived. What happened to him was very sad. Now, my dad loved hunting. Dad always tells us everything about hunting. Know your surroundings, know what you're packing. Keep track of where you are, and especially pull up the ladder when we go to our treehouse in the woods. And most importantly, remember that there will be other people out there hunting as well. Our dad is a gentle person. He always helps us with everything like school, homework, and all that. He plays games with us and does everything with us, including hunting, fishing, and hiking. 8 years later, our dad passed away. He was killed in an altercation with a robbery in progress. He was shot. We were all devastated about what happened to Dad. He'll always be with us in our heart and will always be our hero. One day I took my little brother Ethan to go hunting with me. We went to the forest that Dad always takes us to. We have a little treehouse in the woods out there, where we sat, hunting for deer, squirrels, and other animals. But at the time it was deer season. When we got there, we climbed the ladder up to our treehouse. We always remembered what Dad told us about pulling up the ladder when we get to the top of the treehouse, just in case some stranger or creep tries to climb up to us. So Ethan and I just sat there and waited. We talked, snacked, laughed, and played board games, waiting to see if any deer came by. We had seen a lot of hunters walking by, and we greeted each other with a hello or good morning. We waited and saw no deer cross our path whatsoever. Ethan wanted to go use the restroom, but I told him to just go over the side. He said he needed to go number 2, so I told him, "Fine, you can go, but I'm staying here, just in case a deer comes by. Remember what Dad told us about taking the radio just in case you get lost?" Ethan dropped the ladder and climbed down and went back to the ranger's outpost cabin that was about 2 miles back, and the trail was easy to remember, so Ethan should be just fine. I was looking around, still keeping an eye out for deer. By 6 p.m., close to 7, Ethan hadn't come back yet, and it was getting dark. It had been at least an hour or so since he'd left. He had a radio, but I heard no contact from him. I was worried, and I didn't want to just leave him out there. So I radioed him, but there was no answer, making me worry even more. All of a sudden in the dark forest, I heard noises, cracking in the woods. Luckily, I have a night vision scope on my rifle. I took a good glance around my surroundings but saw nothing. I was confused, but I kept on looking just in case it was deer. After all, I was so eager to get one. Moments later, I heard my little brother Ethan calling out my name. "Lincoln, come back!" I was confused a bit, hearing my little brother scream my name while walking through the woods with no light. How could he see through the trails of the forest like that? "Lincoln, come back!" Ethan kept saying the same thing over and over again. I thought to myself, that is not my little brother. He isn't so stupid he would be walking out in the forest without light. So, who was calling my name? "Lincoln, come back." The voice came closer and closer, and soon it seemed the voice was right under the tree where our treehouse was. Then I remembered that I hadn't pulled up the ladder when Ethan left to go use the restroom. Quickly, I pulled up the ladder as fast as I could.
"Lincoln, come down."
I knew that was not my brother. I fired some of my buckshots in the air to scare whatever that was down there under the treehouse. It screamed, as if startled. A weird cracking sound came from it, a sound I'd never heard in my entire life until then. Then, whatever it was, ran back into the forest. I was left there, scared, shaking, and sweating. I waited until sunrise, hoping Ethan was okay. When the sun finally came up, I slowly climbed down my treehouse ladder, and I ran as fast as I could to the ranger station, telling them what I'd experienced last night. They didn't believe me, of course, thought that I'd had a bad dream. But I found my little brother Ethan, and I told him what happened. Apparently, he had been there all night with the rangers, because they wouldn't let him go outside at night, afraid that he would get hurt. I don't know who or what that was, out there in the woods talking to me, trying and succeeding to sound like Ethan. But I'm happy that nothing happened to me during the encounter. if I didn't shoot that warning shot, if I didn't remember to pull up the ladder, I don't know what would have happened. Years passed. My brother and I never went hunting at that place again. Having read stories similar to mine, I believe it may have been a Windigo or something, imitating my little brother's voice to lure me into the woods. Windigo, from Wild Taco. First off, I'd like to say I've never believed in Windigo or Skinwalkers before this. After what happened that day, my mind may have been changed, and I will forever choose somewhere else to go camping. I'm a big off-roader camper. I love finding new trails that are challenging or nearly impossible to get up in a stock 4x4. This story starts in late June of 2020, in Canada, British Columbia, Radium. My dad and I had been planning on doing an off-road day trip in my mod 2013 Tacoma, just outside of Radium. We ended up finding a gravel road, which went steeply up the side of a mountain and took you in this other valley with glaciers all around. Let me tell you, up there, it was an amazing view. After finding the place, my dad wouldn't stop saying that after all the years he lived in Radium, he had never been on this trail. We kept following the trail as it got narrow, to the point you could only just fit one truck on the trail. Soon we came across a nice little cabin, complete with a small barn and outhouse. The place was falling apart, and we found a lot of stuff like boots and empty food cans, etc. We explored the area for a bit, then kept driving. The trail began to come out of the trees, and we started to follow a cliff with a big drop on one side, as well as a small creek, steadily growing from melting snow. We stopped by some deeper snow. My dad and I got out and began to hike. We wanted to see what the trail was like up ahead. I was thinking it was a better idea to come back later when the snow was melted, but I kept hiking with my dad about a kilometer in. My dad then stopped for a moment, but I went on ahead. I found this area that seemed protected from the wind, and I went back telling my dad that it would be a nice camping spot. He laughed, then said to me, "You think you could get your truck up these big and loose rocks?" I answered, confidently, "Oh, I could definitely get it up here." He laughed again and said, "Okay then." Now let me mention here, I hadn't yet felt anything strange, and we didn't see anything weird. Fast forward to late August of 2020. My girlfriend, her dog, and I went on a camping trip. We started our first day right on top of a glacier. That night, the temperature dropped to -1, and that was measured in our tent, which my girlfriend was not happy about. Thankfully, the following day was nice, hot, and sunny. So we headed out to the next locale, which was the place that I went to with my dad. I was hoping that this time, the snow would be melted off the trail. We got to the spot with the cabin, so I showed her around. She enjoyed looking around. We got back in the truck and kept going up the trail. We got to the part where there was a ton of loose rocks. I got out and moved some rocks around. Then we kept going. We had to stop a few times to let my truck cool down, as I was having problems with my radiator. As we got higher in elevation, my girlfriend suddenly said something weird. She said that this is where Windigo might be. She believed in stuff like that, and she usually doesn't like talking about it. But for some reason she brought it up here, and the more she kept going with it, the more I got upset. Maybe it was even making me paranoid. We were trying to enjoy ourselves out here, not stress ourselves out or get scared. Eventually, we got to the spot where I was going to set up camp. We got out, and I told her that I was going to fly my drone to see what the area looked like. I was flying it around when I spotted an old mine. I flew my drone back and switched out the battery. I told her I was going to take a walk. She went back to the truck to wait for me, but as she opened the door, her dog got out and decided to join me on my walk. Her dog had a fondness for me, and enjoyed being my walking buddy sometimes. As we walked, I continued to fly my drone and look around with it. I was starting to get this weird feeling, a sensation that something was wrong, that I should not be out here. I looked at my phone and it was 9 p.m. The sun was starting to go down. I quickly went back to the truck and I asked my girlfriend if she had a weird feeling too. She said yes. We agreed it was time to leave. We were back in the truck and 4 low, basically crawling down the mountain. My girlfriend kept looking behind us, while I was focused on the road, trying to get us down as fast as I could safely. That feeling of dread continued to grow within me. I felt as if there was something up here, something wrong. By then it was completely dark, and I was taking the truck down this one-way road, kicking through gears and doing 70. When we were well away from that area, I looked over at my girlfriend, but she seemed traumatized. She had this disturbed look about her, eyes wide and unblinking. Scared from just looking at her like that, I asked her what she'd seen. Apparently, she was looking behind the vehicle because she saw something following us. She looked at me, voice trembling, describing that she had seen a very tall, skinny, dark figure with long arms that, whatever it was, stood about 8 feet tall. A month after this, my dad was talking to some of the people that live in Radium. He was told that we should never go back there again, that folks had been working on closing that trail down. In fact, the name of that area by the mountain is called Windigo Valley. It's said that the people who lived in that cabin nearby got chased out of there back in 1940 by something that looked similar to what my girlfriend saw. Supposedly, there have been other people going up there who got chased out. One person even got a dent in the hood of their truck from that strange creature. Well, we took that warning to heart, and we will not be going back. Stalked in the Northern Woods, from Joel W. The year was 2009. I was 19 years old and had just finished my formal education near Stockholm. I've always been fascinated by history. Our different ancient crafts and material handiwork in particular has a special place in my heart. This interest of mine had me traveling up north, up to the endlessly billowing seas of never-ending forests and deep valleys, to attend a folk high school. This school was pretty much like you'd imagine J.K. Rowling's Hogwarts, but for ancient crafts instead of magic. No matter how eerie this particular instance might have been, I still look back on my years in this place as some of the best years in my life. We did everything from fire making to herbalism, flint knapping to bronze casting, iron making from ore that we dug up ourselves, as well as forging said iron and steel into useful tools. Needless to say, I was in heaven. Barely a single day in 2 years felt wasted. It was the year that I found my element in the forge as a bladesmith. However, there came a day, just like so many other days, that I decided to take an evening stroll through the surrounding woods, up the path to the overlook of the valley in which the school was situated. By then, I had familiarized myself with the surroundings, and I breathed in the fresh air of the northern woods as I weaved between the bare pine trunks. The tall trees created this majestic hall of straight pillars with a dark green roof, through which the still blue sky could be seen. You could see so far ahead and around since there wasn't anything taller than a blueberry bush on the ground. I followed the trail up and down a ridge before entering a small moor. A narrow path made of carefully joined planks made the walk across nice and effortless, and I very much enjoyed the earthy, fresh scent of moss and the wind that found its way over the damp bog. I was rewarded at the other end with a great patch of ripe red lingonberries and a small spring that sprung up from a rock face ahead. The water in these undisturbed places tastes truly amazing. Someone had left a handmade ladle made of a fir twig and some birch bark on a branch beside the spring. After a few cold and wonderfully refreshing gulps, I flushed the ladle in the running water and hung it back in its place. Everything was right in the world. Well, almost everything. Just an arm's length from the ladle branch, something had gotten stuck on a jumble of jagged twigs. It almost looked to be hanging beard moss, and I almost wrote it off as such, since it grows everywhere up in those deep woods. But something made me look closer. Among all the familiar scents of the forest, there was something else, something that sent a needle prick into the back of my mind, a sensation that I could simply not immediately understand. Looking back, I now understand that what I felt was my old human instincts trying to make me aware of a danger that my modern mind simply would not register as a possibility. In front of me was a tuft of greenish-gray hair. It looked coarse and filthy, and I realized that what made me react was the smell it gave off. Trying to describe it is hard, because I'd never experienced anything like it, nor have I since. The closest I can think of is the scent of old urine in a subway corner, mixed with a warm, slightly sweet smell. Now that I think about it, although there may not be that many of you who can relate, I have butchered a few roosters in my days. It was similar to the smell of fresh, warm innards. I probably don't need to tell you that this kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I'm not a squeamish guy by any standard, but whatever this was, it had a repelling effect on my entire being. I gave the thing a wide berth and continued my walk up the hill ahead of me. This was the final stretch before arriving at the lookout. During the winter, this path up the ridge of the valley is nearly impossible to traverse, since it gets covered in waist-deep snow and slick patches of ice. However, this was just between summer and autumn, so the way was clear. The tall firs and pines slowly got shorter and shorter, and gradually mingled with yellowing birches and aspen. The forest canopy got lower and lower to the ground, and opened up slightly, so it lightened up a bit, even though the day was growing late. One thing that you'll notice about Sweden are the random boulders pretty much everywhere. Huge rocks that just sit there without any obvious place of origin or explanation of how they got there. Back in the days of stories and folklore, these rocks were called Giants' Throws or Troll Rocks. The implication was that giants or trolls had been throwing these rocks to fend off invaders or to challenge rivals for territory. However, I knew in the back of my head that the random rock formations of Sweden mostly stand as a result of the fact that pretty much the entirety of the land once was covered in ice, which moved and shaped the ground into what we see today. While musing over these thoughts, I let my hand run across the coarse surface of one of the stone sentinels, feeling the residual warmth of the evening sun. Days were short in this place, and it was soon time to head back. I looked up ahead and saw the clean open sky of the lookout point. I must admit that I've never been in great shape, and my breath came heavy by the time I arrived at the top of the ridge. There, on the moss-covered plateau of stone, stood a small, lonely, and crooked pine, and under it, a simple wooden bench facing the valley below. Many had made their mark in the bench, and I wasn't going to pass my chance to leave a little memory. Every student of this school was pretty much expected to always carry a knife for various tasks, often knives that we'd made ourselves, so the process was somehow made even more special by that little detail. I believe that bench still stands there today. I sat down to enjoy the last rays of sunlight as it slowly sank behind the valley ridges. It was so clear that I could see Norway on the horizon. It was then that I took a deep breath. Expecting the fresh, clear air, my nose instinctively wrinkled as it was assaulted by a foreign odor. It took my brain a moment to register that it wasn't just a glitch of my senses, but something that persisted and gradually intensified. Up until that moment, my blood had been pumping from the walk up the incline. My head and ears had both been occupied by the rhythm and whispers of my heart and circulation. Now, however, it was like my instincts told me to sharpen my senses and be quiet. I was most certainly not the only thing that felt that way. Suddenly, all the noises and calls of the forest let themselves be drowned out by gently whispering wind. What was a serene, beautiful, and safe place a second ago had turned into something threatening. I could feel the hairs on my arms stand up. Never in my life had I felt this exposed, this vulnerable. Never had I felt the pinpricks of being watched. This was an entirely new experience for me, and I didn't like it one bit. A bear, I thought, as my eyes darted from one corner of my periphery to the next. I didn't dare move my head. While on a hike, me and my class had been followed by a bear cub once. No matter how cute and adorable the situation might have been, we quickly marched to another location since we knew that Mama Bear wouldn't be far off, and she'd probably prefer if we kept our distance. Bears are fairly common up in these parts, so it was possible that's what I was picking up on. To be fair, I'd never sniffed a bear before. As the moments passed by, I waited as if frozen on the spot for the feeling to pass. It didn't. On the contrary, the wind changed direction and started blowing from my left, from where I'd come just a few minutes earlier. The stench struck me, and I had to concentrate not to exclaim my disgust. Slowly, I let my head turn to the side. Darkness had begun to fall, and the colors began to bleed into one another, giving way to dusk. Shapes and forms shifted and quivered in the wind, and I started to truly regret coming out here so late. One of the shapes, which I first thought was a stubby and bearded fir tree, didn't move, however. It stood stock still. The rotten smell hung heavy in the air. I couldn't look away. As my gaze concentrated on this shape, a few variations started to manifest. It was difficult to make out, partly obscured behind the needled branches of other fir trees. But this is what I can remember from that moment. It was tall. Compared to the trees around it, it might just as well have been as big as 16 feet. One of the most striking features was the absence of a neck. Almost obelisk in shape, it seemed like it had long hair that hung down from its head and draped over its shoulders. In the middle of what must have been its face sat a gigantic misshapen nose. Behind the curtain of moss-like hair, two deep sockets of deeper darkness held one tiny glimmer of reflection each. The same moment my eyes met those expressionless points, I knew I'd made a big mistake. The shoulders of the thing began to rise, and I heard a deep, raspy intake of air. I saw its arms then, as they left their hanging position along its sides. They must have almost reached down to the ground. So grotesque and long they were. With a loud thump, it took one step forward and lifted its arms, like a toddler that reaches for its favorite toy or snack. I didn't think, I didn't feel, I didn't care. I was up on my feet in the same instant. The next moment was a blur, as I must have thrown myself down the steep slope of rock just in front of me. Too steep to walk up, but much more lenient towards a quick and tumultuous descent. Lucky enough for me, it was quite smooth, but I still got pretty beat up by the tumble. As soon as the slope started to level out, I got up on my feet. The right side of my hip, my right elbow, and my left ankle had taken the brunt of the fall. I limped forward as fast as my legs would carry me. I would later find out that my foot had been sprained, and it still aches now and then, popping when I roll it around. But at that moment, I must have been high as a kite on adrenaline. I looked back up the ridge, because you always look back, but that thing wasn't up there. This made me pick up my pace even more. By throwing myself down the slope, I'd taken a significant shortcut. The downside was I now had to run through untrodden terrain. My heart skipped a beat when I suddenly heard what sounded like two massive feet getting closer. I thought I could feel the vibrations in my teeth. I almost yelled out as I thundered through the blueberry bushes, between the pillars of pine, under the now black profiles of needled canopies, and finally saw the glimmering lights of the school buildings. Along with the coming footfalls and tremors in the earth came the raspy breathing from before. I forced myself to keep my gaze forward, tears escaping the corners of my eyes, just as much from exertion as from the absolute terror I felt. I flew over the ditch and ran across the road, passing the bus station, and into the school's entrance walk. That's when I realized how quiet it was. No footfall, no breathing, no birdsong, nothing. I turned and looked back, only to be greeted by the vast empty forest on the other side of the road. Upon losing the sense of absolute immediate danger, my ankle began to scream in pain. My breath came in short, deep gasps, and I fell on my backside where I stood. My body simply refused to move any further. When I looked up again and gazed into the dark, I realized it wasn't as empty as my oxygen-deprived brain made it out to be. There, a few steps into the forest, blending in with the trunks in the dark, stood the obelisk shape. I thought I still could see the large nose and sunken shark-like eyes in there. However, as soon as I started to make it out again, it seemed to fade, as if slowly gliding back into the dark, never releasing me from its stare. After a few more painful heartbeats, the sounds of late evening washed over my surroundings. It was as if a cold hand around my throat had been removed, and I could breathe freely again. Well, not really. I still gasped after my neck-breaking sprint, but it felt as if the air around me was cleaner, richer. A friend of mine came out of one of the buildings and helped me up. I got my ankle looked after, and I had a long, warm shower to ease my nerves before bed. This horrifying feeling never came over me again, and slowly I got confident enough to go back into the forest. But I'll never brave the dusk or night out there ever again. So the next time you hear of the old creatures out in the woods, take heed and listen. Be vigilant, and try to avoid being out alone in the northern woods during dusk or night. There are trolls out there, and you may not be as lucky as I was that day. Take care. Full Moon Sleepover from Tyr. Quick note, I think I narrated the story in the past. After someone on my subreddit asked where to find the narration, I couldn't locate it, so I'm just gonna re-narrate it here. Enjoy. My name is Tyr. My name might be a little strange. I live in Sweden, like in the most northern part of Sweden, that doesn't have a lot of contact with the outside world. Of course, we have technology, but it was just very limited. This happened in the early 90s during my childhood. I lived in a small community out in the middle of the forest. I want to point out the fact that you could literally walk here for miles without seeing a single house. Our community was one of the only modern places you could find out there. I had a happy life. I lived with my mother, father, and 2 sisters, as well as a dog named Rufus, in a small red house. We were happy. My parents loved each other, and my sisters didn't try to kill me. We had enough money to survive. It was all in all a very happy time of our lives. But one incident would change that. One thing would destroy our worryless world. There were about 20 small houses in our community back then. The population was mostly made up of old retired hunters or woodcutters, but there were some families with children too. There was Andreas, Mia, Eric, Anders, and Ingmar. Me, my sisters, and the rest of these children were all around the same age, maybe around 10 to 13. All of us were great friends, as there weren't exactly so many people to be friends with. We all went to the same school that was situated very far away from our community. So every day we'd sit underneath the trees and wait for the school bus, talking crap and eating candy like kids do. The girl that mostly talked with my 2 sisters, Mia, was a very nice person. She was often quite serious, but she'd always been a pretty gentle soul. When I, for example, had forgotten to do my homework, she would help me out so that I didn't fail. I think I had maybe a small crush on her too, but pretty much all the boys in our group did, so I didn't really bother to try to make her be my girlfriend or something like that. Overall, she wasn't someone that really stood out in a group, She was always just quiet and focused on what to do next. One Friday after school, we'd all decided to have a sleepover at Eric's house. Eric's house was probably the biggest in the community, and the most isolated. We all brought pillows, pajamas, and tons of junk food, and movies, so we could stay up all night. At that age, we thought it was so cool to be up so late. Anyway, we arrived at the house and everything seemed normal. We were laughing and having a great time. Everyone seemed to be happy except for Mia. I remember all of us dancing when Mia stormed off to the bathroom. One of my sisters followed her and asked her if she was all right. She'd only given a weak yes as an answer to my sister when she sat down on the floor. My sister, weirded out, went back to the rest of us. We all just, of course, assumed maybe she was sick or sad about something, maybe something to do with her parents. Then again, I'd met Mia's parents before, and they were really nice people. They'd even once planned a trip for all of our families to go to Norway whale watching. Going on such a big holiday was very nice of them and very expensive. Maybe a little too nice, I guess. So maybe she was just feeling sick, I thought. Around 3 p.m., Mia began to get stranger. She began to stand on the side of the room, and her eyes seemed to change. They became almost white or silvery. She started to really creep us out. We asked her if she wanted to sit down with us, and that's when everything spiraled out of control. She screamed no. It was the highest I'd ever heard her scream, and I'd seen her before being bitten by a dog. Mia then just ran out of the door. We all chased after her. Mia ran out between the trees next to the house. It's really dark out during Swedish autumns, but we ran after her either way in only our pajamas. None of us understood what was happening to Mia. She acted berserk. She started screaming some gibberish while running. That was when I think that I began to notice something about Mia. She was probably the slowest person in our school. Not exactly fit, she was quite the opposite, a little chubby. But now when Mia ran between the pine trees, she was running faster than anyone could keep up with. I tried my best to, screaming at her with all my power, trying to get her to stop running. The rest of our friends had lagged behind now. After a while of trying to keep up with her, I saw Mia beginning to run on all fours. She was now faster than before. Despite the speed, I kept running. I think this went on for about an hour, before I was finally running out of breath. I was in pretty good shape myself back then. But at that point, I just wanted to stop. I wanted to try to make sense of everything, like the weird stuff Mia was spouting. Just when I thought I was about to pass out from exhaustion, Mia stopped. At last, she finally slowed down. She just stood still there with the moonlight touching her face. I screamed at her in anger. "Why are you running away from us, you idiot?" But she didn't respond. She just stood there with her gaze on the moon. I remember it being a beautiful yellow full moon night. Then Mia began to walk up a little hill. There she just stood for several minutes, her back turned towards me. I was really starting to get scared now. The forest was dark, and this was the time of year when wolves were most active. My friends had now finally caught up to us. We all just stared at Mia, who stood completely motionless, like a statue on top of that moonlit hill. Eventually, she turned around, looking out into the darkness of the trees behind us. I swear then my heart stopped. It's hard to describe the following events. I remember my friends and I beginning to lift off the ground with sticks and moss. We panicked and screamed for Mia to help us, but she stood there, seemingly unaffected. It was as if she couldn't hear our cries. Then something else happens that haunts me to this day. Behind Mia, a creature or person stood completely still. It was much taller than her, and very pale, as if the creature hadn't seen the sun for years. Eventually, this person moved towards her, standing next to her. Now I could see it in detail. It looked human, but it was very skinny and had long black hair that covered the creature's front. This creature was definitely female. It had an hourglass figure and breasts. Still, it wasn't a pretty sight. While the face looked very human, it had these very large black eyes that just stared at us. I had no idea what this thing was. Then, the creature turned around, showing us its back. I expected to see a thin skeletal frame with the spine poking through, but instead, there was a big hole on her back, like something you would see on a very old tree. I'll note here that I immediately thought that I knew what this old creature was. In Swedish mythology, we have something called Raw. They're some sort of protectors of the forest that take on the shape of beautiful women to lure men out into the woods, to never be seen again. The Raw's most notable feature, except its beauty, was that it had a hole in its back. However, this thing looked anything but beautiful. Not long after it turned around, revealing its back to us, both it and Mia disappeared. Afterwards, we all fell to the ground. None of us wanted to stay there, so we just ran the fastest we could out of there. I don't think I've ever in my life ran as fast as I did then. I just wanted to run all the way home, and so I did with my sisters. Back at our home, my sisters and I looked at each other. None of us told our parents what happened that night. We just went to bed, seemingly in shock, pretending that nothing had happened, though I'm sure none of us actually slept that night. The weekend after, everything seemed normal. We went to school, but we all just kept quiet about the story. And yeah, Mia was there. She'd apparently forgotten everything about the sleepover. I think that she maybe had just pulled a sick prank on all of us, but I wasn't convinced. Well, after a while, we all sort of stopped being friends. I, who had been happy with everything before, had begun to get huge psychological problems. I began to doubt what was real and what was fiction. This destroyed many years with my family. My illness began getting better. I moved to a big city to study with my sisters, and we all just wanted to stick together. After living there for many years, we found Mia on Facebook. It was my oldest sister that found her. She lived not so far from us actually, so we decided to meet up with her after all these years. We decided on where in town to meet. Mia would meet us at our favorite lunch place in town. I guess I thought we could sit down and talk and clear some things up between us. But that's not really how it turned out. Mia walked in through the door with another woman. She introduced us to her girlfriend. Her girlfriend seemed normal, except for the fact that I thought I recognized her. And eventually it hit me. Mia's girlfriend looked exactly like the creature we'd seen with her that night when we were kids, if she was all cleaned up and more human-looking. The rest of the meetup was as normal as it could be. Some small talk about what we studied and how our families were. But the face of that woman, it still haunts me. Both my sisters and I are okay today. I will never go back into the forest, and I probably won't let my kids go out to the woods alone either. Midnight Wake-Up Call from Sparkling Sea Cucumber. I was born and raised in Sweden, but both my parents are from different parts of Finland. All relatives on my father's side originally came from a small village close to Vasa. It's a small village where everyone knows each other, and basically everyone is related in some form or another. In those parts of Finland, the population speaks Swedish, as well as learning Finnish in school. When I was a kid, we often visited my grandparents on my father's side during summer vacation, Easter, or Christmas. I have many fond memories from that time, but there were moments where I was truly frightened. As a kid, I was really scared of the dark, ghosts, aliens, murder dolls, and spiders. I often had frightening dreams where it felt as if I was awake, but I was in fact dreaming. I could lie there in the dark and see how shadows moved, or imagine my bed filled with spiders. I had dreams where I heard footsteps, loud mumbling whispers, or felt as if the bed had moved. I sometimes saw objects move or pictures becoming warped. I could also move freely, so it wasn't a form of sleep paralysis. These dreams usually happened when I was scared and stressed while being sleep deprived. That being said, my sister and I have been through some weird stuff that we can't fully explain. Those things happened when we were both wide awake. Some of these things have been second nature while others stick out more. It could happen at home or when we were visiting our grandparents, as well as our mom. With all that in mind, the story begins as me, my father, and younger sister arrived in Finland. Dad was driving the whole way from the harbor. I believe it was late autumn, but it's hard to be sure since my memory is pretty hazy and our frequent travels blended together at times. But I know it was getting darker, and summers in northern Sweden as well as Finland are very bright until autumn. We were tired, but had stuffed ourselves with candy as we usually did when we took the boat. I can't remember how old I was back then, maybe around 10 or 11 or a bit older. My sister was 5 years younger than me. As we finally drove down to the gravel walk to a red 2-story house, there was a lamp lit in the window facing the road. Grandma had the habit of staying up and serving us with sandwiches and tea or hot chocolate while asking about the trip, while Grandpa usually kept snoring in the bedroom next to the kitchen. When we arrived, we were all pretty tired, but we stayed up for a little bit, talking and carrying in luggage. As we say goodnight, we took our luggage upstairs where there were 3 guest rooms. My sister and I slept in the second room while Dad had the first room. I always picked the bed closest to the door for some reason, and my sister took the other bed. After brushing our teeth and changing into pajamas, we went to sleep. As usual, I had a hard time sleeping. I kept thinking that some crawling ghost would be coming from the stairs, which was even scarier since I had full view of the staircase. I also began to think about murder dolls, since there was a Victorian-styled porcelain doll placed outside the room on the wall. My imagination was running wild. I was sweating, my pulse going crazy. It took me forever to calm down. Then I slowly started to drift off to sleep, when suddenly there was this loud scream. It sounded as if someone was screaming right into my ear, but it didn't sound human. It sounded unnatural and mechanical. It's hard to describe. I was so startled that I sat up in bed and noticed that my sister was also awake now. I even heard my dad and grandparents moving around in their rooms. We turned on the lamp and just looked at each other in disbelief. We were scared. We'd all heard it. What just happened and what was it? It didn't sound like something from outside. None of us had screamed, and even more disturbing, my grandpa, who was basically deaf when he took out his hearing aid, had heard the scream too. There were no intruders either. My dad blamed it on some malfunctioning wire or something else. My dad always blamed stuff on something else even though it didn't make sense. He was a skeptic. He claimed that the brain played tricks on people, or he would just blame rats. But we were all hearing this sound, and we all felt as if someone or something had screamed into our ears. We all woke at the same time. I'm not sure what the logical explanation would be. I had an even harder time relaxing after that. I kept wondering what kind of creature could do that, and if it was going to scream again. I don't know how long it took me to fall asleep, but I do remember waking up in the morning, and since that time, we never heard the scream again. Was it something natural? Supernatural? I have no idea. I wish it had been just one of my nightmares. Warning: the following story contains depictions of violence against animals. Dogman or Werewolf in Ohio. From Anonymous. I was 22 when this happened. For the past 5 or 6 years, I've only had 2 friends who have stuck with me through everything. We live within 5 minutes of each other, in a rural area in southwest Ohio, specifically in the hills of the Ohio River Valley. For anonymity's sake, I'll be G. My 2 friends are W and A, and my brother will be R. A and R are next-door neighbors. They both live on decently sized plots of land that they don't actually own. There's lots of farmland and thick forest. Behind W's house is a couple of small ponds we used to fish in. His house was pretty small and not in the best condition, and A lived in a medium-sized brick house. We'd usually go to W's house to hang out during the summer, since his parents were always at camp, and A's house or my house during the other seasons. This is somewhat relevant, but mostly for setup. Now, we all love guns, so when A called and told me he bought a new AR-15, I knew we were going to end up shooting before the day was over. I grabbed my SKS Paratrooper carbine and Glock 19, and R grabbed his AK-47 and his SIG P230. We got in my Jeep and drove to A's house. It was still early, about 3 in the afternoon. Less than 5 minutes after we pulled in, a black Chevy Impala pulled into the driveway, heralding W's arrival. He brought his AR-15 and a Beretta M9. We shot for a couple of hours, just taking pot shots at a wooden target A had built in his backyard. We ended up burning through a pretty big chunk of ammo. At that point, I decided I wanted to get something to drink, so I got into my Jeep and drove about 10 minutes away to the closest gas station. After getting to the station and getting a few cans of the Nectar of the Gods, by which I of course mean Monster, I headed back to A's house. When I came back, I saw W, A, and R standing by the door at the side of the house. A had a look of unease on his face. I exited the Jeep and walked over, asking what was going on. We heard some weird sounds in the woods a few minutes ago, W told me. I asked him what exactly he was talking about and what he meant by weird sounds. A began to explain. We heard some sort of loud vocalization that sounded like a mix between a coyote's yelping and a howl. None of us had any idea what it could have been, so we decided to forget about it. We went inside and played some games. After a few hours, I was bored and began browsing 4chan on my phone, and I lost track of time. But it was getting pretty late. W had walked outside to smoke a cigarette. A was in the bathroom and R's girlfriend came and picked him up. Then A's dogs began to bark all of a sudden. This startled me. That's when I heard W come back inside the house rather quickly. I asked what was going on and if something was wrong. Step outside. Check for yourself, he told me. I stepped outside, curious about what the dogs were barking at, and the second I opened the door, the smell hit me. It was the worst smell I've ever smelled in my entire life. Imagine the scent of a wet dog, the reek of a dead deer rotting in the sun, and the smell of a landfill. Combine those together, and you've got what I can best describe it as. Repulsed by the smell, I went back inside, telling W I can see why he came in so quickly. The dogs were still barking, and they seemed to be getting more aggressive. A finally came out of the bathroom, wondering what the commotion was about. W explained the smell, and A seemed more curious than anything. He was also angry about the prospect of someone trespassing. He grabbed his guns and walked outside to look around. He told us to stay inside until he got back. Not thinking much of it, I began to browse more of 4chan. I was startled when I heard the sound of a dog yelping, followed by 5 gunshots in rapid succession. A couple of minutes later, A busted through the door, yelling, "Get your guns," he said in a panicked voice. "Some dude in a ghillie suit just killed one of the dogs." We grabbed our guns and followed him outside, staying close the entire time. Sure enough, in the backyard, we found one of the dogs, dead. His throat had been torn up. This wasn't a small dog either. It was a rather large poodle mix of some kind, and I mean one of the really big ones. Close by, we saw the other dog cowering in his house. The cows in the pasture on the other side of the road were mooing as if they were both afraid and agitated. I asked A to explain what was going on, and he told me, "I was on the other side of the barn when I heard the dog yelping. When I rounded the corner, I saw this figure that looked like a big guy in a ghillie suit running towards the woods. I shot at him, hoping to hit his leg and incapacitate him or something, but I know I didn't hit him. The same smell I described earlier was still hanging in the air, but it was faint. W and A had flashlights on their rifles, and I had one on my pistol. I slung my SKS over my back and drew my pistol, and we fanned out, looking around the area. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I could see W heading to the other edge of the property, and A was moving towards the cow pasture. I headed back towards the barn, and as I started to step in, I lit a cigarette. I felt raindrops starting to hit me, so I stepped under the barn to smoke. I stood there for less than a minute when I heard another gunshot. This one came from the direction W had gone in. I began to walk that way, and I saw A heading that way too. While we were making our way over, W fired off 3 more shots. "What the heck are you shooting at?" A asked. "I saw that dude, but..." W's voice was shaky and hushed. "It didn't look like a guy." W took a heavy gulp and continued to explain. "It looked like a big dog or a wolf. I could clearly see its muzzle and ears. I just saw it standing behind some bushes, but it had to have been standing on 2 legs." He stopped and pulled out a cigarette, his hand shaking but still managing to light the thing. "I sized it up using a nearby tree, and it had to have been over 6 feet, at least." "What are you even talking about?" A asked. I chimed in. "You know there aren't any wolves nearby, and coyotes don't get that big. You think a coyote would have the guts to come up and rip my dog's throat out? We've got to be dealing with some pelt-wearing hermit strung out on something." The tree that W was talking about was about 350 feet away, so we all walked over to check it out. The rain started to pick up, and the wind was getting strong as well. The clap of thunder put us all on edge. Sure enough, once we reached the tree, a large maple, the branch he used to determine the size was close to 8 feet off the ground by our estimate. We decided to put the other dog into the garage to keep it safe from whoever or whatever was messing with us. This dog was inside a small kennel, but if you live in a rural area, you know a junkie always finds a way to break into places they aren't wanted. A unlocked the kennel. The dog followed A to the garage and went inside. Then A locked the door, and we ran back inside the house. "So, should we just leave? We can just crash at G's house until morning," W said. I reminded him that R and his girlfriend were there. His face instantly shifted to that of disgust. We all hated R's girlfriend because she wasn't very nice. None of us wanted to deal with her at the time, so we unanimously decided to just hunker down with our guns and stay awake in shifts. It was past midnight at that point, and I volunteered to take the first shift, from midnight to 2 a.m. W and A soon passed out, and I sat there watching out the window. I became bored after a while, my adrenaline from earlier wearing off. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a finely crafted Gurkha cigar. I stepped out onto the back porch, lit my stogie, and began to smoke and unwind. I had been standing there for about 10 minutes when I heard the cows beginning to make a lot of noise again, and I could hear the other dog barking aggressively inside the garage. Once more, I was on edge. I set my cigar in the ashtray, and I unslung my rifle, holding it with the safety off. I made sure not to stray too far off out of the porch light, but I got far enough into the field to see movement in the tree line. I couldn't see what it was, but in a gap in the trees and undergrowth, I saw a quick flash of a gray figure. I began feeling very uneasy, so I started backing into the house. I could hear rustling over the breeze. It sounded like it was moving towards me. I pointed my rifle in that direction. If you aren't familiar with guns, a typical SKS has a 10-round fixed magazine. That means I would have 10 shots to defend myself before I'd have to reach for my pistol if something were to happen. But then, the rustling stopped. I still couldn't see anything. I was about halfway between the porch and tree line. Time felt as if it had stopped, and I felt as if I'd been standing there for hours. I turned and ran, hearing something burst from the undergrowth behind me. I reached the back door and threw the door open, struggling to catch my breath, likely due to years of smoking. W and A had awakened, and W's shift started soon. I told them about what happened, and they told me to go lie down for a bit, that when I woke up we could all sit up until sunrise. So I lay down on the couch, managing to somehow doze off. I woke up not long after by W shaking me. "We have to go now," he said in a panicked tone. "A went outside over half an hour ago, and he hasn't come back yet." I was still half asleep, so it took me a moment to let that sink in. "A is gone?" I asked, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. I sat up, asking W to explain things. "We heard the cows outside acting agitated again, but then they started to sound like they were afraid. Then some of them managed to trample through the fence. A went to see what scared them and told me if he wasn't back in 10 minutes to call the cops." By then, I was lacing up my boots. "To heck with that," W began to say. "A's our brother. We can't just leave him out there. We're gonna go out there and find him." I agreed without hesitation. We grabbed guns, my backpack full of extra ammo, and W grabbed a machete. We walked out the door and locked it behind us. I could see the spot in the fence where the cows had broken through. We crossed the road and walked into the pasture. This pasture is huge. Part of it is just grass. It also has a small pond, but most of it is forest, flat forest, the kind with not much undergrowth and where the trees are spaced out more. A great place for cattle and a great place to hunt as well. If I had to guess, I would say it was at least 200 acres. W used to hunt on this farmer's land as well. He was leading the way when we heard a long string of rapid gunshots, followed by a short pause, then 9 more shots. It was clearly A emptying his rifle, grabbing his pistol, and emptying it as well. We sprinted in that direction even though it sounded far off. We reached the wooden part of the property and started to call for A. We kept making our way in the direction we heard the shots. Panic began to set in with each passing moment. W was losing his cool, and I wasn't far behind. Then W just took off, sprinting. He yelled, "There he is! That's gotta be him!" I gave chase, but I was having trouble keeping up. "Yo, slow down!" I yelled, trying to get W to listen to me. "We need to stick together here." But he didn't listen. His light was bobbing back and forth as he ran, and I continued to follow. I slipped in a mud puddle at one point. At least, I hoped it was just mud, and I ate the ground. I looked up and started trying to regain my bearings. But when I did, I saw this silhouette standing about 50 feet away. It looked like a big German Shepherd type dog standing on its back legs. Its ears were up, and I could see its muzzle as it was looking in a different direction. I looked down, and I saw that it didn't have typical front legs. Instead, it had what looked to be arms with hands and fingers, tipped with claws. It seemed to be covered in gray, matted fur. But what stood out the most to me were the piercing yellow eyes. I saw it take off running in the direction W was going. I stood up as quickly as I could, giving chase in the same direction. If W was in danger, I had to do something to try to help. I ran and ran, starting to hear more gunshots, and eventually I saw W's light in the distance. He stopped shooting, and I saw the light pointing at the ground like he was reloading. I caught up and asked him if he saw it. I looked over and noticed A was on the ground, his back against a tree. I started to panic, asking if he was okay. "He's breathing, just unconscious," W explained. "We've got to get him home." We both picked him up and slung one arm around our shoulders. We began to make our way back to the house, but we knew we were being watched, and even worse, followed. We could hear it moving when we moved, stopping when we stopped. I drew my pistol with my free hand and switched on the light attached to it. My eyes stung as sweat made its way inside. W and I were both out of breath, and we still had quite a long way back to go. After walking for about 20 minutes, A finally woke up. We stopped and asked him to explain what happened, but we were cut off by the sound of a branch snapping. W and I both trained our lights in that direction and saw the now familiar flash of gray just at the edge of the light. I turned in that direction and fired off 3 shots. We heard a growl and the sound of something big running away. We took that opportunity and booked it. If I had kept track of time and direction as well as I thought, we should be breaking through the trees in about 10 minutes. Then we should be able to see the light from the house. We ran through the pasture and made it to the fence. We crossed the street. I asked A to unlock the door to the house, and he frantically searched his pockets for the key, but couldn't find it. He began to panic. W calmed him down and suggested he try a window. A, being the smallest of us, agreed. We went to the back of the house and managed to remove the AC from a window, which A then climbed through. He let us in, and the rest of the night was uneventful. I'm sorry for the anticlimactic ending to the actual story, but I do have more to say. The next day, we talked to the owner of the pasture where this happened. He found 3 of his cows dead and partially eaten. He also found a blood trail in the wooded area that led towards the house, then the opposite direction to the edge of his property. He also found A's keys on the ground where he had been knocked out and where we'd found him. The farmer explained that blood trail led to the land owned by an old hermit who lived in a trailer in the woods. He apparently never leaves and has relatives bringing him food. It's rumored that he messed with the occult in his younger days. We told the farmer what we experienced, but he didn't believe us, thinking we instead encountered a pack of rabid coyotes or feral dogs. None of us agree with that. So what could it have been? Was it a wolf-like cryptid? Was it a werewolf? A still lives in the same house, but he hasn't seen or heard anything like it since. Once again, sorry for the anticlimactic ending. The Thing That Followed the Truck. From Ninabug, 1998. This happened when I was on a family road trip from Iowa to Texas. It was me, my grandpa, my aunts Sam and Ash, and my uncle Lee. This was when they were all teens and I was living with my grandpa. We took my grandpa's truck. The back had a top and we put a mattress in the back for the trip. I was in the back of the truck pretty much the whole time, talking to the others through the little window. At night, my aunts slept in the back with me, while Lee and Grandpa slept in the front. Grandpa would drive until really late, and sometimes Lee would drive to give Grandpa a break. I'm not sure which state we were in at the time, but it was getting dark, and it was raining. I felt like I was in some horror story or something. So we were at a gas station or truck stop, and I stayed in the truck. I think I was reading or writing at the time. I had a flashlight so I could see what I was doing. This was before I ever had anything like a phone or a DS, and at the time my Game Boy was dead. I looked up, my neck was really stiff. I tried to pop it to make it feel better. You know how you turn your head enough to make it go pop? Well, that's what I did, and when I did, I looked out the window and saw something. I don't know what it was. It was dark, stormy, and it was like across a parking lot and a road. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because I was tired. Then I got an uneasy feeling, and I tried to ignore it. My family came back out, passing through the window a drink and snacks. I didn't think about saying anything. Like I said, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me in the dark. I ate my snacks and eventually went to sleep. We were on the road for 3 or 4 days there and 3 or 4 days back. There were a lot of storms. I wasn't sure what state we were in, but I saw it a lot at night. It was like it was following the truck. To make it creepier, I didn't see it when we were in a town or city, just on the dark back roads. I never knew for sure if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if something really did follow us. What I remember of it was that it was big, like a little bigger than a man in height, but wide, really wide. I'm 4 foot 11.5 inches, and it was wider than I am tall. I never got a better look at it. It never came close enough for me to make out more details. It always kept pace with the truck too, no matter how fast we were going. It was kinda hunched over, and I think it ran on 2 legs. It didn't seem to have that movement that, say, a dog would have while running. It looked like maybe it had long, shaggy fur or hair on it. If anyone has any ideas of what this might have been, let me know. Or maybe it really was just my mind playing vivid tricks on me. The Wolfman of Manchester, New Jersey. From Sneeves 0426. Part 1. Before I begin, this story is from the perspective of my friend Harold. And for the sake of anonymity, I'll keep details as vague as possible, along with not using his name or the names of the people involved. I believe I saw a cryptid that most people would know as a Dogman or Wolfman of the sort in the New Jersey Pine Barrens. Let me begin. When I received my license at 17 years old, I started spending all my free time outdoors, hiking all over the East Coast, but mostly within the New Jersey Pine Barrens since I live in New Jersey. I would later graduate Stockton University with a bachelor's degree in environmental science. I worked as a naturalist at Batstow Village in Warden State Forest for a while, which is the biggest state forest within the New Jersey Pine Barrens. I got the job before my internship ended, due to my knowledge of plants and animals. When I first applied, I hadn't even finished my first semester in college, so they didn't expect me to have the credentials. I only give out this information because when I see an animal in the woods, day or night, I know with 100% certainty what I'm looking at. And after almost 6 years from the time of writing this story, I can't wrap my head around the creature that I saw. I'm an open-minded person to a point. I do believe certain cryptids can exist solely if the biology of the creature is possible. But that doesn't put a bipedal canine on my list. Roughly about 6 years ago, I, along with 2 of my friends, one a welder and one a mechanic, I'll be calling Chris and Alan respectively, went off-roading in Alan's truck somewhere in Manchester, New Jersey. We met with a bunch of Alan's off-roading buddies in a spot they frequented. I do not know the specific area, only that it was in Manchester, New Jersey, and it was very close to the general vicinity of the abandoned brick factory. We hung out for a few hours, drove around the dirt trails, and just had a good time socializing with other people. I didn't have any substances in my system, because after we left I had to drive myself home. So I was sober, along with Alan, who was also sober, but to be honest, Chris was a bit high. We were starting to leave, and as we were taking the trails to get back to the main road, Alan told me to help look out for deer. He was driving only 35 miles per hour because the dirt path we were on was pretty open, about 30-ish feet wide, and we were dead in the middle in case he did have to respond to a deer jumping out of nowhere. A few minutes go by, and my sharp eyes spot a deer running alongside the truck, but within the tree line, so the view of it wasn't more than a dark brown patch of fur. As I'm about to say something to my friend Alan, thinking that this is a deer about to run in front of the car, the animal speeds up its pace significantly and gets about 20 feet ahead of the truck still in the tree line. Then it proceeds to jump out in front of the truck. For as long as I live, I'll never forget what I saw that night. It ran on its 2 back legs, looked right up at us, and to our horror, it ran across this 30-foot wide dirt road in 2 to 3 steps, then went into the opposite tree line. In those few seconds, I saw this Dogman or Wolfman. It was roughly 7 feet tall, estimating its height using Alan's lifted truck as a reference. It was covered in dark brown fur. Every inch of its body was covered, but the chest and stomach area had less fur and a lighter colored fur than the rest of the body. But even under all this fur, you could make out extreme muscle definition, very similar to an Olympic bodybuilder. It also had a canine type of head with a long snout and 2 distinct perked up wolf ears and large muscular legs. The torso and arms were similar to that of a very muscular man with large hands. These hands had visible claws that looked like they could do some real damage, and its eyes reflected an unnatural color of light that I haven't seen in the animal kingdom. As soon as it jumped into the opposing tree line, my friend Alan slammed on the brakes, and Chris said, "I know I'm high, but what the actual heck was that?" My friends, puzzled by what we just saw, looked at me and went, "Okay, nature boy, please tell us that was something explainable." I sat there dumbfounded, telling them I didn't have an answer, not one based in reason or science, nothing I could logically think of, and my friend Alan hightailed it out of there. To this day, my friend Chris has convinced himself that it wasn't a hallucination because of the pot, and my other friend Alan, who doesn't believe in the supernatural and absolutely refuses to have an open mind, doesn't speak about this event, pretending it never happened. To this day, I still have no logical explanation for what I saw. I do not believe that a bipedal canine creature could biologically exist, but what I saw was something matching that description with my own eyes, and it was very real. Part 2. My name is George, and I believe I had a similar encounter to Harold's. It was close to where his first encounter was, which was near the abandoned brick factory in Manchester. To start off, my brother has taken me to this place before with Harold, and I thought it was pretty cool, so I decided to go back there with a group of friends one night. To my horror, we encountered something that I never thought could be real. Like I stated above, my friends and I came back to the abandoned brick factory to explore it shortly after my brother took me with his friend Harold. He warned us never to come back there at night, but we didn't heed Harold's warning. We were told by Harold that he had some other experiences there that haunted him for a long time, but we thought he was joking around or exaggerating. Anyway, on to the story. As soon as we got there, we felt as if we were being watched, as if there was some kind of eerie presence about the place. My friends and I were a little spooked early on, and as our eyes darted all around the woodline, I spotted something. In the woodline up ahead, I saw something that shouldn't be possible. There was what looked to be, well, a werewolf. Its piercing yellow eyes were staring into my soul, it felt like, and it gave me the creeps when I was looking at it. It was abnormally tall, maybe 9 or 10 feet. It had large wolf-like or dog-like perked ears and a long snout. Its body was similar to a bodybuilder, with large muscles that were visible through its fur. But its head was similar to a German shepherd or a wolf, and its hands ended in claw-like digits. I blinked to make sure that it wasn't my imagination. To my terror, my friends reacted to this thing as well. They were startled. To me, it felt like it was beckoning me to come closer, and its stare was so quiet yet soul-piercing. I felt like a deer in the headlights. The way it looked also reminded me of an Egyptian jackal, except this could not be real. It didn't do anything but stare at us and make us feel intimidated. But when it walked away, we ran out of the area. To this day, I'm still not exactly sure what we saw, but when my brother showed me an illustration of a Dogman, it made me shudder. Whatever I saw that night looked just like the illustration my brother showed me. To this day, I'm still in disbelief about it. I'll never go back there. The entire time I thought my life was in danger. Maybe the way it stared at us was a warning to never come back. Possible Skinwalker in my neighborhood. From Soviet Onion. I believe I've seen this potential Skinwalker many times, and I've asked a lot of people in my area about it. I live less than a mile away from a Native American reservation, and I've talked with the locals briefly about what we might be seeing here. Be warned, as the story has some violence towards animals. I live in a town near Phoenix, Arizona. It's small, but there is many mountainous areas right by my house. I've lived here about 1.5 years, and I've heard many people mention that a coyote likes to dig through garbage cans, eat out of the local McDonald's dumpsters, walk through the drain pipes, and supposedly lives in a small park nearby. At first, I thought it was really cool to live so close to the wildlife like this, since I thought we'd only see rabbits and the occasional scorpion. One night, I was taking a walk by myself around said park. I'd brought a flashlight to watch for scorpions on the sidewalk when I heard someone whisper my name. I whipped right around and looked all over the place, but I was the only one in the park. It freaked me out. I started to walk faster, thinking someone might have been following me. I then felt a very cold breeze wash over my skin. I ignored it, thinking it was just the breeze that comes off the mountains on occasion. That's when I saw the coyote that everyone's been talking about. It was standing on its back legs, digging through one of the public trash cans. I froze. Not only was this the first time I'd ever been so close to a coyote that wasn't in a zoo, but the fur on its back made it look as if it had gotten into a fight with a larger predator. Patches were missing and covered in what looked to be dried blood. Figuring if the coyote had won a battle with whatever it had come up against, I slowly backed away and I started to run home. I wouldn't see it again until a month later. My neighbor has an outdoor cat named Marty. Marty likes to pee on people's porches, so my mother set up a frequency alarm on the front and back side of our house. The frequency is one that only cats and other animals can hear and hopes it would scare them away. It also has a red light on the front that will blink rapidly if something is close by, sort of like a motion detector. One night I heard a screech coming from outside my house. My room is in the front, and if my curtains aren't closed, I can see the frequency alarm blink when it senses motion. I got out of bed and moved the curtain to see the red light flashing very fast, but I couldn't see anything in the street. Even so, the light was blinking, so I knew something was outside. The following morning, my mother was talking with one of my neighbors outside on the porch. I came out asking what was wrong. My neighbor had said that Marty came home last night missing an ear and had patches of fur missing from his tail. She kept going on, saying the local coyote must be attacking outdoor cats now. I thought that maybe the screech I'd heard last night was Marty. I wasn't sure since my cats would have probably lost their crap if they heard another cat at all. Whenever Marty came up to the driveway, my cats would growl and hiss at him. I didn't say a word about the screech I heard. A few days later, I went on another walk, staying just on the edge of the park since there was a sidewalk. I was still terrified of that coyote. I came to the unlit part of the park, and I pointed my flashlight into the brush. However, bouncing back from my flashlight beam were two orange eyes staring directly at me. I immediately moved my flashlight and pointed it at the ground, telling myself I was just freaking myself out. I lifted my flashlight up again at the same spot, and the eyes were gone. I told myself I imagined it until I was heading back home. I decided to take the sidewalk that was right next to one of the main roads, the most lit one. A side note, for drainage purposes, the city had built a very deep ditch along the right side of this sidewalk. Since Arizona gets some very bad monsoons, the ditch gets to about 20 feet up at its lowest point. The part directly behind my house is only about 5 feet deep, with a retaining wall ending my backyard. Anyway, I was walking past the deepest part of the ditch, where the drainage pipes end, when I heard it again. Someone whispering my name. "Jen, come here." I heard it coming from the ditch, and I thought to myself, there's no way that came from down there. It's 20 feet deep. I figured it wasn't anything, and I was just freaking out about those orange eyes. So, being an idiot, I walked over to the edge of the ditch, and I looked down. I almost threw up from what I saw. The coyote was tearing into a cat. I had no idea whether it was Marty or not because I could barely tell it was a cat. I'm still not sure if it was. I thought to myself at first that the coyote is a predator, and I suppose this is normal. The ditch is surrounded by small gray rocks, and I was shaking and I accidentally slipped a bit, trying to get a better look without having to point my flashlight directly at it. A few small rocks tumbled into the ditch, and that coyote whipped its head around, showing its face to me. I wanted to run and cry at the same time. I had no idea what I was looking at. The coyote was missing its lower jaw completely, and its fur looked as if someone had placed a coyote pelt over a person. It stared directly at me with big orange eyes. I choked, frozen in place. I knew if I moved, I'd be the next victim in that ditch. What it did next fully proved to me it wasn't a coyote. It cocked its head to the side and rotated its head 180 degrees to get a better look at me. I swear I could hear bones cracking and popping out of place as it did so. I thought to myself, there's no way it should be able to do that. Then, its body rotated to join the head. I couldn't stop myself. I bolted out of there. I couldn't watch anymore without throwing up. As I ran away, I heard it crawl out of that ditch, stumbling since the small rocks were all over the sides. It began to run on all fours down the sidewalk after me. I didn't dare look behind me. I just kept running. Like I said, this was one of the busiest roads in the town, and I soon spotted a car's headlights coming to turn down the road I was heading straight towards. I then screamed for help. The next thing I knew, I was in my bed. I sat straight up and asked my mom, "What happened last night?" All she told me was, "You came home from a walk with our neighbor Susie, who offered to drive you home since you were really tired." I calmed down a bit and got dressed. I told my mom I was heading to Susie's house to thank her, since I thought I forgot to last night. Susie's house was only a few houses down. I could see the car I'd seen last night and had yelled at. The car had a very large dent on the passenger side door. I rang Susie's doorbell. She answered and looked around wildly outside before letting me in. She was shaking. She asked me, "What the heck was that last night? What was that?" I shook my head. I don't know myself." She replied, "I saw that thing running at you on 4 legs, but as soon as you climbed in the car, it stood up on 2 legs and threw itself at the door. I just stepped on the gas and got you back home, and I didn't see it after that." I told her what had happened to me. She told me she was going to install a security system around her home after that. She was just as freaked out about it as I was, and we swore never to tell anyone in the neighborhood, so that they wouldn't freak out too. I didn't see it for a while, until I began to hear stories from my neighbors about the local coyote eating out of trash cans again. And unfortunately, someone had found their dead cat's body completely torn up in the ditch where I'd seen it. There were also reports of strangely active wolves around the mountainside. People were warned to stay away from the mountain after sunset. The reason I've decided to finally tell this story is because I saw it again yesterday. I was at a streetlight near my house on the main road, and I saw it dash across in front of my car. Its back legs were bent the wrong way, and still, its lower jaw appeared to be missing. It freaked me out so bad that I wanted to warn at least someone. I tried telling my neighbors to just watch out for the coyote, but they only believed me to keep their cats indoors for the night. I haven't seen Marty in a while, and my neighbor refuses to tell us what happened to him. So, if you live near South Mountain in Phoenix, Arizona, keep your pets inside during the night, and don't go out at night without protection, because there might be a skinwalker in the area. If anybody has seen this coyote, I'd love to hear your encounter. South Dakota Sasquatch, from C. Philly 100. This story is told from the perspective of my friend. Being half Native and half African American presents a unique set of challenges living in America, but I feel truly blessed to have grown up and spent much of my life on the Sioux Reservation in South Dakota. Now, it's well known that native people tend to have more of these types of encounters than most, and Sasquatch are no exception. Many native people regard Sasquatch as relatives of sorts, distant cousins or something to that extent, and that is not an insult, quite the opposite really. Sasquatch are masters of survival, masters of camouflage, apex hunters, and excellent foragers. They love their family members like we do. They engage in trade and barter like we do. They enjoy good food like we do. And they even like to dance to good music, play games, and have complex emotions like we do. Some people call them the missing link, but we see them more as relatives. Indeed, if you go into certain areas where native people live, or used to live, and go out into the woods speaking the language of those people, chances are you'll get a better response than the white folks who go out into the woods hootin' and hollerin' or knocking on trees, which are actually territorial indicators which may well provoke an aggressive response. One night I was walking home from my grandma's house, making my way through an abandoned compound, when I stopped for a moment to relieve myself on some bushes. I zipped up and continued on my way when I heard something behind me. So I turned around and ducked behind some brush. I peered through the overgrowth to get a better look. At first, I couldn't see anything in the dim light, but gradually I could see something moving through the compound I'd just come through. It looked like a little orangutan, or something of the sort. It was cautiously following the same exact path I had just taken, even sniffing the bushes I had just used to relieve myself. Now, this little guy was probably about 4 to 5 feet tall, and covered from head to toe in light brown fur. Behind one of the structures on the compound was another one, this one at least 10 feet tall, if not 15. It was keeping a mindful eye on the little one, while periodically sniffing the air and looking around in an alert manner. And behind that one, back in the trees at the edge of the clearing, was a third, and this one was even taller still, its head reaching at least halfway up the lodgepole pine tree it was standing next to. The little one was still sniffing, but slowly making its way toward where I was, still crouching in the brush. So I slowly backed away and exited the area as quickly and quietly as possible. I'm not sure if they heard me or not, but I didn't see them again that night, or ever. That's my quick story. I think it stands out simply due to the sheer size and height of these things. They were huge. It's my understanding that there is almost as much variation to Sasquatch as humans, that they have tribes and regional groups with different physical characteristics and dispositions, much like the First Nations people of this great land. Creatures from a Northern Reservation, from Anon X. I grew up on a reservation that's located within mountainous terrain. I won't be giving specifics in terms of names because amongst indigenous people, it's frowned upon to mention the other beings that live and have lived amongst us. As a matter of fact, it's so frowned upon that we don't even have names for them. To talk about them is to draw them closer to you and to begin experiencing them. The stories that follow will be a collection of stories from the creepiest time of year for us there, the winter. You've got to understand that the woods are home to not only those ordinary little critters that are found anywhere. There are things there, respectfully, that are truly the stuff of nightmares. I never had a personal experience, nor did my family, until I was a freshman in high school. Maybe they knew better than to bring these experiences around for me, as I was the youngest of the family and sensitive, or maybe we never truly experienced as a family. Now, the things our family, friends, and neighbors have seen aren't your stereotypical Wendigos or Skinwalkers. The nighttime brought 2 rules we had to live by, no matter what family you come from. After dark, you're not to look outside, or be outside. One night, my brother snuck out of the house to meet a girl who lived nearby. Teenage stuff, if you catch my drift. Fast forward to the later hours of the night, he was sneaking back through his window. As he was getting ready to pull himself in from the absolute darkness of the night, he heard my dog growling a few feet behind him. The dog we had at the time was from a known highly aggressive and territorial breed. but to hear him growling came as a surprise to my brother. He claimed to call out softly to the dog, but the dog was unresponsive to him. After a few moments, my brother slowly began walking toward the dog, and as he drew closer, the smallest glint of light hit my dog's face. As his face softly lit, my brother realized that the dog was not looking at him, but the area of roof right above his bedroom window. As he slowly turned and looked at the empty space, he began to recognize that heart-sinking feeling of being watched, along with the sounds of something sitting as though it was perched at the edge of the roof. The more time went by, the more dread he felt. He was so scared that he rushed through his window and to our mother, panicking and telling her what he did and what was going on. She was so scared she wasn't even bothered by the fact he had snuck out. I remember watching and listening from my bedroom door, seeing her turn pale and beginning to shake. She warned him to never do it again and to keep his window closed. It was from that moment forward that not only our neighbors, but people from the complete opposite side of the community began opening up about their experiences with the thing that walks among the roofs at night. One of these stories includes a close relative who was home alone with an aunt one night. She claimed to begin hearing something clawing and walking on the roof. When she noticed it, she said it was like it noticed her or knew she was there, because when she tried to find a room to shield herself in, the footsteps followed right above. Imagine your own ceiling is made of glass, and this being always knows exactly where your foot is falling and the exact moment you extend your foot out for another step. The only way she was able to escape it was by standing in a doorway in which a blessed cross hung. That aunt began praying from her Bible. It wasn't until I reached my 20s that I would personally begin experiencing this creature on a weekly, yes weekly, I'm not exaggerating, basis. It was like clockwork once snow began to fall. There would be heavy footsteps before the sun was up that woke me up around 5 a.m. at least once a week. Those footsteps seemed to change on occasion. Sometimes it was like a grown man in steel-toed boots running around. Other times a small infant doing its best to crawl as fast as its tiny body would allow. And other times it would sound like chains dragging. I was so desperate for sleep and to not be bothered that I began to put holy water on my ceiling weekly, but it seemed to only hold off whatever this thing was for a few days before it came back again. Unlike my relative who found sanctuary under that small wooden cross, this creature seemed to make my childhood home its favorite place to be at 5 a.m. once a week. As time went by, not only my direct neighbor but the residents who lived several houses away would tell my family about their experiences with the thing. One neighbor was simply sitting in his living room when he began to hear walking above him. It left him paralyzed with fear, and all he could do was sit and stare in horror at the area above him. Another friend who lived 3 houses down was taking out her trash when she began to hear walking right above her doorway. She was so scared, she ran inside and refused to be out at night for months. But the list goes on with the small stories we've been told. Like the rest of the animals looking to escape the frigid temperatures of winter in the mountains, the other beings migrate to warmer places as well. It's believed as well that the area our reservation was placed was a cursed place, and they had very little to do with it until they were forcibly colonized there. Now we knew why the amount of creatures we shouldn't ever wish to see seek it out. They, along with deer, mountain lions, bears, coyotes, flee the harsh winter in the mountains surrounding our home. Another one of these creatures was something that could only be described by our people as a demon who took the form of a black cat. Luckily, I never had an encounter with this being, but someone close to me had, briefly. She, as well as the other kids in her area, were out riding bikes one weekend afternoon. She claimed that as they waited on one other kid to show up on the broken gravel road for the ride out, what she described as a large dog that was so black that no details were even recognizable on the body appeared She said they all stood there, staring and trying to make out which neighborhood dog it possibly could have been. The more they looked at it, the more she said something wasn't right. It just stood there, watching them until they got freaked out enough to finally get a move on. It wasn't until I brought up this demon-like creature my people warned of that she got noticeably serious and almost on edge. She then opened up about this brief but strange encounter. I can go on and on about the amount of stories that left our friends, family, and neighbors shaken to the core for hours, but for now, I'll keep it at what seems to be the two most nightmarish creatures our people have continuously shared a space with since we were forced into colonization. Although this might interest people in seeking out these beings, I simply ask that no one actually take the time to. You never know what will want to follow you home. Make your home its home as well. My people had unfortunate circumstances that placed us on the one bit of land that we knew and still know is home to horrific, nightmarish, and cursed creatures. So trust me when I say, this is a horror you do not want to carry for the rest of your life. Nor is it a horror you only want to experience once. My own mental state is scarred enough. I want little to do with the night. Warning: the following story contains depictions of badly injured animals. Can Bigfoot get chronic wasting disease? From Ghost Mooner. I used to be a game warden for a certain state that I don't want to name here. I've seen a lot of weird stuff in my 8 years there, before I got injured in a gunfight with a drunk poacher. One of the stranger things I've ever seen while I was employed was something I saw walking past my vicinity one early autumn afternoon. Dispatch got a call about a person shooting at some deer right outside of someone's home from the street, and that the person shooting was shooting from inside a blue truck parked on the shoulder of the road, which is very illegal. So I headed over to the location and met up with another game warden. We started investigating the site. The shooting happened right on the shoulder next to a large house with a rather large lawn on the side of it that merged right into a thick woodland area. My coworker and I found a .30-06 brass shell casing in the dirt on the shoulder, and it was still warm, confirming the call. While my partner interviewed the eyewitness who heard the shot and peeked out the window in time to see the blue truck drive off, I searched the area for any possible bullet impacts or even blood drops from a wounded animal. I eventually made my way to the tree line, where I happened to luck out and find a fresh impact spot on a tree. I took stills of it with my phone. Then I noticed there was a bit of blood on the ground off to the side. I followed it into the woods. The land flowed up onto a steep but short ridge covered in trees, and beyond was some type of narrow gully that looks like it floods during heavy rains. I stopped on top of this ridgeline and looked around. Having lost the sparse blood trail, I scanned my surroundings slowly. That was about the time I started hearing something moving through the forest. It was coming from up the gully on my right, but out of sight because of all the trees. I thought it was the wounded deer, and I was about to step forward to get sight of it, but then I began smelling something awful. It was a faint smell of rotting meat, and other smells that I won't mention, because if you've been around dead bodies before, you'll understand that it's not just the decomp of the flesh that stinks, but what they eat or drink that also blends with it. What's worse is that it was getting stronger, and so was the noise. It sounded like something casually passing through thick bushes and dragging their feet across the ground. Whatever it was not trying to be sneaky. I was just about to call out, "Game Warden," to see if it was a person, but then I caught sight of something in the narrow spaces of the tree trunks. A flash of something dark brown, or mottled dark and brown. I don't know. But for some reason, it made me freeze in place. It slowly seemed to meander closer, following the natural openness of the bushy gully. The smell was much stronger now, and I had to breathe more through my mouth, and I could make a little more detail through the trees now. I saw flashes of hair or fur, but it was complex. and the moments I could see it between the trees were too short to absorb or process much detail. Eventually, it was at my 2 o'clock, and the trees were less dense now. As it visually passed in between them, I could make out more and more of what this thing was. It was large, very large. I want to say 8 feet tall and very wide in the shoulders. It was covered from head to toe in dark brown hair, but there was more to its appearance. The face looked like a caveman if he didn't shave, and it had black leathery skin. One eye was missing while the other was very foggy white. The mouth was agape, and it looked like it was missing some of its lower lip. The torso was patchy with large, deep gashes with gray muscle tissue inside. But the worst part was that its abdomen was mostly missing, and what intestines remained were dangling off its right hip. Its left thigh had a huge part missing on the outside, and its right foot was just gone. It was stepping on its own ankle stump. I was frozen. I don't think I even breathed for the whole time it sort of lazily meandered past in front of me down the gully. After a while, I could no longer see it, and the smell was fading. So I carefully turned around, and as quietly as I could, I trekked back to my partner, who was extracting the bullet from the tree I found. He could tell I saw something weird because of the look on my face. He just nodded and said, "Had a jump out in the woods?" Which is our local lingo for, "You saw something weird out there, huh?" I nodded back, and I headed to my patrol truck, downing a whole bottle of water I had in a cooler. To this day, I have no clue where it was going, where it came from, how it got that way. I can only truly hope that it's an extremely rare phenomenon, and we all won't have to worry about it on a bigger scale. There is a type of disease out there that affects deer, elk, and even moose called CWD, or chronic wasting disease. It's very nasty, and I've had to put down deer who had it. But whatever this Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or whatever the heck it was, had, that wasn't it. This creature was very dead. Its flesh and soft tissue was gray-toned. To me, it was more like a zombie Bigfoot. Sasquatch on the Plains, from Snellsucker. I live in a very rural area on the American Great Plains. It's a small farming town with not much more than expanses of pretty much every crop you could expect that can survive out here in this semi-arid land. It's nuzzled up close to a large valley with fertile soil and a small creek that runs through it. An interstate highway runs 3 to 4 miles south of town. That's about the only paved road apart from city streets that are maybe 10 or 15 miles from here. It's a peaceful little place, and if you're not working the fields from dawn till dusk, there's not much else to do. I'm a 16-year-old guy, roughly 6'1", close to 160 pounds, and play as our football team's running back. Having freshly gotten my license and wanting to join the fun of going back and forth in the field for 14 hours a day, I asked a local farmer for a job. It was mid-planting season, so he set me to work rock picking and land rolling. For anyone that doesn't know much about farming, rocks can cause problems to the combine and their headers during harvest. So to deal with these rocks, farmers use a machine called a rock picker and land roller. The rock picker is quite a simple contraption. A wedge-like scooper is hydraulically dropped down to pick up a rock, and a large reel, much like on a combine header, sweeps it into a tank on the rock picker. It doesn't manage to get every rock, leaving the little ones behind. A land roller is just a large heavy steel drum that is pulled behind a tractor, used to push those rocks back down into the soil, making it out of the way of the combine header. So the farmer gave me the directions to my first field, so I drove the small rock-picking tractor to the field and got to work. This field was right on the edge of the valley, and there I could look out over the lush grazing lands and the freshly planted fertile soil below me. Although not many trees were present around town or abound most of the countryside, the walls of the valley were full of them. Large poplars and cottonwood trees covered the small ponds and sloughs not far from the edge. The trees stretched all along the valley edge as far as you could see. As I was scooping up some rocks on a dried-up stream bed, I noticed a doe and a small freshly born fawn run off from across the field. I figured the loud noise of the engine was making them scurry off, but I wondered why the fawn had run. Fawns usually hide in the tall grass and lay down silently, hiding from predators. I thought that was strange, but carried on. Rounding the field edge near where I saw them run off, I saw a large bedding location. I figured it might be from a moose, which we occasionally find in the area. That would explain why the deer ran off, but there were no moose to be seen. I circled around again to pick up another rock that I could have sworn wasn't there before. Then, to my surprise, I saw a rock land next to me. It came from the nearby trees. That freaked me out, so I turned the tractor towards the forest, and I turned on the night beams and flashers, even though it was day. The area under the tree canopy was dark, but I put a few thousand lumens directly where the rock came from. To my horror, I saw a crouched figure only 20 to 30 feet away. It was exactly the description you hear on those cheesy shows on TV, or those fake eyewitness accounts about Bigfoot. But this was so real. I could only see it from its mid-chest up. Its face had dark grayish-brown hair, but towards the chest, its hair color changed to a more orange or red-brown. Its face was squished in, eyes a seemingly gentle brown hazelnut color. Its mouth was remarkably human, but more ape-like, nose squished in and head pointed. It was so wide and muscular and just huge. It looked at me with its tender eyes, giving me a sense of caring or softness. In its eyes, I could also see power. It was like he knew just how large he was and that he was the top predator. But he was respectful and had no ill intent. I sat there and watched it until finally it got up and swiftly moved through the brush. I finished that field afterwards with no fear, but extremely curious. I left and didn't tell anyone until now, here on Reddit, a mere 2 days later. Bigfoot in West Virginia, from Electrionia. I had 2 stepdaughters living with me at the time. For years, I've been a night owl, staying up until 4 a.m. I would go out at 1, 2, or 3 in the morning to smoke. Behind my house, I had a patio with a tin roof. One night, I was standing there smoking with my back towards the mountain. These mountains went for miles and miles behind the house up a hill. While standing there, someone or something threw a rock at me. I turned around and said aloud, "What the heck?" I then went inside. Every night or morning at 2:30, my stepdaughter kept telling me she would hear something. I said, "What does it sound like?" She said, "A very loud scream." So these things went on for a while. She ran in one night, saying, "Did you hear it? Did you hear it?" I replied, "No." She had gone on a date that night. It was 2:30 when they pulled in. She said she and her boyfriend heard it. He was a hunter, and he said that he had never heard anything like it before. I went online trying to figure out what we were hearing. I played every animal sound known to man. "No, that's not it," she would answer. So I thought, what the heck, I'll play some Bigfoot sounds. Then when I did, she excitedly said, "Yes, that's it." "Are you sure?" I replied. "Yeah, that's definitely it." On another night, I went out to smoke. It started sounding like it was raining. I looked to my left, and with the light shining from the porch, I saw that it wasn't raining. Then I looked right, still no rain. But yet on the tin roof, something was throwing handfuls of rocks and pebbles. I couldn't see up the mountain, it was too dark, and I was frozen with fear then. But I knew for sure that someone or something was throwing pebbles at us. I called out into the dark, "If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. I'll be out here tomorrow night with my gun and spotlight," I warned. Then I quickly ran into the house. On another night around 3 a.m., my stepdaughter and I were sitting in the dark on the back porch. All of a sudden, we heard 3 loud knocks on a tree. It wasn't a small stick hitting a tree. It sounded like someone had picked up a massive log and slammed it against a tree. We threw our cigarettes down and fell over each other trying to get back inside as quick as we could. We had to move because the mines shut down, but I can guarantee Bigfoot still goes through there around 2:30 every morning. Small Bigfoot disappears. From Daniel W. It was 2 a.m. on a very hot morning. I had gone to bed early that night, and I had to get my dogs out. They were two very large males that I have to keep separated. One of them had escaped out of the fence, and I did not look forward to going to get him. Not only had my dogs been barking like crazy that night, but all the dogs in the neighborhood subdivision had been too. This subdivision is surrounded by woods. I went down on the main street that runs through the subdivision. It didn't take long for me to find my dog. By then, I was wondering if the dogs out there were barking at me. All of a sudden, this figure on two legs comes towards me. It stood about 4.5 feet tall. Right away, I thought, odd that another kid would be out at 2 a.m. As it began to walk past me, I got a good look at it. I gasped. It most certainly was not a kid. In fact, it looked like a shorter version of a Bigfoot. I started to tremble. I stood there looking at this thing. Luckily, it didn't pay me any mind. It didn't even look at me as it passed me. Then, as I stared right at it, this thing faded out of existence. I was in denial then, wondering if I had hallucinated the whole thing. But the odd thing was I was completely sober. I began to wonder if there was a family of Bigfoot in the area. But even so, how in the world did this one just disappear like some ghost? This was definitely the strangest thing I've ever seen. Bigfoot saved me from a Windigo. From Frank C. Having the grandkids over was always a fun time for us, as we were now in our early 60s. On one occasion, I overheard a group of them discussing something at the fire pit. As I approached, the oldest of them, Sarah, stood up and said, "No, nothing like that is real. I don't believe it." I now stood at their side, and one of them, Mikey, asked me, "Tata, or Grandpa, are Wendigos real?" "Now, where did you ever hear about that?" I asked. "Kids at school were saying that their older brothers saw them on YouTube and they're real." "Nuh-uh," Sarah exclaimed. "Right, Tata?" Now, there are lots of things we don't know about, guys. Just then, my son John walked up after hearing me. "Maybe it's time you told your story, Dad," he said. He then formed the kids into a smaller circle. Others gathered, and my wife, Marie, stood behind me and put her hands on my shoulders. With wide eyes all around me, I began my story. When I was much younger, your great-grandfather, my Uncle Robert, and I went on a hunting trip to northern Arizona. It was early December, and the first snow had already fallen. We reached our destination by early afternoon, and we set up by 4 p.m. My uncle had a nice trailer he towed with his big 4-wheel drive truck. We spent a great evening grilling steaks and laughing at old family stories by the fire. That night, I was awakened by my dad nudging my knee. "Time to get up," he said. I smiled and immediately smelled the coffee. I could never drink it black like them. I had to have some flavored creamer. After a good breakfast, we geared up and headed into the forest. The snow didn't reach the floor for the thick tree canopy, but it was cold. We were hunting large elk. I was carrying my Winchester 30-30 with 6 rounds in my rifle and another 8 in a sleeve on my stock. I also always carried my Colt 45 semi-automatic on my hip. The plan was for my dad to stay in the opening of a canyon, my uncle was to walk on the ridge on one side, and I was to walk on the other side, hoping we'd spot something or even move it towards Dad. I'd walked for an hour or so when I began to smell a wet, dirty dog odor. Thinking it might be a really stinky bear, I unshouldered my rifle. Not sure if I should continue or start to head back, I paused for a moment. Suddenly, there was a loud rustling in the bushes and trees to my left that caused me to jump back. I stumbled, and I began to slide down into the ravine. Luckily, it was mostly loose rocks, and I slid on my backside trying to hang on to my rifle. After I came to a stop, I checked for injuries or any damaged equipment. Everything looked okay. The small camping radios we had brought had no reception down here, so I began walking towards my dad's last position through the canyon. A small creek flowed nearby, and I was able to follow it. Not wanting to be the clown that scared any elk away because I was frightened by a bear, I refrained from shouting out and continued to hike my way out of there, every now and then looking up on the ridge to see that bear, but there was no visual sign of it yet. As the brush grew thicker, I had to almost walk in the water to avoid the branches. I'd walked for nearly 20 minutes when I noticed the forest had gone silent. I then heard my dad calling me from the direction I was coming from. I mean, it sounded like my dad. Then again, it didn't seem exactly right. It was like a good impression of his voice spoken through an electric fan.
"Frankie, come over here. I need you here, now."
I looked hard into the shadowed woods.
"Come here, now," I said.
It sounded angry now, and no longer like my dad at all. He never spoke to me this way. "What do you want?" I shouted, receiving no response. I thought I could make out movement where the voice was coming from. "Dad?" I called out. Once again, I was hit with that terrible smell. This one was definitely not like the last one. This smelled like rotting flesh, stagnant water, and urine. I then heard this wheezing growl. I raised my rifle, not knowing what to think. I was pretty darn sure whatever this was, it was not my dad. The sound of branches snapping and brush rustling caused me to take a few steps back. What stepped out of that thicket can only be described as a hellish nightmare. This thing stood at least 9 feet tall, with the head of a large elk skull, including antlers, but it had only deep, empty holes for eyes. Its mouth could open way wider than it should have been able to, revealing shark-like teeth and 2 huge yellow fangs on its upper jaw. It was skeletal with patches of rotting flesh and fur. I could partially see right through its ribcage. It had very long arms with long black talon-tipped fingers. It stood on thick, bony elk-looking legs, ending in large, deformed hooves. My God, I thought, could this really be one of those Windigo things from the legends? I fired right at it from about 30 feet. The bullet hit its chest area. Bits of bone and chunks of flesh blew off, but it seemed to have no effect on it. I fired another 2 times with the same result. I turned to run, but I could not maneuver over the rocks and ground cover as fast as this creature could. My backpack was suddenly ripped as it took a swipe at me. I ran until it shoved me from behind, sending me sprawling into the bushes. My rifle was at my side, but had proved ineffective. Thinking my family would have heard the shots and are headed my way, I began to yell, "Dad!" The thing, 12 feet from me, turned its head in the direction of where help should be coming from, then turned back to me. It let out a horrible screech and stepped towards me. I fumbled to get my .45 out of its holster, and I crawled backwards. Out of nowhere, a huge rock hit the monster from behind, almost knocking it to the ground. It turned from me, raising its head as if to get a sniff of what it might be. I now had my pistol in my hand, and I was thinking about running while the thing was distracted. A second large rock came flying from the trees, which the supposed Windigo easily stepped aside to avoid. It looked back to me, then back to the trees. As it began stepping backwards towards me, there was a loud sound of branches breaking and a loud growl. I then recognized that familiar first odor I'd encountered, but it sure didn't sound like a bear, and I've never seen bears that could throw rocks like that. I then saw flashes of bright reddish-brown fur coming through the trees. With a cry-like roar, something big ran out and right at that creature. I had to have been dreaming now, I thought. It stood over 8 feet tall and truly looked like a Bigfoot. It grabbed the other creature by its bony shoulders, shoving it against a big tree. The supposed Windigo began swiping its antlers at the Bigfoot. I jumped up and began firing at the Windigo, sending several rounds right through its skull head. It looked at me for a moment, then shook its head like a dog with water in its ears. I wondered if I even heard it. Suddenly, the Bigfoot tackled the Windigo like a linebacker, sending both into the brush. I hesitated. Should I run? Should I stay and try to help? I grew scared at the thought that if the Bigfoot lost, I would be dinner. I ran faster than I think I've ever run in my life, jumping over rocks and bushes. Soon I was at the opening to the canyon. Camp should be just over this hill. I ran into camp as Dad and Uncle Robert just got back too. "Was that you shooting out there?" they asked. I told them yes, and I explained what I saw. They both glanced at each other, smirking. I showed them my backpack as proof, which looked as if it had been sliced by razor blades. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Early the next morning, against all logic, I headed back into the canyon. Instead of my 30-30, I carried my 12-gauge shotgun with heavy ammo. I also took a basket and a backpack filled with meat, fruits, bread, and even a few sweets. I approached the area quietly, with my guard up. I soon found signs of a struggle. I opened my pack and took the items out, arranging them in the basket. I placed it on a big flat rock right by the stream. I took my New England Patriots ball cap off my head and placed it on the top of everything. I said aloud, "Thank you," and placed my hands on my chest, opening my arms wide in some attempt of making a grateful gesture. I gathered my things and headed back down. A good 30 yards away from behind me, I began to hear rustling in the trees. I looked, and I saw a 25-foot tree wiggling back and forth, being shaken by a very strong someone. I just had to see. I had to know. So I turned back up the canyon, and I was quickly back at the rock. But no Bigfoot in sight. However, the basket was empty, except for one of those huge yellow fangs that had previously been in that Windigo skull. I've heard that Sasquatch doesn't really like folks wandering into its territory, but I guess they dislike Wendigos even more. I also thought the first time I'd encountered Bigfoot, via its smell, I believe he was trying to warn me about the area. Finishing my story to those kids, I told them, "So yes, I do believe that Wendigos exist, and I also know that Bigfoot exists. And someday, someone out there is going to capture footage of that Bigfoot up there, and he might just be wearing a Patriots hat." Werewolf on the Old Road, Encounter Part 1. From Camper. At 18 years old, I moved away to the city for college. I lived on campus, which was required by the university at the time. Fine by me. My roommate, Caleb, and I quickly became friends, after discovering we shared the same interests and hobbies, especially smoking up. We weren't allowed to smoke the devil's lettuce on campus, so we'd often take nighttime rides in his old Nissan. We'd always go down these old back roads several miles away from campus. There was an area in these back roads where there was just one streetlight on the road and had an eerie orange glow, and it was the only streetlight we'd found on those roads, as if it was the only one that had been installed and was soon forgotten. Kinda creepy, yeah, but it made for a fantastic spot to just chill and smoke. Caleb and I would sit there for hours, going back and forth with childhood stories or work stories, the latter of which I didn't have many of, because I'd only ever had one job, the one I currently worked at, which was Starbucks. I remember the first encounter all too clearly. "Dude, what was the craziest order you've ever gotten at Starbucks?" Caleb asked me, as he began to take another toke. "Bro, I've only been there for about 3 months now," I replied, shaking my head with a smile. Come on, you've had to have had an annoying order so far, right? At least one," he insisted. I thought for a moment, my mind going a quarter of the speed it should have been, when finally something came to mind. Well, there was this one drive-thru order where a guy ordered just 2 shots of espresso and 8 times whipped cream. Caleb held in the smoke and looked at me with the biggest WTF face he could muster. "What's even the point of that?" he managed to say. "I don't really know. Better yet, when the guy pulled through, he wasn't wearing anything but boxers." Caleb exhaled and cleared his throat. "Now that's something I can agree with. I hate pants, man. Annoying to take off and annoying to put on." He handed me the cig, and I nodded as if to say "hear, hear" in agreement, when something happened that startled us. I nearly dropped the cig in the floor. Something rubbed up against the car. Something big enough to make it shake back and forth. I remember gripping with my free hand the seat, then looking over at Caleb with wide eyes. We didn't say anything for a moment. We kinda just waited there, seeing what was gonna happen. Then we began to scan the side and rearview mirrors. On my side of the car, the passenger side, I saw this large, hairy black shape. It was rubbing its body roughly against the rear fender well, or whatever you call that part of the car right above the wheel, the edge of that opening. This creature was definitely huge, easily the size of one of us, and obviously strong enough to push the car side to side. It reminded me of the videos I've seen online, of bears rubbing themselves against things to scratch their itchy spots. That's what I assumed it was. "Caleb, dude, there is a black bear over here scratching his hip on the car," I said to my friend next to me. "Quit joking, dude, what the heck is that?" I leaned over closer to the side view mirror, without letting the window down, of course. "I'm telling you, Caleb, it's a freaking black bear." Caleb slowly raised himself from his seat to get a better angle. "Holy crap, dude. This is the closest I've ever been to a bear," Caleb admitted. Do you think we should drive away?" I asked him. I don't know. Maybe we should just wait it out. I mean, we don't have any food. I don't think he wants in here. I think he's just itchy." So the two of us watched and waited for this black, hairy creature to finish scratching himself. But you know how animals sometimes do normal things extra long? You ever watch a cat sneeze and he sneezes for like 5 minutes? Or watch a dog scratch himself with his teeth for like 20 minutes straight? Well, that's kind of the situation we got ourselves in. The supposed bear kept scratching himself in the car for the next 12 minutes. All the while, the two of us were too afraid to move, thinking we would alert our guest. In reality, a bear would have been scared and would just run away if he heard us. But in our high and scared minds, we were seriously thinking the bear would attack us and try to get in the car. Anyway, after those long 12 minutes, something even more confusing and astonishing happened. The creature rose up on 2 legs. Yeah, everyone knows bears stand up on 2 legs too. The difference here was the shape of the thing after it stood up. This thing was slender, with lots of juts and angles to its body. Its torso was only about 1/3 the length of its legs, and its legs were backwards bending. At least I think they were. They were long and seemingly muscular, which was obvious even through that thick black fur that covered it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think bear legs get that long. I looked up at the head, which was about 7 feet in the air at this point at full height, well above the car's height, but still just low enough that I could see it through my window. What I saw were pointed ears and dark eyes. In fact, I could only see the eyes because they reflected the orange light of the streetlight. Whatever this thing was, it raised up its right arm or leg? I'm not sure what it would be called. It wasn't actively using it to stand, but it raised up its right upper limb and began to gnaw at the elbow region, an action that reminded me completely of my old dog scratching his leg. Think about how a dog scratches their body, by rapidly chomping their teeth on the spot with little bitty bites. That's what this thing was doing. In everything except its body's shape, it reminded me of a dog or a canine. There was definitely a snout, and ears that seemed perky and pointed. I didn't look over at Caleb, but I could tell from his silence that he had seen this thing stand up too. I don't remember either of us even breathing as we watched. In one quick motion, the creature slapped its other arm onto the surface of the top of the car, apparently using it to balance and lean himself on the car. The movement from its rapid scratching traveled through its body and into the claw that was on top of the car now, causing the most irritating, ear-rattling metallic sound that was akin to but worse than nails on a chalkboard. The moment we heard it, we both shot our hands up to our ears, covering them. But Caleb made a terrifying mistake. When he covered his ears, he instinctively muttered a curse word in annoyance. When he realized he'd said anything, his eyes shot wide open. I watched in horror as his face turned not to me, but to the passenger window right next to me. And at the same time that happened, the sound of the scratching on the roof and the gnawing of the creature's arm both stopped. Something told me I already knew what he was looking at through my window. I stared into Caleb's eyes, and I began to turn, still staring into them. But Caleb rapidly shook his head, as if to tell me, do not turn around, do not look out your window. I've never felt so scared in my life. Do I listen to my friend? Or do I witness what that thing truly is? Do I see this creature that I'd never seen or heard of before, up close? Well, curiosity is a heck of a thing. I took my eyes off of Caleb, and I turned my head more slowly than I ever had before. My heart stopped when I saw it. The thing outside was bent down, allowing its face and head to be level with the passenger window. Its face was nearly pressed up to the glass, and it was staring right at me. There was something chilling at the thought that this thing had been staring into the back of my head before I'd turned. It never looked at Caleb, who had made the sound. Instead, it was transfixed on me. Then I realized, because I'd turned to see it, it had seen me move. Therefore, it had no doubt that there were things in this car that had been watching it. At the current angle of this creature, the streetlight's glow could no longer reach it, which made its dark eyes look more like black holes in its furry face. We stared at one another for a long time, until eventually it sniffed at the glass, seemed satisfied, and began to walk away with long strides across the road. This road was about 9.5 feet wide, and I swear I remember this thing crossing the road in just 2 steps. As it walked away, the long claws at the end of its arms swayed back and forth, the way a person's hands move as they walk, swinging in the opposite direction of the adjacent leg. It was amazing how inhuman this thing looked, yet when it moved, it looked human. If this thing passed by you in the woods from a distance, you'd probably just think it was a hunter or a hiker, another person. But when you get up close, you see how tall and hairy and angular it is. The moment it broke through the tree line, I hadn't said a word, but Caleb launched himself at the steering wheel and planted his foot on the accelerator. He ripped tread out of there, flying down the road, away from the streetlight, until the only light on the car and the road was the moon. And no, it wasn't a full moon. I remember checking it myself. It was a crescent moon that night. Caleb and I sped back to the campus. We went to our dorm, locked ourselves in our room, and stayed up all night, debating and discussing what this thing was, or if it was even real. It was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. This one incident gave me nightmares for weeks to come. But to Caleb, it inspired him to want to explore those back roads even more, and somehow I let him talk me into it. Werewolf on the Old Road, Encounter Part 2, from Camper. A few months after the first incident, I'd finally gathered the courage to go back. Then again, it may not have been courage, but peer pressure, as Caleb was relentless, constantly asking, "Dude, would you go back with me, please? We have to see that thing again." And despite explaining to him that I've had nightmares since then, he just kept pushing and pushing. I eventually gave in. Caleb was my only friend, and part of me was worried that he would go alone, and there was no telling what a creature that shape and size would do to a man. So we started going back and smoking at that same spot under the one streetlight. A week, a month, a year passed by. There were no more strange encounters during that period. At that point, Caleb had given up hope of seeing it again, chalking it up to some freak encounter or shared hallucination. As for me, I believed it really did happen, and I didn't believe in shared hallucinations. The next encounter would not happen until about 2.5 years later. We were driving through the back roads in Caleb's car again. We weren't at that section with the one streetlight this time. It was a new moon night as well, so the only reliable source of light to see where we were going were the headlights. And Caleb, cheaping out and risking a ticket, had failed to replace his left headlight, which had gone out a month prior. So it was really difficult to see as we went along those bends and curves, with only one bright light to guide the way. Because of that, Caleb almost didn't see it step into the middle of the road, right in front of us. I remember Caleb scream a curse as he slammed on the brakes. Thankfully I was buckled up, or I might have ended up flying through the windshield, landing on the road right next to this thing. When we came to a full stop, at first I could only see one leg, but as I focused more, I could see its entire outline, a familiar, dreadful outline. I don't know if it was the same creature or another one of the same species, but it was certainly the same type of thing we saw those years ago, and once again, it was staring at us. This time, it seemed upset, as if it knew we almost hit it, and because of that, it did something new, something worse. Its lips began to curl up, revealing sharp teeth that reminded me of a canine's. There was something creepy about the way only one half of its face was lit by the headlight, only one half of its teeth reflecting the light from the car. "Caleb," I whispered, "you need to keep going." "You want me to hit the thing?" he said a little too loud. No. You need to go around the thing. We need to get home. Now." He nodded. We looked back at this creature. Just before Caleb lifted off the brake, the strange beast in front of us took off, disappearing into the dark half of the road. But I knew it hadn't left, because I could still hear its frantic, heavy footsteps on the left side of the car, the dark half of the road that we could not see. "Caleb," I tried to get his attention. "Step on the gas." He wasn't listening though. He seemed panicked, his eyes quickly scanning back and forth randomly in the dark part of the road. Knowing how Caleb was, he probably wanted to locate it before flooring it. No, he wasn't afraid of hitting the creature. More like he was too insecure to take off, too scared, not knowing where the creature was. Caleb was weird like that. He would have been the kind of kid that knew the boogeyman was in his room, but wanted to see where it was first, before screaming or running to his parents. But something inside me told me that that kind of reaction was going to get us killed. Turns out my instincts might have been right, because suddenly, those footsteps outside stopped. We waited in silence, listening for the thing, and I broke the silence, continuing to beg Caleb to just take off and get us back home. After all, he'd been the one that wanted to come back out here in the first place. He was the one that seemed obsessed with seeing the creature again, and yet he seemed more terrified than I was. Then the unthinkable happened. The handle to the back door lifted, and the door began to open. "Caleb," I called out to him, jerking my head in the direction of the back seat, horrified at the idea of that thing crawling into the car with us. Thankfully, finally, Caleb listened. He woke out of his stupor, and he hammered on the gas, lurching the vehicle forward so hard the back door slammed shut. But you better believe I was scanning the back seat, making sure nothing got in with us. Luckily, there was nothing there in the seats, and there was only fast food bags in the floor. I thought it was over, but I was dead wrong. Caleb sped as fast as he could go, which wasn't fast enough, as he had to be careful with the bends and turns with only one headlight. The next time I turned toward him, I saw something out his window, a reflection off two beady black eyes from the lights on the car stereo. That beast was giving chase to us, and it was somehow keeping up with us. It was running on all fours just outside of Caleb's door, and it was staring into the window. Caleb, I tried to say, but Caleb interrupted me. I see it, camper. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see it right there. Without warning, he turned sharply to the left. Suddenly, there was a bump and another bump as something tumbled and rolled underneath the car's wheels, and at the same time, that creature's eyes disappeared from the side of the car. Caleb had ran the darn thing over, and the mad lad didn't stop to check if it was gone or dead. He kept going, driving down the road until we saw the lights of the city. When we made it back to campus, we ran like bats out of heck back to the dorms. I had this creepy thought that that thing could keep up with the car, so if it had survived being run over, and it decided to continue following us, then it could have been out there waiting for us to leave the car. But luckily that was just fear talking. We made it back inside okay. This time, back in the dorm, we looked at each other and just laughed. I couldn't believe what we'd just experienced. "Dude, you freaking ran it over," I said to Caleb. I know. That's all I could think of to do at the moment. If I'd gone any faster, we'd have ended up on the side of the road or in a tree, he explained. Well, it was good and quick thinking, man, because this time that thing looked real mad. I sighed, feeling exhausted all of a sudden. What do you think it was, camper? Caleb asked. This was the same question we'd asked each other before, after the first incident. I'd always said before, I don't know, because I really didn't have an answer. And I was just about to say the same thing again, that I don't have any clue. But before I could answer, Caleb said, werewolves can't really exist, right? That thing looked exactly like some sort of rendition of a werewolf. I looked at Caleb for a moment. He was sincere. I looked down, thinking. I wanted to say he was right. I mean, it did look like a werewolf. But they're the stuff of fiction, right? Magical, mythological creatures like that don't exist. I mean, they can't exist. But there we were, having narrowly escaped an animal that looked exactly like one. Whatever it was, Caleb, I said. It was real. I'm for sure this time that was real. He nodded rapidly in agreement and excitement and also a bit of fear. That's how I felt too. It was exhilarating. Something about escaping something dangerous felt exciting, but also terrifying. After that incident, we never did see it again, likely because we never wanted to see it again. After that, Caleb was well enough secure to not see it up close anymore. Instead, he kept his obsession online, looking into stories and sightings of creatures like the werewolf. He got real into the Dogman, the Beast of Bray Road and all that. I took a different approach. I didn't want to have anything else to do with it, and I wanted to forget about it, move on, keep my story to myself. Unfortunately, the human mind has a special way of dealing with things that scar you for life. It keeps them fresh in your mind, makes sure they're especially clear in your memory. So I've never forgotten about this, and at this point, the only way I can feel relief about it is sharing it with people. In person, folks usually don't believe. Occasionally, you meet someone who's very excited and open to believing you, and it makes me feel a little less crazy. To anyone else out there who's seen a dogman or a werewolf, know that you're not alone. There are strange things out there, things that aren't supposed to exist. We switched rooms. From Bard of the Hall. This happened about 15 years ago, when I was 7 years old and my brother Brandon was 5. Brandon had never been scared of the dark. He wasn't frightened by scary movies. I'd tried and failed 1,000 times to even startle him by waiting around a corner and jumping out as he walked past. He'd even laugh when I did it. Brandon was strange in that he just didn't seem scared. We moved out of town to the country earlier that year. Dad bought us a nice, cozy house out in the rolling hills of the Midwest. He'd managed to make a living trading stocks, through a combination of business phone calls, the internet, and occasional trips back into the city. This career of his was something that confused me terribly at that age, but I was happy we could move into a much bigger and more open place. Brandon and I loved the outdoors. In the fall, when the grass went from green to yellow and got all crunchy, I loved rolling down the hills on my side, feeling the stalks of grass break underneath me. However, Mom didn't like the part where I'd come back inside covered in dead grass. Brandon was fond of climbing trees, yet another thing he was braver about doing than me. I had a fear of falling if I attempted to climb something too tall, so I'd just watch and make sure he didn't fall himself. Those first several months at the new house were picturesque. Then came winter, when everything changed. When winter rolled around, my brother Brandon began to act strange and different. He'd wake up in the mornings tired, whereas he'd usually be wide awake with a pep in his step. I noticed he made a point of staying closer to the house. Our adventures to the tree line to watch him climb trees suddenly stopped. I figured he didn't like climbing anymore. Most of all, I noticed he dreaded going to bed, and he grew to have a fear of the dark or of night. At the time, I couldn't tell which for sure. There was something heartbreaking watching my brother, who was always so brave and active and happy, suddenly change to such a reserved and quiet person. The boy that loved adventure suddenly feared it. Winter went on, and I witnessed his condition worsen. My mom and dad were growing concerned, trying to change his diet, thinking maybe he wasn't getting enough vitamin D or calcium or something. Trips to the doctor and blood tests revealed that he was perfectly fine, at least physically. So something was going on in my brother's head. I'd ask him time and time again, "Brandon, what's wrong? Don't you want to climb trees?" And he'd just shake his head. I remember asking, "Are you scared of something?" He nodded his head. "Well, what is it?" But then he'd shake his head and say, "Nothing." During this period, I asked my mom and dad if Brandon and I could switch rooms. This was my idea, one that I'd had for a while because I didn't really like the location of my room. It was further away from the bathroom he and I shared, and I had a more active bladder than him. Plus, out my window, there wasn't really much to look at, except for a big empty field and clouds. I know a lot of people would like that, but if I had the choice, I'd rather stare out to the woods, which is what Brandon's room faced. My mom said, "Sure, but only if you and your brother agree on it, okay?" Excited, I nodded my head, and I ran over to Brandon, who was watching TV on the couch. "Hey, Mom said we could trade rooms. Do you want to? Maybe at least try it for a while?" His expression went from one of boredom to one of concern, even surprise. He shook his head and then stopped, as if to think, then began to nod his head slowly. Yeah, that's okay," he told me. "Great." I ran over and told Mom, who looked back at Brandon on the couch. "All right then, you guys can switch rooms, but don't go moving any big furniture, okay? You can swap sheets and blankets, just don't swap the whole bed." "All right," I told her. Then I grabbed Brandon, and we went to our rooms together, swapping some smaller things out. But for some reason the whole time, Brandon appeared sad, as if he regretted his choice. I asked him several times, "You sure you want to switch?" But he remained adamant that he did. In fact, later that night I was certain that he was happy with the change, because he went to bed early, almost excited to go to sleep in his new room. After a couple of hours playing with cars and army men, Mom and Dad told me it was time for bed too. So I went off down the hall, first peering quietly into Brandon's new room, or my old room. He was sleeping in the bed, snoring even. It made me happy to see him getting some good sleep. Maybe he'd be a bit more normal in the morning. Feeling good that I made the switch with him, I went off to his room, my new room. I turned on the nightlight, then crawled under my covers. I turned over on my left side and kinda just stared out the window, getting a feel of my new view. At the time, the windows in my room and Brandon's room didn't have curtains or blinds. Mom tried to put curtains and blinds on our windows, but I remember stopping her and saying, "I want to see outside." When she reminded me I can just open the curtains and blinds, I stood firm and said, "No, I want to see them always." And being my little brother, Brandon agreed, saying that how I do it is how he wants to do it. So, no blinds or curtains in the boys' rooms. That night, there was enough moonlight outside that the nearby tree line wasn't just dark. I could see trees and branches swaying in the wind. I just stared out at the nighttime foliage until I dozed off for a while. I remember waking up on my back in the bed. It was still the middle of the night. One of my parents came in my room and must have turned off my nightlight, because at the time it was off. They often did that, to save on the electric bill. Luckily, I hadn't awakened in complete darkness because, as I said, the light from outside was just bright enough that I could make things out in my room and outside. So I turned back over on my left side, my favorite position to sleep in, and I was just about to close my eyes when I gazed out the window again. There was something more than just tree line outside, because there was something standing at the window, peering in. It was so bewildering and startling that I couldn't breathe. My eyes went wide, my mouth too, and I looked at it, and it looked back at me. It was like a dog, except especially tall, with its front two paws on the glass, paws that looked awfully like hands with nails that looked like claws. I saw dark gray fur covering it, a long snout ending in a shiny black nose. It stared at me for several seconds before beginning to move. I watched its paw hands move towards the edges of the windowsill, tracing them as if feeling for something. Then, at the bottom, its hands stopped, and it tugged upward harshly. I heard the window shake, and I realized, in sheer terror, it was trying to open my window. Even though I wanted to, I didn't scream. Even though I wanted to jump up and run to my parents' room, I couldn't. I could only lie there, paralyzed, watching this thing trying to open a window. It fiddled with the window from the outside for several minutes, and to my relief, it just gave up at a certain point. With an audible huff, it turned and walked away. Adding to my horror, I could hear its heavy footsteps as it walked, one leg at a time like a person. Heavy thuds that made it sound like it was much heavier than my dad. Eventually, when the creature was gone and I could no longer hear its footsteps, I shot right out of my bed and I ran to Brandon's room. I tried to be quiet, but I was panicking. I opened his door and crawled in bed next to him. Once under his blanket, I turned towards him and was surprised to see that he was wide awake, eyes full of tears. Before I could say a word, Brandon said to me over and over, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I was confused. I didn't understand for a moment, but then I realized why he was apologizing. The reason for his sudden change, his sudden fear of things. Brandon had been visited by this creature at his window since winter started. I understood now he felt guilty. He at first didn't want me to go to his room, but the idea of getting better sleep and not having to be terrified must have gotten to him. I didn't blame him one bit. I knew he wasn't trying to get me hurt. Right away, I looked him in the eyes and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Why didn't you tell me?" And all he could say as he cried was, "I was scared." Morning arrived without any further events, but now my brother and I were in on this together, and we had to do something to make this stop. I knew they wouldn't believe us if we simply told them what we saw. They would chalk it up to a nightmare, even though Brandon and I had both seen the same thing. If not a nightmare, it would just be kids being kids to them. However, I had a plan. You see, my dad absolutely hated spiders. That following night, before my mom and dad went to bed, I found the biggest spiders I could find, kept them in jars throughout the day, and when the time came that night, I put them in my mom and dad's bed. Don't worry, they weren't the dangerous kind to people. I made sure one of them was on my dad, and I prodded him to make him wake up and see it. He screamed, and I have no idea how I managed to escape the room without him realizing I'd done it. After my dad dealt with the spiders in the bed, he told my mom he was not sleeping in there that night. He grabbed a blanket and moved on to the couch. I felt pretty bad about it, but this brought me to part 2 of my plan, which, yeah, it was just another spider. I waited about 10 or 15 minutes to make sure he was sleeping. Then I placed the last one I had right on his face. Just as I was about to prod him, the tickling of the spider's legs was already waking him up. I ran to my room and I waited. Then, right on cue, he screamed again. That poor spider probably became a sacrifice, but a necessary one to make sure my brother and I could get out of this situation. Before long, Dad was coming down the hallway towards my room. He opened the door, checked to see if I was awake, then sat on the bed because I was pretending to be sleeping. He jostled my shoulder, and when I opened my eyes towards him, he said, "Hey, little guy, you want to go sleep with your brother and I'll sleep in here?" He didn't even try to explain anything, but I just nodded and walked towards Brandon's room. As I said before, Brandon's room is closer to the bathroom, closer to the rest of the house, meaning it would be the first of the kids' rooms my dad would stop at. Not to mention, he was the one I inherited my extra active bladder from, so this room would be his first choice. I walked on down the hall to Brandon's room, who was awake and waiting on me. I walked in excited and smiling, and said, "It worked." We crawled under the covers, and we waited. We must have fallen asleep waiting. When we woke up, it was because my mom and dad were quietly picking us up and carrying us in their arms to the car. Tired and groggy, I looked around. They were walking fast, and when we got to the car, there was a bunch of bags packed in the back. Dad had his gun and holster on, and when he got us in the car and began to drive away from the house, I remember him calling someone. Now I understand, I think he was calling the Forest Service, Animal Control, or the cops, or maybe all of them one at a time. I can't be sure, because I fell back to sleep with Brandon in the car. We woke up later at a hotel. My brother and I asked our parents what was wrong and why we weren't at home, even though the two of us already knew why. Our parents, being parents, lied and said it was because there was a spider infestation. This made me feel bad. But when I looked at my dad, I knew there was something more. A couple of spiders wouldn't force you out of your home. No, my dad had seen something worse, something that made him scared for his family's lives. I knew then for sure that he'd seen it. We moved in with my mom's parents, our grandparents, until we were able to sell the house and move to a new place. Brandon didn't have to sleep in that room anymore. Later on in life, after I'd moved out, I came back from time to time, as grown kids do, to visit his parents. And on one occasion, I just had to know. So I asked my dad, "Why did you wake us up in the middle of the night and move us away from that house? I thought you loved it." He leaned forward, and before he could say anything, I told him, "And don't you tell me spiders. I know it wasn't just because spiders." With that, he seemed to have decided against saying anything. So I pressed him further. "Dad, you saw it too. At the window. That thing that looked like a dog, but it was on 2 legs and tried to get in through the window." His eyes went wide. So did my mom's. So I'm assuming way back when, my dad had told my mom, if my mom hadn't seen it herself. "How did you know about that?" he asked. "Dad, Brandon had been seeing it the entire time. Why do you think he changed so suddenly?" His expression surrendered to one of guilt. "Oh no, that's what I was afraid of. Believe you me, I put 1 and 2 together." He rubbed his mouth with his hand and shook his head. "I'm so glad I moved us out of there right away. Wish I'd done it sooner." With that, I had confirmation that what we saw was real, and that our little Home Alone-style plan to get my dad to see it too had worked. I told my dad not to feel bad about it, but I think we're all scarred for life after living in that house, and to think If I'd never switched rooms with Brandon, what could have happened to him? The Adirondack, from Tom Catters. If you ever spend your time up at the Adirondack Mountains, then be careful of what lurks around Mount Gore. The mountains are beautiful. It's like an entirely new world compared to the busy and loud city life. So when my great aunt gave me an opportunity to spend time with her, my great uncle, and second cousin, I think it's my second cousin, I don't know how family stuff works, at the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York, I quickly said yes. The months came and went, and soon it was time for me to head to where they lived, flying out to the mountains. We finally arrived at a condo complex called The Summit. It was near a small town called North Creek and overlooked Mount Gore, which was famous for skiing. Well, it used to be. The towns up here are slowly dying out, and all you could see were for sale signs everywhere. I think that's because the town used to thrive upon the logging industry back in the 1800s. Anyway, we went out to a restaurant that had an outstanding view of Lake George. All the boats and parasailing, the calm waters in the mountains creating a valley, and all that centering around this lake. As we were looking at the menu, I glanced over at a painting on the wall. It seemed to be an extremely old painting. If I had to guess, I'd say 17 or 1800s. In the painting, there were people lying on the ground. I assumed they were dead. There was a child running towards a house with a woman in it, and an odd-looking person on all fours, from the looks of it. The painting intrigued me, but it was just a painting after all, right? Night 1. After a fun day, we arrived back at the condo. The place was still as we left it. Luggage everywhere and a fridge full of food. I spent a few hours watching TV and scrolling through Twitter to see what pointless arguments are being made by people. It was about 9 p.m. by then, and I had the windows open to see the stars. But unfortunately, it was overcast. Still, the area was a sight to see. Everyone else was asleep upstairs, leaving me in the dark living room with only the TV and streetlights illuminating the atmosphere. That night, I saw something. I was zoned in on the TV, and I didn't notice what was outside at first, not until it stepped into the light. Across the small street was another condo next to a large forest. In my peripheral vision, I saw a large dark mass step out of the tree line. I look over to see what it was as it slowly made its way to the edge of the light. I dropped my phone onto the carpet floor as I see what the figure is. The creature was at least 7 feet tall and bipedal. It had a body similar to a bodybuilder, but the head reminded me of a German shepherd, just much bigger. It was covered in thick dark gray fur with a somewhat long tail. It made its way to the condo across from ours and sniffed around. From what I knew, there was nobody in that condo. I waited for it to completely turn around so I could close the curtains. But I did keep the curtains cracked enough to make sure this thing didn't come towards our condo. It investigated the other condo, but ultimately lost interest. Then it went down on all fours, which must have been a height of about 4 feet, and ran off at a jaw-dropping speed. Shaking, I closed the curtains and quickly went upstairs. I don't know how, but eventually I went to sleep. Morning came, and I tried my best to forget about the event, and somehow I was able to. We spent 10 days there total, and my first night gave me a bad first impression of the place. But as more uneventful nights passed, the more forgettable the event got. Until the last night. Night 9. The day had been very fun. We went back to Lake George and went on a steamboat. We went around the lake, seeing more pretty views. When we got back to the condo, I went upstairs in my room to wind down. My room faces away from the mountain, towards heavy forest. I was on my phone watching YouTube. The battery was low, so I plugged it into the charger. Then I set it on my bedside table. Usually I left the windows open to breathe the natural air and to listen to the sounds of the night. Except that night, there was no sound outside. It was already hard for me to sleep to silence, because I was used to the hustle and bustle of zooming cars, planes, dogs barking, and whatnot. This startled me, because from what I had heard, if the wildlife goes quiet, a predator is about. From there, I began to keen in on every little noise. There were branches cracking, leaves cracking under something large. Then I hear a thud on the forest floor. The sound was far, but further sounds were getting closer by the second. I sat up in bed to look out at the dark forest in front of me. I wanted to see if a bear or something was coming. But no, it wasn't a bear at all. Instead, I see an abnormally large dog, peeking its head out from behind a tree. It was a couple of feet off the ground and about 30 meters away. The dog, or wolf, was faced away from me as it sniffed the air. Its sharp ear perked up and quickly faced towards me. The eyes had a yellow glow to them. I was confused because there was no light within the area for them to reflect that way. As we stared each other down, I started to get bad vibes. I lowered my head out of sight to perhaps give the sign that I wasn't interested. Moments passed, and I hear leaves crunching again, coming towards me. I huffed in frustration and looked outside again. That creature was now about 20 meters away, and the eyes were now 7 to 8 feet off the ground. I could see part of its upper torso and its arm that was now wrapped around the tree. It had a hand that resembled that of a person, but it was gray, hairy, and had sharp fingernails. It gave out a snarl as it exposed its teeth. They were like your typical canine teeth, but longer and sharper. I quickly hit the floor, starting to shake as tears filled my eyes. I looked towards a mirror that reflected a good bit of the tree line. I could see human-like feet stepping into frame, and legs with backward bending joints, followed by the lower and upper torso. Then it was fully in view. I watched it scanning our condo for a minute, the longest minute of my life. It reached out to a tree to prop itself up. I was trying my best not to breathe loudly as I cried, but at one point, I accidentally gasped out loud. Fearfully, I looked at the mirror, a decision I regret to this day. It was looking right at the mirror, right at me, with a huge grin on its face. It walked over to the porch and began to pace around. I felt each step as it tried to find a way in. Thank God I locked the door. Minutes passed, and it lost interest, walking back into the woods, but it didn't forget to glance a smile at me just before leaving. Throughout the restless night, all I could hear were howls and the cries of unlucky animals. Sunlight broke, and I ran downstairs to get breakfast ready for everyone before we packed up and left. 2 hours later, we all ate and got packed up. My cousin got his keys and some luggage as he was making his way to the door. All the blood drained out of my face, and my heart sped up as I heard him say, "Hey, who left the door unlocked?" Midwestern Werewolf Sighting from Dire Lavender. I grew up in the American Midwest, in a small town surrounded by fields that only those who grew up in this area ever seemed to know even existed. I was in both drama club and academic bowl, so I considered myself lucky that the teacher in charge of the drama club would hold play practice after we got back from academic meets. It was late when drama club got out the night this happened. The play was at the end of the week, and we wanted everything to go off without a hitch, so we stayed a bit later than normal to ensure we had everything perfect. I lived about 15 miles outside of town, and since I didn't drive yet, I often got a ride home from an upperclassman, Kelsey, who lived about a mile or two up the road from me. It was a beautiful night, a few clouds to obscure the view of the night sky, and the moon was nearly full, painting the passing countryside in its pale glow. We had just gotten onto the gravel road, which meant we were halfway to my house, when something large and white darted by my window. I bolted upright in my seat and looked around. Kelsey, noticing my odd behavior, asked, "Ann, what's up?" Looking out the windshield, which was the direction the blur went, I said, "I just saw something huge dart by the window." I gestured to the passenger side window. "It was probably just an owl," Kelsey said, rolling her eyes. "Yeah, sure, an owl." I knew what I saw was way bigger than any bird that would be found around here, but not wanting to sound like I was out of my mind, I kept my mouth shut, all while looking for any trace of what I saw. Kelsey's scream pulled me from my thoughts, and as I turned to her to ask what was wrong, I saw it again, a flash of gray and white darting from behind us. I looked forward, and there, a short distance ahead of us, was a huge wolf. Kelsey slammed on the brakes, but there wasn't enough space between it and us. We were going to hit it. Then, to our horror, it stood up on its hind paws. It reached out with its front paws and grabbed the cattle guard on the front of the Jeep. It skidded back a foot or so before the vehicle came to a stop. I was frozen in place in complete shock at what I was seeing. Where there should have been paws in the creature were hands. Hands with claws, and its chest was just too wide to be that of a normal wolf. It looked from Kelsey to me, and I swear I saw it smile. It let go of the cattle guard, leaving scratches in its wake, and walked around the Jeep, sniffing around the vehicle, all on its back paws, arms swaying slightly, like a person's would as they walk. It stopped once at the back of the vehicle, and again once it reached my side. It looked in the window at us, then jumped. We heard it land momentarily on top of the Jeep, then on the driver's side, and it took off towards town. Kelsey and I looked at each other in complete shock. "Kelsey, please tell me you saw what I saw." I knew she saw it too. I just needed to hear it to prove to myself it had actually happened. "If you mean the freaking werewolf, no, it wasn't just you." With that, we finished the drive to my house and agreed to keep it to ourselves, as no one would have believed us anyway. But over the years, I've gotten the courage to tell people. So be careful. You never know when you may run into a creature that we're taught should only exist in fiction. Werewolf sightings around the suburbs of Denver. From C. Philly 100. These are going to be short, but they're interesting, as these make 2 and 3 sightings in or around the greater Denver metro area. Number 1. A young girl was up late one night, looking out the second-story window of her suburban home in the Parker area, where it's semi-rural, but there are still Covenant communities drawing power from the grid. She witnessed a werewolf-like creature step out into the streetlight. She described it as the classic werewolf, with strong, rippling muscles, short, dark hair, backwards legs, and human-like hands. She said the head looked like a big wolf, with glowing amber eyes. She saw it look right up at her. It wasn't menacing, but it was very aware of her, even from a distance. It was so still she had to blink her eyes. The only motion was a slight ruffling of its fur in the breeze. I guess at some point it left. Then she went to bed. But of course, no one believed her about her encounter. Number 2. A teenager was babysitting her younger sister while their parents went out to dinner in the Golden Arvada area. Their parents were due home soon, and so the 2 sisters were watching out the window to see if they could run out and surprise them. Just then, the motion light in the front yard kicked on, and they watched with horror as a werewolf, of all things, stepped out into the yard. It looked right at them and seemed to glide back and forth, almost as if it was on a mechanical track or something. It grinned at them and seemed to enjoy the fear it was provoking in the girls. It didn't approach the window. It just kept walking back and forth while maintaining direct eye contact with them the whole time. Just then, their parents pulled into the driveway, the headlight shining in the window, temporarily blinding the girls. When they looked back, the werewolf was gone. They told their dad when he got in and he went out to take a look, but nothing was there, nor were there any tracks. But you can't typically see much in that dry Colorado grass anyway. Those are two stories that I think of from time to time. I find them curious, seeing as how close they occurred, so close to a major metropolitan area. But even for the sprawl, Denver is still just a blip on the map where the Great Plains meet the Rocky Mountains, and there are numerous green belts and creeks and rivers that snake all the way down from the mountains and into the city. As humans continue to expand into wilderness areas, I think we can expect to see more and more encounters of this sort. The Birdman, from Anonymous. Back in 2014, I was looking for a fresh start with my 2 children and newborn baby. We received our first apartment in a shady area of town. It was nice enough to call home. The inside was decent. Our kitchen window faced a playground, which made our new home that much more welcoming. All the bedrooms were located upstairs, where my older 2 children finally had their own rooms across the hall from mine. At the time, it felt like things were really looking up for my family. Unfortunately, this would change. One day we came home to official warning notes that were taped to everyone's doors in our neighborhood, warning of recent local break-ins. My eldest son's behavior towards being in his bedroom at night slowly began to change as well. He seemed to be afraid, but I thought nothing of it at first, as I found this typical for his age. One night I woke up out of the dead of sleep to discover to my horror what has been haunting my son. I heard my daughter scream and a loud crash. I urged my then boyfriend to go with me to see what happened. The crash was so loud, I knew my 2 children couldn't have been behind it. As I clutched my baby in my hands and followed behind my boyfriend, I could see my son frozen in fear in his bed. I glanced at the fan that fell to the ground. Things were not making sense, until the moonlight that shined through the small window above my son's bed revealed a humanoid figure crouched beside his bed. Its head was covered in black feathers. Its eyes glowed red in the dark, like a predator. But its long, twisted, crooked beak that curved was the most disturbing part. It had the body of a human, with small black feathers that ran along the shoulders and arms. Crouched on all 4s, it put a single finger to its beak and shushed me. I screamed to my boyfriend, "What is that? Do you see that?" I then grabbed my son with me out of his bed, pulling him close to me and rushing out of the room. I searched for my daughter in her room, and I had trouble finding her at first, but eventually I did. I found her with tears running down her face. We called the police, and they determined no force of entry. There was no trace of this thing that had somehow broke into our home. We had the kids sleep in our room that night. When I discussed this with my then boyfriend, he told me he didn't see anything out of the ordinary that night, just a busted fan on the floor. This event traumatized my oldest son. He told me he thought this creature or person had been his friend. He said it watched him from his closet every night. One night, it was at the end of his bed. He told me he felt paralyzed, even though the thing hadn't touched him. When we first moved in, he got out of the bed and went in the closet with the Birdman creature. The thing didn't even flinch. It just continued to stare at his bed. I couldn't bear to hear any more of this. After all, I'd seen the terror of what he was talking about. But I still believed it was just some intruder in a costume. Perhaps he was making this story up. Maybe he overheard what I saw as I described it to the cops. Or at the very least, it was maybe a hallucination. Given that my now ex didn't see the person or creature, the hallucination explanation seemed likely. That was until my daughter 6 years later remembered this event and finally spoke of it. She told me she had heard the crash too. She opened her brother's door in time to see the Birdman creature emerge from the closet. He crawled and lurched across the floor on all 4s behind their little couch. It didn't make eye contact with my daughter. It was then that she screamed as it was heading towards my son's bed, with him still in it. Then my daughter ran off to hide. I entered my son's room soon after. I'm not sure why we all saw this creature, why my then boyfriend didn't, and why it never actually touched us. I'm not even sure if this thing was actually human. Have you ever encountered anything like this? All fun and games. From Chicky Baby. All my life, I grew up playing in the woods. From the time I was a little girl going fishing with my grandfather along the rivers in mid-Michigan, to present day living in Florida. But this story takes place in a growing town in Alabama. I was around 17 years old, and like any high school teen, I was learning about what real freedom was, going and spending the night at friends' houses, and going out to the greenways, which is just a nature walk for soccer moms with a playground at both ends. It was around 11 p.m. and, per usual, my night owl friends and I were bored. We weren't allowed to smoke in the house, or around our parents at all, since living in the Bible Belt and a military town, it was highly looked down on. We were over at a friend's house. For their sake, I'll call them L and M. Per norm, we decided to go on an adventure in the middle of the night. We picked up our other friends, Matt, A, and J. We had the bright idea of going up the nearest mountain, which was at the center of the town with lots of pathways and greenways. Surely nothing could be living that close to human population, right? As we pulled up to the mountain, it seemed extra dark, as rain clouds started to roll in. That didn't stop us, despite the fact that Elle had worn her flip-flops to hike a trail in the dark. Getting out of the car, there wasn't a sound around us, just the crunch of gravel under our shoes. I'd worn boots since I was the iconic goth girl. Em and I had visited the mountain many times before in the daytime. It was a gorgeous place that overlooked the town we lived in. Our destination would be a large boulder stacked on top of other boulders. Once we reached the rock, we each took turns helping one another climb up the rock. We started getting lost in conversation like teens do. Elle and Matt were a couple, and Jay was my boyfriend at the time, and A would be later in life. M is my best friend and to this day still is. As usual, I pulled out my bag and filled the fancy glassware that I'd brought that day, a pretty little bowl with pinks and yellows, but I ended up dropping it, with a tink, tink, and crash. It had bounced off the rocky formation in front of us and into the darkness of the woods below. After a moment of debating what we should all do now, A wanted to impress the lot, deciding to climb down and trying to fetch the broken pieces. "Maybe it's not completely ruined," A said. I rolled my eyes at that, knowing it very much was. As he climbed down and out of sight, I got this weird feeling, like we weren't actually alone out here. I quickly pushed this to the back of my mind, as the mountain was surrounded by people's homes, so maybe someone was out here. From the dark, we could hear A's footsteps. That alone was kind of creepy until I heard something off. I quickly shushed my friends and listened. Bushes further down were rustling every time my friend A took a step, and it wasn't from him. "You guys hear that?" I asked the group. They each looked at me wide-eyed and nodded. Elle called out to A, "Forget it! Get back up here and let's go!" Again, the bushes moved. A must have heard it too, because his footsteps became more frantic. He hurried to retrace his steps up the steep hill in the dark. Every step he took closer to us, that thing in the dark took another step closer to him. I could hear its footsteps now. They were calm, deliberate, and heavy. I nodded to J and M, who got Elle and Matt's attention. We slowly and as quietly as we could began to climb down. That's when the rain began to fall, making the rocks slippery and helping hide the sound of whatever it was out there following my friend right to us. We started walking quietly at first, trying to make very little noise, until A finally caught up to us. He was out of breath and looked terrified. Having been the one to know the path by memory, I began to lead us out of there until I heard the bushes by the rock beginning to move. It was right behind us. I burst out, "Get to the car," and we took off running. Elle behind me had to go a little slower, but Matt made sure she didn't trip or hurt herself, having chosen poor footwear for the occasion. Thump, 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 Something big was coming after us, which fueled us all forward like we were track stars until we finally threw ourselves into the car, peeling out, sending rocks flying in all directions. It was a quiet trip down the winding mountain as the group had their eyes on the woods. Being the oldest and the driver, I kept my eyes on the road and ditches. It wasn't until we were surrounded by streetlights and houses that we slowed down, and I finally took a breath. Im looked at me. What the heck was that? A bear? A mountain lion? I shook my head. In the middle of the city? We never did find out what it was that chased us through the dark. One thing is for sure, we never went back to that spot past sundown. Warning: the following story contains mentions of self-harm. The Whistling. From Hey It's Eli. I'm around 16 now, but these encounters happened every winter from 2016 to 2020. I'll be sharing my first encounter and the two most scarring ones. The first encounter was on December 17th of 2016. I was 10 years old. It was about 9 p.m. when I was told to take out the trash for my parents, which I begrudgingly agreed to. Once I was at the curb, I felt like I was being watched from every direction. My young mind thought to look around for the thing watching me, but there was nothing, nowhere for it to hide. As I began to return to the front door, I froze. There was this odd whistling noise. It sounded like it was trying to lure me to where it was, but there was something off about this whistling. It didn't sound like something a person could make at all. It sounded otherworldly. My heart began racing, and I ran back inside to immediately tell my parents about this thing outside. My dad stepped outside with a metal baseball bat behind his back, with me hiding behind him as well. He scanned the area with his eyes, then turned back to me and picked me up. "There's nobody out there, and if there was, I'd mash them up with this bat like mashed potatoes." His words made me slightly happier. I giggled a bit. Later, I fell asleep as usual that night. But I woke up at around 2 a.m., and once again, I could hear the sound of that horrible whistling. I was frozen in place for around 15 minutes straight, until it finally stopped. But I waited 5 more minutes until slowly getting up. As soon as I got up, though, there was a tapping on the window right next to my bed. I hid under my covers and cried until it also stopped. When it finally stopped, I bolted into my parents' room. I cried loudly to them that there was something whistling and tapping on my window. After that night, it happened the same way until December 2nd of 2019. I was 13 then, and I forgot completely about the incident. Well, almost. We moved to a new house, meaning there was no window right over my bed. It was roughly 1 a.m. when I snuck out of the house to go hang out and smoke with my girlfriend. When I made it to the park, she was there as we had planned. We talked sweetly to each other and all that stuff, and as we were focused on each other, I heard that darned whistling. She heard it too, making her jump. All those horrifying memories came flooding back as I held her close to me, telling her in a serious tone, "We need to get out of here and to my house, now." We ran as fast as we could back to my house. We climbed through my bedroom window and locked it shut, still hearing that creepy whistling. She stayed at my house that night. I had to admit to my parents that I snuck out with her. They weren't that mad, actually. In the morning, she went back to her house. I walked her over there, of course. The third and final encounter was the worst of all. It was January 1st of 2020. I was 14, and sadly, my girlfriend and I broke up a couple of days after that other encounter. I decided I would stay out of serious relationships for a while, Maybe it would help my mental health, which was rapidly declining after 2 self-harm attempts last year. My feelings after the breakup had made it worse. The house I moved into in 2019 had thick woods on all sides, about 7 miles away from the closest house. I decided to explore the woods, wanting to make a small shelter for practice surviving in the woods. I took my machete with me, and my golden retriever, Maisie. As we walked through the woods, Maisie began to growl aggressively. She hadn't sounded like this before, so it caught me off guard. I tried to calm her down, asking her what's wrong. Curiously, I looked in the direction she was staring. I stopped breathing. The whistling began as soon as I saw the thing. This time it wasn't dark out, so it was fairly easy to make out the figure's appearance. It looked to be 7 to 8 feet tall. It had horns like a ram and looked like a goat, but it was standing on 2 legs with its knees bent backwards and orange, almost glowing eyes. It opened its mouth, but instead of a whistle, it let out a blood-curdling scream. That sound was so gut-wrenching, I almost threw up right there. Terrified, I ran back to my house as quick as I could with Maisie, not looking back until I got back inside. When I did look back, I saw those 2 orange eyes staring at me, but then it ran back into the woods. I was mentally scarred for life that day, and I never went back in those woods again. I attempted to search up what I thought it was, and the only possible thing it could have been was the Goatman. After reading stories about the Goatman, I was thankful that I got away from it. I've always wondered what would have happened to me if I'd followed those whistling sounds all those years ago. I hope I never hear it again. Creatures in the Tall Grass, from Butterfly 7. This happened back when I was 13. Every day I had to go to the local park because my brother wanted to go to the skate park. It was pretty boring, so I started inviting one of my friends to go with me. My friend was a shy kid, let's call him G. G and I were never terribly close, but we were stuck together, so we became steadily closer over the years. Now at our local park, there is a big soccer field, and at the edge there is a fence. If you go past this fence, you'll find a big drop-off into a valley. My other friends and I had gone down a few other times, but this time it was just me and G. I had planned to go down and explore more, as I'd started to make a map and wanted to put more on it. G and I slid down the dirt hill. We got down to the bottom, which had a dried-up river, and we began to look around. We joked and jumped on rocks, but I had this sinking feeling of being watched. I ignored it, and we continued our adventure. We walked up the dried riverbed to what I called the Pine Hill, because the whole hill was covered in pine needles. G and I began to climb up. I beat him to the top, being the more athletic one. As I waited for G at the top, I looked around. The place was mostly just pine trees, and they grew really close together, so I couldn't see the bottom on the hill. Then I made a mistake and looked up. I almost screamed when I saw that the branches had bones hanging from them, a few skulls here and there. The bones seemed to be hanging from dried skin. It looked like the remains of cows or pigs. Even so, that didn't stop the fear from flooding in. I covered my mouth and nearly jumped out of my skin when G came up behind me. Not wanting to scare G, I told him we should go back down the hill and back to the park. But G shook his head, saying he wanted to look around more. I tried not to think about what I saw, but it stuck with me as we walked around the hilltop. As we walked in the opposite direction of where we'd come from, I felt more and more uncomfortable. I was prepared to chicken out on G and leave knowing he would leave with me. But then I saw it, a big barbed wire fence. Past it was a field of cane grass. It swayed in the wind. G started to move towards the fence, wanting to go past the fence and into the field, but I stopped him, grabbing his arm. G started to object, but that's when we heard a low growl. The two of us froze. The cane grass on the right began to sway, like something big was walking through it, coming our way. Then we heard this loud screech from behind the thing. The big thing growled in response. My fight-or-flight response to all of this kicked in, and still holding G's arm, I turned and ran. Not long after that, I heard the crashing of branches behind us and a roar of anger, but I ignored all of it. We slid down the hill quickly. Now, something to explain here is that the river curved around this hill, so I thought going straight down would lead us to where we started. But when we reached the bottom, I didn't even recognize where we were. So after I paused for only a moment, I chose a new direction quickly and ran that way. Thankfully, it was a good guess. We soon reached our actual starting point. Never in my life have I climbed a hill so fast. G and I were like monkeys using vines to pull ourselves up faster. When I thought I was safe hiding behind a big tree, I looked down. I wish I hadn't. I saw those two things down at the bottom. The bigger one looked up at me. They were both huge, covered in dark fur. Neither of them had eyes, and the bigger one snarled when it saw me, though I have no idea how it could see at all. And I swear I heard it speak.
Leave.
I turned and kept climbing. I basically flew over the fence and ran across the soccer field. G was already out and sitting on a bench, catching his breath. We didn't talk about what happened, and I don't think we have since. But every time I go to the park, I get this sinking feeling. And some days when I'm walking around the soccer field, I hear those things growling and screeching in the distance. Something followed me to my friend's house. From Turkle 265. Around 5 years ago, in a tiny town called Oakham in Massachusetts, my ex and my daughter lived on one side of town and my friend on the other. I would watch my daughter while my ex was at work, and since I didn't have a car at the time, I would walk to my friend's house after putting my daughter to bed. It was only about 1.5 miles. It wasn't a bad walk. One day I was taking that walk. I caught something out of the corner of my eye. I shined my flashlight, which I usually keep with me because these walks are always at around 8 p.m. I saw this really big-looking dog, but I didn't think much of it. It didn't seem to reflect any of the light. Like the circle the flashlight beam made was all green grass in this person's driveway, with a big black silhouette in the middle. The road I walk down is just forest on either side, with one streetlight in the whole 1.5-mile walk, with a few houses here and there. And whatever that thing was, it was following me just inside the tree line. Now, whatever that thing was, coyote, someone's pet, or something else, it followed me all the way to my friend's house, and when I got there, my friend's dog began to freak out, throwing himself at the door, trying to get away, making noises closer to a chicken than a dog. Let me tell you, when you're walking in the dark and can clearly hear leaves and sticks crunching just out of your sight, it's pretty darn scary, knowing you're being followed, not knowing what it is. Now for the speculation. What if it was a Windigo? After all, the thing didn't reflect any light, as if it was unnatural. Also, my friend had been studying them a lot, and perhaps he had attracted one to our neighborhood. Not to mention, later on that night, my friend and I were sitting at his kitchen table, and there was this huge bang on the house wall. We jumped up and looked around, but there wasn't a penny out of place. That's about it. Regardless of whether you want to believe the Windigo part, the getting followed by something down an unlit road at night part is very true. On another occasion, I was with that same friend doing whatever in his backyard, and we saw a porcupine. No big deal, until the porcupine stood up on its hind legs, turned its whole body to look right at us, turned back, and walked off into the trees on its hind legs like a little person. I'm not kidding. I don't know if that's a thing porcupines do, but it was weird. Thanks for listening. The Tall Man. From Anonymous. I'm a 19-year-old college student. I live about 25 to 30 minutes out past any city limits or other houses. It takes me around 45 minutes to get to class every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I usually don't get home until late, like after 10 or 10:30 p.m. when I do have class. I live in a little cottage-style home with one other person. One night, I was awakened by a loud thud. When I first heard it, I thought it was my roommate, until I remembered I was supposed to be home alone that night. I grabbed my pocket knife that I kept by my bed and my phone. I tried to be as quiet as I could getting out of bed, but my house was old and it creaked a lot. I walked to the door as slow as possible, so I wouldn't be too loud. Once I got to the door and went to open it, I caught a glimpse of what looked to be another person. I thought it was my mind making shapes out of nothing, but when I realized it was actually there, I turned around and ran back to my room as quickly as I could. When I made it to my room, I locked the door and called the police as quickly as possible. It took the police around 45 minutes to an hour to get there. The operator stayed on the phone with me the whole time. While I waited, I began to hear a bone-chilling scream coming from my kitchen, followed by the loudest footsteps I've ever heard. It felt like forever, sitting in my bed, waiting for help to arrive. Finally, I saw the blue lights come by my window and 4 to 5 shadows outside. I opened the bedroom door and raced to the front door to open it. Once I opened the front door, I just fell into the officer's arms. The police looked around the area, searching for any trespassers. They told me they didn't find anything suspicious though, except a few weird-looking prints around one of the windows and some mud prints inside. When the cops were done and they left, I left too. I went into town and I stayed at a friend's house for the night. The next morning, my dad, my roommate, and I went back to my place to check it out. Once we got there, I saw this weird-looking engraving on all the windowsills. The engraving looked to be a smiley face that someone just carved in with a knife, or something else just as sharp. Once we got to the prints I saw, it looked more like really big feet than shoe prints. The weird thing about it, though, was that they only seemed to have 3 toes, and they were double if not triple the size of my dad's foot, and he wore a size 13. I stayed with my parents for a few nights, just in case. Once I was brave enough to go back to my house, I found more prints around my place, and there was a rotting carcass left on my front porch. The poor thing was an elk, and someone had carved a smiley face into it. My roommate and I put the house on the market that day, but I didn't know if it would sell because it needed a bit of work done to it. Around 2 weeks went by with no encounter to whatever this thing was. The house was soon to be sold to an older couple and their dog. The final night we stayed there, my roommate and I were all packed already, so we both came to the conclusion that we'd both sleep on an air mattress together that night, so we wouldn't have much of a mess to clean afterward. We slept in her room that night, which was closest to the front door and had a bench window in it. We fell asleep around 12 a.m. after watching a movie. At about 2:30 a.m., my roommate woke me up. She asked in a whisper, "Did you hear that noise?" I didn't hear anything at the time, but a few seconds later, I did hear something. There was a very loud noise that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. Whatever was making the noise seemed to be right outside the window. My roommate got up to lock the bedroom door, but before she could, the front door creaked open. I started shaking really rapidly, and my roommate locked the door and called the cops. It was very quiet, and we were waiting for the police to arrive. We heard our intruder walking over to our door, a thud, thud, thud on the other side of the door on the old wood flooring. Once it got to the door, it began to scratch and scream at the door and walls. About 25 minutes later, it got in through the door, and we saw it before us. A tall, slim, pale figure appeared from the shadows. It was about 7 or 8 feet tall, with a huge smile on its face and long arms. They weren't just long, though, they were touching the floor. I gulped in and took a deep breath. I was ready for the worst. The thing began to walk to me and my roommate, but it was more of a slide than a walk. It seemed to be dragging its feet, but not too fast, so it was taking a while for it to get to us. Right when this thing was about 5 feet from me and my roommate, the blue lights of the police cruisers came flooding through the window. The thing turned really quick and ran out of the door, if you could call it running. It was inhumanly quick, not like a sprint, but also not like an animal running. It was faster. The police rushed inside to get us. They placed us in a car for safety while they checked the area. Once they scanned the area, they let us know that the footprints were back. Now there were also scratch marks on the doorframe and the ground. Words had been etched there. They read,
"Everyone needs to smile."
We finally sold the house the following day. I heard nor saw nothing else about this thing. This was around 5 or 6 years ago, but I did have a nightmare not too long ago about it. I just can't seem to forget about these experiences. Something stared back. From Season. This isn't a particularly eventful story, but it is true, and still gives me the creeps to this day. I've always loved the water, the ocean in particular. Even after some of the strange and creepy things I've encountered, it still holds a special place in my heart. When I was around 15, my mom and I took a cruise down through the Caribbean, stopping at all the well-known destinations along the coast of Mexico and some of the smaller Central American countries. Our last stop before heading back to port was a tiny island off the coast of Honduras. We had decided to book what was supposed to be a relaxing snorkeling excursion. Sure, it wasn't the most famous for underwater activities, but there are some absolutely gorgeous reefs in the area, and I wanted to be a marine biologist at the time, so it was like heaven for me. We took a small ferry out from the main port to the island we would be spending the day on, and after lunch I was straight off to the water. I remember it was strange that day. It was beautiful out, sure, but there was almost no one else in that water. I think there was only one other person when I first got in, and I seem to remember noticing they'd left at some point while I was out, leaving the reef all to myself. Nonetheless, the water was like a dream. Not too hot, not too cold, tall shelves of reddish coral swarming with tropical fish. I don't know how long I spent just floating around, but it must have been hours. I at least know I came out looking like a freshly cooked lobster by the end. Anyway, I was floating on my stomach, facing directly below me, trying to identify any of the fish I could see, meaning I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Suddenly, like someone had flipped a switch, the water got cold, and in the same instant, I found I had kicked my way over the drop-off point. The reef ended, and I could see the rocky outcrop sliding down into the nothingness below me. This may not seem scary to those who have not experienced it, or anything like it, but suddenly finding yourself suspended above a seemingly bottomless void, it causes a kind of primal terror in you. I froze up, suddenly feeling incredibly small, out of place. The silence of the water in my ears was deafening. As I stared down into the abyss, I felt a strong sense of vertigo. And just as I was regaining my senses and the ability to move, I saw it. Something shifted in the murky darkness below me. Something big, impossibly big. The last thing I remember seeing was a massive eye opening up, looking directly at me. Then, the next thing I knew, I was back on shore trying desperately to explain what had happened to my probably tipsy mom. When I got to the part about seeing something in the water below me, my voice caught. I could tell she was only half listening as it was, and I didn't want to make myself sound crazy by reporting some giant sea creature only a few 100 feet out. I never told anyone that part of my story, and to this day, I still wonder what it was I could have seen. Maybe it was some whale or other large creature that had drifted closer than usual to the shore. I know it's a cliché, but I know it wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. Whatever it was, I was never able to bring myself to look over the deck of the ship at night, too scared I'd see something watching me from the darkness again. Don't hunt alone in the Ozarks. From that dude second. Before we get into what happened, I'll give some background info. I grew up in the southern part of the Ozark Mountains, spending most of my free time working on the farm or hunting and trapping. Now, you occasionally see things or hear things you can't explain, but most things you can brush off as coyotes, or even the stray mountain lion. At the time of the first encounter, I was 16. It was a chillier November evening, and I was out hunting on my family's farm north of Hector, Arkansas. The spot I was hunting had an old logging road running down into the ravine, with a small hill behind me and a cliff face to my right. So darkness started to fall, and I finally got a deer with my muzzleloader. Anyone who has ever shot a muzzleloader can verify nothing ever hangs around after you shoot it. I instantly pulled out my phone to let the guys know I got one, when my arm hair began to rise. The deepest growl or yell bellowed from behind me as I pressed send. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Whatever it was on 2 legs, and it was coming closer, but there shouldn't have been anyone for another 2 hills. This creature began to sniff before growling again. Hastily, I reloaded the muzzleloader and shouted, "This is my farm. Leave or I'll shoot." It growled this time at the base of my tree. Darkness had enveloped the entire block of woods now. I was trapped with a flip phone and a muzzleloader against something that I couldn't see. I could only hope the other guys were on the way. Then I felt the ladder bending slightly, as if it was testing its weight. I pointed my flip phone light down, and I saw 2 red eyes clearly. However, the lights from my family's side-by-side lit up the hill, and the creature ran down into the ravine as Levi and the others pulled up. After a few months, some weird things happened in the area before it finally went quiet. Less than a week later, one of the locals went missing along with his dog in the same area. To my knowledge, he still has not been located. For the next 2 years, I never hunted that area again. Please, never hunt alone in the Ozarks, because what you can't see is more terrifying than what you can. Navajo Horsewalker from Sea Philly 100. I used to regularly go on these caravans from Denver down to Black Mesa, which is on the Navajo Nation in Arizona. We spent time on both the Hopi and Navajo reservations, working on building projects and herding sheep. And I've got to say, herding sheep on horseback is a truly amazing experience. I was also truly fortunate enough to attend a rain dance on the Hopi side, out there on Second Mesa. Everyone was up on the rooftops watching the Kachina dancers do their thing down in the center square below. I was one of the only white people there. There were these particularly tough-looking Hopi guys walking around, which my friend said were dealers. After that, we went to my friend's mom's house and had some super delicious Hopi food before heading back to the Navajo Nation. It was dark by the time we got back to the Hogan, so my buddy and I took a little nature walk to meditate. We'd walked about 100 yards out into the desert night when we heard what sounded like a horse galloping towards us. There are wild horses down there, but we didn't want to get trampled, so we headed back to camp. We heard some coyotes off in the distance, so we figured the coyotes had just spooked some random horse. Well, we had just gotten back to camp when we heard a horse whinny nearby. Once again, we thought it was just that same horse, so we crawled into the tent and fell asleep. The next morning, we could see horse tracks all around our tent. "That's odd," I said. "Must be a real hungry horse," my friend smirked. Hungry Horse is a town in Montana, so it was kind of an inside joke with us. That day was normal enough. We worked on repairing an old Hogan and listened to NPR on the car radio while trying to keep the biting flies at bay. That night was a full moon night. Our group got together to cook some dinner, after which we began to eat. As it turns out, this is a big no-no in Navajo culture, as you're supposed to put together a small spirit plate and leave it out in the bush for the spirits to eat before you. We actually got chewed out by the community mentor, which put a sort of damper on things. Anyway, we wrapped up our dinner and decided to take another little nature walk before turning in for the night. We'd only gone about 50 yards before we heard that galloping sound again. This time we thought it might be cool to stick around to see this horse in question. Maybe it was lost. Maybe we'd get to see its markings to help locate the owner. Just then, we heard a loud snorting sound coming from some nearby piñon trees. We approached the piñon cautiously before stopping dead in our tracks. In the moonlight, there we saw what looked to be a huge bipedal horse stepping out from behind the piñon and into the moonlight. No, this can't be right, I thought. I've seen horses spar on nature documentaries, and I know they can kind of go up on their hindquarters to box each other out for dominance. But this thing, it was literally walking on its back legs like a person. It cocked its head to the side, and it looked right at us with what can only be described as a creepy smile. Something about the creature just seemed evil. Its eyes didn't look like a horse's at all. They were more like beady little buttons, shiny and black. The creature was at least 10 feet tall, and the more we studied it, the more I could see that it really looked more like a person wearing a horse's head than an actual horse. But the legs were those of a horse, and I could even see a tail hanging down behind it. The torso looked more human too, with a strong chest and arms with human hands on them. I couldn't tell if it was wearing a pelt or if its skin was natural, but it had Navajo-style tattoos covering the chest and torso. It also appeared to be wearing some kind of turquoise jewelry around its neck and wrists. It huffed again and began walking towards us. We freaked out and ran as fast as we could away, but I ended up tripping. I turned around to see this horse-like creature lunging at me, trying to grab me with its creepy little hands. I tried to kick it off of me when it opened its mouth, and I could see what I can only describe as vampire fangs, which it tried to bite me with. I rolled to the side, and it snapped at the air. I threw some dirt in its face and sprinted back to my tent. "What the heck, man? Why did you leave me?" I asked my friend. "It doesn't matter. We need to get the heck out of here. Now!" We climbed into the truck, but the engine refused to turn over. In the headlights, we saw that thing stumble out in front of us, so we locked the doors. But it came right at us, ramming its head into the passenger side of the truck. We unlocked and opened the driver's side door, jumping out of the cab and running back to the tent, diving in, quickly zipping up the flap and hiding in our sleeping bags, like little kids afraid of the boogeyman. We heard that thing out there stomping around us, and we heard what sounded like chanting mixed with these strange animalistic growling noises. Just then, we heard a gunshot, and then galloping off in the distance. We still refused to exit the tent even then, and stayed awake for fear that the creature would return. I must have fallen asleep at some point out of sheer exhaustion, because when I woke up, it was morning. We got out of our tent, and a short time later, we were approached by our Navajo host. I won't say his name out of respect for the culture. He told us we had angered a native spirit who was trying to drive us away from the land, but he was able to scare it off with a bullet dipped in ashes. After that, we decided it would be best to cut our trip short. I don't know if this creature was a skinwalker or something else. We didn't want to pry or ask too many questions, as it's very taboo to talk about these things in Navajo culture for fear of attracting their attention. But whatever it was, I hope I never see it again. Tree on the Hill. From Anonymous. When I was about 13 years old, my brothers and I would love to go into the woods in our backyard. We would play in our creek, stomping in the mud, and typical kid stuff. But one day, while I'd been jumping on our trampoline near the woods by myself, I decided I wanted to go into the creek. At the time, I didn't feel like going back to the house to get my brothers, so I literally just started walking into the woods alone. Once I got past the entrance to the woods, I saw a weird-looking tree. This tree was on a large mound of dirt and grass, so I had to climb up to it. As soon as I made it to the tree, I got this uneasy feeling. I felt that something had been watching me. I really don't have any idea why I did this, but I knocked on the tree 3 times. At first, I heard nothing in response. But after about 10 seconds, I heard a faint sound. Honestly, it sounded like a goblin and a chicken combined. It kind of sounded like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, but it was clucking like a chicken. I really didn't get it, especially since it was coming from inside the tree. I kept knocking on the tree in this manner. 3 knocks, then the noise would come. Then I heard scratching on the outside of the tree bark. This sounded like it was coming from the other side of the tree. I leaned to the side to peer at the back of the tree. All I saw was a hole that was so deep I couldn't see inside. I was so curious that I walked around the tree and just stared into the hole. My heart stopped when I heard the chicken goblin sounding thing growl at me. I still continued to stare into the hole until a clawed hand reached out in my direction just inches from my face. Quickly, I stumbled down the hill, causing me to scrape my knee. I ignored it and ran up to my house. Quickly, I shut the door once I got back inside, and I peered out the window. I looked just in time to see this dog-like creature entering the woods once more. Whatever it was, it had followed me down. I don't think I could ever go in those woods again, mostly because I'd rather stay alive. The Windigo of Alberta. From Anonymous. As a bit of background, I live in a small town in mid-eastern Alberta. My friends and I loved to go exploring when we were younger, around 13 to 14, but I can't remember exactly. What I do know is that it was in mid-January when we encountered this. I'd always go into the woods around my house with my friends, Greg and Jeff. One night while we were exploring down an old ATV trail near my house, which was now mostly used as a snowmobile trail, we were walking along trying not to slip on the ice. Around that time, I noticed something. The weather was beginning to get windy, and it was starting to snow. So we started discussing heading back to my house to play some video games instead. That's when we heard something behind us that sort of sounded like a low growl, underlaid with a human scream. Whatever it was, it scared the living crap out of us. As we began to walk away, out of fear of whatever that was, we heard a branch snap. That triggered us into running. As we ran away, we began to hear really loud stomping sounds behind us, as if something was following us. Before long, the weather had gotten so bad, we couldn't see more than 5 feet in any direction. We were now running half blinded by the weather, but suddenly, the stomping sound stopped. Needing to catch our breaths, we slowed to a halt as well. When we were all stopped, we heard the growl again. This time, it was much louder, and it was coming from in front of us. We stared in horror as this thing emerged in front of us. Some sort of creature that stood 9 to 10 feet tall with a human-like body. Its limbs were a little too long and bony, though. It had clawed fingers and a head that resembled more of an elk. Maybe it was shock, but my first thought was that elk aren't exactly common out here. And as I was thinking that, I noticed the bone-like texture of its head. It was more like a skull. I wanted to scream and run, but I was frozen to the spot. The 3 of us all stood there, staring. The fear we felt was like a trance. I couldn't even move my eyes away from it. It was moving towards us, blocking the trail that led to the main road, and all we could do was either run the opposite way if our bodies allowed us, which would lead to a cabin, or run through the woods to my house. Making a split decision and praying my body would listen, I took off through the thick caragana bushes, a good 500 meters to my open yard, and my friends followed. We made it to my yard. The time was about 2 a.m., so no one else would be awake, and from there I wasn't sure if they'd hear us screaming at the front door to let us in. It didn't help that I'd told my parents that I was going to stay at Greg's house for the night. Luckily for us, I remembered the code for the door lock, or else we would have been screwed. Once we got in, we rushed inside and locked the door. I could then hear it running through the yard, then over to the living room bay window. I stood there, trying to look out the top of the window of the door, but also attempting to stay hidden. Suddenly, Jeff screamed from the living room. When I went to see what he was screeching about, he was looking out the window which overlooked the deck. He remained quiet after that. He stood there and silently pointed. When I followed his fingers, I saw that creature again. It was walking up the stairs to the deck. It went up them very awkwardly, as though it wasn't used to them. I wanted to scream then too, but before I could, I looked over at Jeff and noticed he was crying. That was odd. Jeff wasn't exactly the type of person who cried very often, or even when he was scared. But then I saw the cut on his shoulder. It was about 3 inches long and looked a bit deep. I was about to ask him when that happened, when that thing outside began to try to bust open the door, ramming into it with full force. We ran upstairs then, where my room and my parents' room were. I rushed over to my dad, telling him about the thing outside. He grabbed his rifle from the gun cabinet, then rushed downstairs while loading it. When he got to the front door, he looked out the window, just as that thing rammed the door again. It was loudly growling, baring its long carnivorous yellow teeth. My dad stood back and told us to hide. We listened and watched my dad aim his gun at the door. Within about a minute, though, the noises stopped. My dad then went outside, looking around. About 30 seconds later, he came back inside, locking the door. And that was the last I saw of that thing. Ever since, I've been horrified of the woods around that house. I'm 20 now and I've moved to Edmonton. I've not seen or heard of that creature again. But just in case, I never go back into the woods unarmed. But I still do enjoy the woods and hiking with friends. Morbidly Curious of Not Deer. From Medics. It's been a long time since I've had anything eventful like this happen in my life. I suppose it's only natural for life to throw another random occurrence that sends me into a riding fit. Last month, before the new year, I had the privilege of finally graduating college. Because of the current state of the world, our ceremony was brief, and mostly closed off to the public, with the exception of 2 guests per graduate. I decided to forego inviting guests, and just celebrated my graduation with family when I got home. The campus of our college was built in what best could be described as the middle of nowhere. With the intention to gradually expand over time, the current state of the campus was pretty exposed to the natural land. Tall trees and wildlife surrounded most of the campus. I always enjoyed looking out the window into the forest whenever my classes dragged on a little longer than my attention span. Because of the compact and in-progress construction, parking was always chaos. Having afternoon classes meant you had to have luck on your side if you wanted a space in the properly paved lot closer to the campus. Unfortunately, since most of my classes took place in the late afternoon, I lost any hope of getting a good parking spot a while ago. So when it came to parking for graduation, I didn't see a point in even attempting to park in the paved lot. The commencement was short and pretty intimate, addressing the students and their guests for their accomplishment of still getting an education and fighting against all odds with the state of things. By the time the ceremony had wrapped up, the sun had begun to set. With the tree cover all around, the campus got dark really fast. I held back a bit to avoid the dispersing crowd and to just admire the campus one last time. The campus streetlights had just started to turn on when I was making my way to the 2 parking lots. There were a few remaining graduates that had yet to leave, but the unpaved parking lot was almost completely empty. My car rested a large distance away with no floodlights to grant coverage. Walking in a dark parking lot was probably the last thing I wanted to do that night, but I was still coming down from the emotional high of experiencing graduation. I was about halfway into the dirt lot when I saw something walk around from the other side of my car. I stopped dead in my tracks, since the sudden unexpected movement startled me. Thankfully, by this time, my eyes had started to adjust to the darkness. What came around my car was a young, moderately sized deer. It wasn't uncommon for a stray deer to wander onto the campus, and with the dirt lot, deer sightings were even more frequent. I stood there for a few minutes, locked in a staring match with this deer. I didn't want to move too quickly and risk getting a hoof beat down or having to deal with driving out of the lot while hoping not to hit the little guy. So I went with the more drastic option to try and scare it away. I hit the car alarm thinking that the flashing lights and blaring sound would send the deer running back into the forest. I was pretty confused though. It didn't really react at all to the alarm. Was it deaf? Is that why it wasn't freaked out? After a few more seconds of my car alarm going off, I had resolved to shut it off and see if approaching the deer would scare it. As I approached the deer, I had started to tilt my head in curiosity, as it seemed to almost be frozen in place, with what I assumed to be fear. I was so confused as to why this deer wasn't moving. I had stopped just a few feet away from the deer and my car as I contemplated on what to do. I wasn't used to dealing with wild animals, and with it nearly being pitch black outside, I really didn't want to be there anymore. I wanted to go home, cute deer or not. I was tired of being in the dark. I started to lose focus, and I started to stare at my car and my train of thought. Just as I began to mentally lose my patience, I heard a popping noise. When I turned back to the deer, it had begun to rock its head back and forth, each time the small popping noise could be heard. At first, I didn't think much of it, until its head rocked so far that it twisted upside down. I panicked, because I honestly thought I just saw the thing break its own neck. However, it wasn't falling over, it wasn't staggering, it was just standing there. I know I probably should have been freaking out, but my morbid curiosity had me too stunned to move from where I was standing. Thankfully, my senses began to kick back in once I began to hear the noise it was making. The noise was deep and raspy, kind of like a strained elk call that was pitched down 5 octaves. "Heck no," I said as I unlocked my car door and jumped inside. I had just slammed the door shut as this supposed deer ran up to the window. It was still making that noise as I started my car, It was at this moment I was so thankful that the parking lot was unpaved. There were no sidewalks, no parking barriers, just clear dirt land to drive through. I floored my car out of the parking lot. When I looked in my mirror, I saw the thing running after my car, chasing me. I continued to see it in my mirrors until I finally made it to paved roads and less vegetation. I got home and I made myself a drink. I am an anxious and nervous person, but this experience didn't freak me out all that much. I suppose it's because I actually saw the possible threat this time. The event lingered in my mind as I had dinner and played games with my family. However, I didn't have a hard time sleeping. I live in a suburban area with little to no forest or wildlife around, so I didn't really find myself panicking about running into it again. I am, however, curious how I could have encountered what I did. I know the stories and legends, but I always imagined that it would be impossible to run into one where I live. I do wish I was able to look at it again, just to observe it more. I know how lucky I am that I escaped without being harmed. I can only assume the reason why is because it was young. The not deer never got bigger, and even when it ran, my car left it in the dust. I guess I'm lucky that my morbid curiosity didn't get me killed on my graduation night. It was not a deer. From Anonymous. To start this story off, this occurred back when I was in college in 2003. I've been hesitant to share this story in fear of being called crazy. Nobody in my family and none of my friends have ever heard the true story behind this encounter. It was my junior year of college, and I remember it being an uneventful Friday night, as most of my friends had gone home for the weekend. I tended to stay on campus as it was 4 hours away from home. Anyway, I decided that I didn't want to just sit around all night, so I figured I'd go for a drive. My college was in a medium-sized town with lots of surrounding forests, which made it perfect for a nature lover like myself. I took off around 10 p.m. to go for a ride on my favorite road just outside of town, which was basically a winding road that went over a large mountain. The views on this road were breathtaking during the fall. It takes about an hour to get from one side of the mountain to the other. Yes, it's a seriously large mountain. I went up to the top without any extraordinary events, got out at my favorite lookout to snap a few pictures with a disposable camera that I had in my car, and when I began to make my descent down the other side of the mountain, that's when things went from 0 to 100 very fast. About 2 miles down the road, a deer ran out in front of me very quickly, and I hit it. This was no ordinary deer impact. When I hit that deer, it made a loud metallic bang. It sounded like I'd hit another vehicle, not some wild animal. And it's not like I was in a small car either. I was driving a 1997 Dodge Ram, which is a pretty sizable vehicle. I got out to assess the damage, and my entire engine bay was collapsed. The airbags had deployed as well, but thankfully I was okay, other than a few bruises. It took me a few moments to process how an ordinary deer could have done so much damage. That was when I heard the deer that I'd flung into the ditch begin to get up. I would have assumed with an impact like that, I would have killed the poor thing. I turned in slight panic to see this deer and all the color drained from my body. This wasn't a deer. At least it wasn't a real deer. Half of its face had skin missing, with what appeared to be metal underneath, and one of its eyes were now glowing a yellowish color. Parts of its body had skin missing too, and it was almost as if it was an animatronic. At that point, I thought I was going completely insane. How could this even be illustrated right in front of me at this very moment? The weirdest part is, this robotic deer thing just gets up silently, turns and begins to walk away with these shuddering movements, trying to act like a normal deer walking, but instead it was shaking like a damaged robot. After that, I called a tow truck as well as the police to report my totaled vehicle. The police showed up to make sure I wasn't intoxicated. They asked what on earth I'd hit, and all I could say was a very, very large deer. I felt as if I couldn't tell the truth, because telling them I just hit a Terminator deer would not have helped my plea to ensure them that I was sober and aware during this incident. After this, though, I have absolutely no logical explanation for that deer. I am not a believer of things outside of the ordinary, by any means, but this experience may have just changed my mind. The only rational explanation I can think of is that what I hit was a government prop that monitors deer poaching or something of the sort. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, being the state of technology back in 2003. Well, just be careful out there, folks. There are many things that can come across as simple animals, but they may be an entirely different entity. The Deer Min from Adball 01. I didn't think things like skinwalkers were real until the other night. I was staying after school one night for a basketball game. After it was over, I had to walk over to the elementary school nearby and wait for my dad. Since time had fallen back, it had been messing with my schedule a lot. So when the game was over, it was already dark. And me, being an idiot, I didn't bring a jacket, because it had been warm when I left for school that morning. I was told as a child to always be aware of my surroundings, and as I was walking home that night, I felt like someone was watching me. I turned around and no one was behind me, but somehow I still felt someone's eyes on me. Then I saw the shadow of a man behind a bush. I booked it. I'd never run so fast in my life. I ran fast enough, I was able to jump over a fence that blocked the front of the elementary school. After I caught my breath, I walked to the front of the school and waited by the bike holder. As I waited for my dad, freezing my butt off, I turned around to make sure nothing was behind me. And when I did, what I saw were 2 deer. I remembered that if I was in a buck's territory, he would come charging at me, so I put some space between me and the deer. We sat there just staring at each other. The deer began to move around, and I watched closely. One of the deer seemed to be limping. I decided to either help it or possibly put it out of its misery. I began to walk in the direction the deer were in. When I came within 7 feet of them, I stopped. I was frozen, terrified. These deer were not deer. They didn't look exactly like deer should. They may have had a head like a deer, but their skin and fur, it seemed to be in pieces, like they had been stitched together. It had patches of fur missing, revealing human skin. I stood there too scared to move, too scared to speak, but I wasn't ready for what happened after that. Because both of these deer began to stand on their hind legs, and they gave chase to me. Finally, I came back to my senses, and I ran for the front gate. My guts and my brain were arguing. Should I keep running and not look behind me? Or keep running and take a look? I decided to take a look, and I wish I hadn't. The deer were running after me like people. I screamed so loud that, apparently, my dad had heard me 5 blocks away. I ran and ran until I got home. I didn't wait for my dad. I couldn't wait. I locked myself in my room and got underneath 5 blankets and cried. My parents were asking what was wrong, why I was acting like this. But I just couldn't explain what I saw. Even if I did, I was sure they wouldn't believe me. I'm still traumatized. It's hard to explain what I saw, but this is the best way I can put it. I have to walk with a group of people now to feel safe walking home. If anyone can explain what it was I saw, feel free to let me know. I've looked up pictures of Windigo and Skinwalkers, but none of them do it justice. None of it compares to the horrible deer men I saw that night. Orange Eyes in the Woods. From Anonymous. I work security in a small town near Chattanooga, Tennessee. The area around where I work is wooded. It's not heavily wooded, but it is wooded enough for deer, foxes, coyotes, and even the occasional wolf. A few months ago, as I was on patrol in the company truck, I was doing a U-turn at a T intersection. But then I saw something. Sitting in the forest facing me on the road was this figure. I couldn't make out what it was exactly, but I saw these large, reflective orange eyes. Seeing those eyes filled me with fear, and I just sped back to my office. A few weeks later, in the same area that I saw those orange eyes, I spotted them again. This time they were rapidly moving through tall grass. From what I understand, orange eyes normally mean a predator, while green eyes mean a prey animal, like a deer or cow. So I was not about to stick around to see what was stalking me. Now on to the most recent encounter. I was at that same T intersection. I had heard an odd sound, so I began to shine my searchlight around. The noise was kind of like a deer call mixed with what I would describe as a warbling call. Well, I shone the light into the forest, and I found 4 sets of green eyes and 1 set of orange. At first, I thought it was a fox hanging out among some deer for some reason. Then it shifted a bit, and I got a better look. What I was looking at had a deer's body, but its head was all wrong. It had a long, triangular muzzle, with cheeks that came out like a fox's, and it had long, triangular ears that sat atop its head. This thing stared at me as I was motionless, and I stared back. Finally, one of the real deer moved, and the herd began to walk with this thing in the middle. What's strangest of all is the other times it startled me and scared me so I would leave, but I didn't leave this time. Because this time I felt a kind of calmness wash over me as we looked at each other. That was the most unnerving part to me. Does anyone have any idea what something like this might be, or have you heard or seen something similar? Something Else in the Woods. From 18 and Dog Years. I live in Virginia, at a place known as Camp Peary. It has a very colorful history, to say the least. It has a church that dates back all the way to the Civil War, and that's where this happened. It was my Christmas break, and I was having a slumber party with friends. Only one of these friends is important to the story. Let's call him John. We were a group of people that loved to be outdoors a lot. We were camping every other weekend, and that weekend was no different. We were outside the same hole that I dug from a previous story. We were foolishly planning to stay up until around 2 a.m., playing airsoft in the woods, which I don't see why that was a good idea now. I had all black clothing on, and I was almost invisible in the dark forest. John and I laid out a plan to ambush the other people. We hid around the church, inside a brick enclosure, carefully avoiding any graves. The plan was in motion, and we could hear what we thought to be the other players moving through the area. Of course, we couldn't see them, but they were not taking any precautions in terms of noise. We sat there for about 5 minutes longer, but then we realized something. These footfalls we were hearing were heavy, and I mean really heavy. We could feel the ground sort of vibrate with every step. We also realized that it was getting closer. We were planning to move away across the street, but not 5 seconds after the thought, something emerged from the woods. The first thing I noticed was the stench that filled the air. It smelled of dead leaves and rotting fish. I actually gagged as the smell only got stronger as whatever it was came closer to us. Honestly, I thought the smell was the worst part, until I saw its face. It appeared to be a deer. Well, it might have been a deer at one time. Its head looked like a buck, but the skin was just like a blanket falling off of its skeleton. Its ghostly gray frame was all too skinny, and its limbs looked horribly broken. It shouldn't have been able to walk at all. I held back a yelp, not knowing what it could do to me if I gave myself away. But John didn't hold back his scream. He let it out. I snapped my head around to look at him, and as soon as I did, the thing peeked over the wall. There was silence for a split second. Then the creature screamed. It didn't sound like a deer at all. It was like nails on a chalkboard mixed with a scream, mixed with a screeching cat. It was a sound no animal on earth should be able to make. We wasted no time, running, firing blindly with the little effect our airsoft guns would have, trying to slow it down. Luckily, John's house wasn't far away from us, and we were able to make it back inside. Once there, our hearts were pounding. We slammed the door shut and barricaded it. It didn't matter what his parents would say in the morning, only that we weren't letting that thing in. We all slept in John's room that night, or rather, everyone else did. I stayed awake, thinking about what the heck that thing was. Sadly, I never did sleep over there again, and I don't plan to. Always listen to your surroundings. You can save yourself from being in a situation like this if you get out before it comes. Stay safe, everyone. Warning: the following story contains detailed depictions of animal corpses. Couldn't sleep. From Mossberg. I live in the Ozarks of Missouri. My home is surrounded by woods, and while I do have neighbors, the nearest one is about 2 miles out. Luckily, this does give me a lot of privacy, and as someone who suffers from insomnia, going for nighttime walks are peaceful, and they really do help me quite a bit. One night in the spring of 2018, I had trouble sleeping. I had been tossing and turning for about 4 hours before I gave up and decided to go for a walk. By then, it was about 2:20 a.m. Throwing on some sweatpants and boots, I walked outside. The temperature was perfect, not too cold and not too hot, but it was extremely humid out. I walked down the usual trail, which begins at the woods at the edge of my property. This trail is an old ATV trail, not one I created. It was already here when I moved in about a decade before this, but it was my go-to spot for nighttime walks. The trees there weren't too tall and thick that they blocked out the moonlight, so when the moon and stars were bright, like that night, I was able to see decently well without a flashlight. Usually I'd walk for about 20 minutes, which would bring me to a small pond in the woods. Then I'd circle back. I'd honestly never explored the entire trail, so I wasn't completely sure where I would end up if I followed through the whole thing. Anyway, a while later, I soon made it to the pond, but I saw that I wasn't alone. As I approached this pond, I saw from a distance at first what appeared to be a deer. I figured it was stopping for a drink, so I slowed down, trying not to scare it. But as I drew closer, steadily, I saw that the deer was not drinking at all. It was just standing there, staring in my direction. I thought maybe I'd spooked it by accident, that maybe it had heard me from far away already. I kept approaching, trying to be calm and quiet about it, and the deer kept watching me. When I was maybe 15 yards away from it, the deer turned its head towards the water, and I saw something messed up. Its lower jaw was gone. What looked to be its tongue was just dangling out of its throat. Immediately I thought, oh my god, poor thing, and I stopped right in my tracks. I watched as the deer then bent down and began to rub its dangling tongue in an effort to lick something that lay at the edge of the pond. I wanted to gag. What it was trying to lick was another deer, specifically the unattached head of a different deer. Then I saw beyond it. There were things floating in the water. I kid you not, dozens of dead deer lay in the water. They even looked fresh, as if they had just died there. However, not one of the bodies was intact. All of them had been torn apart and tossed about. Something compelled me to get closer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, so I had to be sure, I guess. The living deer kept licking the meat of the head on the ground, and as I drew closer, staring at the water, the still living deer lunged at me and made this weird hissing sound. I jumped back, but now that I was close enough, I got a better look at the still living deer. The thing was covered in strange bite marks. Its upper jaw, that was still attached to its body, had teeth far too sharp to be normal for a deer. The teeth looked quite similar in shape and structure to the bite marks on the deer's body. When I looked back at the floating viscera in the water, the dead deer parts were also covered in the same type of wound. Then I looked at the head on the ground. Coming from its intact mouth were the same sharp sort of teeth. I thought this couldn't be real. Deer do not have teeth like a lion or other carnivore, and they most certainly do not attack, dismember, and eat each other. Slowly, I backed away down the trail, going backwards, keeping an eye on the still living deer. Once it stopped hissing and looking at me, it began to enjoy its odd meal again. Finally, I turned and I ran down the trail back home. That night, I didn't sleep, partly due to confusion and fear, but mostly due to insomnia. When the sun came up, I walked down the trail again, armed with my rifle. The deer wasn't there, and the pond was clear of animal meat. Where it had all gone, I do not know. But what I do know is that I found the lower jaw of a deer not too far away from that pond. The only evidence that what I saw last night was not just a nightmare. Bigfoot is a shapeshifter. From C.J. Mullins. I'm no writer, but I'll do my best to describe what I saw. I live on a mountain in West Virginia. Only 3 households live up here. All of us retired, and between us, we own just over 20 acres. Our property borders the summit, a 10,600-acre property owned by the Boy Scouts, and that property borders 70,000 plus acres of maintained, preserved wilderness. Naturally, there's a lot of wildlife in this area. My husband has chickens, and because he likes to keep tabs on what might be messing with them, he keeps a trail cam posted near the coop. We see raccoons, foxes, we've seen a bobcat, a mountain lion too. DNR will tell you West Virginia doesn't have them, but we do. I saw one last summer running across my yard. We've seen a lot of coyotes on it, and every so often a bear. Now, the layout of the property is important. The 3 households own a lot of land, but our homes are situated in sort of an upside-down triangle from my point of view. The neighbor at the top left of the triangle has his home situated far back from the entrance of his gate, and I've never seen any source of light coming from there at night. The neighbor at the top right and up a slight hill has a dusk to dawn light, and we at the bottom point of the triangle have motion lights. When we built our house, we had an attached garage, but later my husband decided we needed a 3-car garage behind the house. He's a retired carpenter and gets bored, so he invents things to build. I took full advantage of this and turned the attached garage into my craft room. Last Friday night, I was sitting in my craft room doing my thing. I like to listen to YouTube videos while I work, so I was picking out a playlist on my iPad. It was about 10:30 at night, very dark out, and I had the garage door up because it was warm. The only light was the light spilling out of my garage, and a bit of my neighbor's dusk to dawn light, which from my viewpoint only lightly illuminated part of the drive leading up the hill. My 9-year-old beagle was sleeping on the floor next to me when he began to growl. We've had him since he was 6 weeks old, so I've heard him growl before, but never like this. I looked down at him, and then in the direction he was looking. It was standing in the middle of my neighbor's driveway, about halfway up the hill. I instantly knew that it wasn't a man. It was, I would guess, about 7.5 feet tall. I'm bad at that, but that's my best guess. The thing was standing on 2 legs, and due to the dim light, I couldn't tell if it was facing me or facing the other way. I know bears can stand up. I've never seen one do it in person, but I know they can do that. But this thing didn't look like a bear to me. It wasn't really fat enough, I guess. It was bulky but not fatty like a bear. I then realized I was on full display under the bright lights in that garage, so I took 4 steps to hit the light switch. When I stood up, though, it moved. It didn't run, but walked rapidly. It did look like a man walking, but again, this was not a man. I stood frozen, focusing my eyes on the area it went in. It walked into the wooded area between the 2 points of the triangle between my neighbor's drives. I don't think its fur was black. I got the impression it was a dark brown. Once my eyes adjusted, I could see a shadowy shape in the wooded area. Then I saw it go from a dark color to a lighter one, and for a split second, if I had blinked I would have missed it, I saw the shape of its head and shoulder area change. It wasn't like the American Werewolf in London, slow and painful looking, but it happened extremely fast. It then dropped down, and a few seconds later, the biggest coyote I've ever seen walked out of the area, stopped, looked straight at me, then trotted off into the woods to the left. I know if a coyote had been in the patch of woods, it would have ran out when that thing ran in there. I also know that I saw that thing change. I never believed in shapeshifters. I thought it was just scary stories kids told each other. As far as Bigfoot, I've never had an opinion. I like to believe in him, but didn't ever expect to see one. And I also don't drink or do drugs. I know what I saw that night. I just can't wrap my mind around it. I had my husband check his trail cam, but that thing didn't come near it. I had my cell phone lying next to me on the table at the time, but all of this happened so fast, I didn't have time to try to get a shot of it. Then again, I don't think it would have picked up anything. It was just too dark for a phone camera. If I'd thought to grab it when it was in the middle of the drive with the dim light behind it, I may have gotten a shot of its form, but I just didn't think of that in the moment. Not all legends are fiction. From KK. Let me start by saying most people aren't going to believe this, but this is my memory of it. My husband and I went to visit my mother for Thanksgiving. She lives on top of a mountain on several acres of national forest. Basically, you wind all the way to the top, take a turn on a barely drivable road, punched right through the woods. She spent years building a beautiful cabin where she resides still today. It's like nothing you can describe, really, except one simple thing: isolation. There aren't too many folks up on the mountain, and they like it that way. This is why I'm not throwing out a location. And yes, I know it's convenient, and for some it will be frustrating, but I'd rather keep it private. At any rate, we absolutely loved spending holidays out there, as you can imagine. On this particular occasion, it was November of 2010. We had built a campfire and were sitting around enjoying the sounds of the woods and telling stories. My mother looks up and says, "The craziest thing happened here recently. My neighbor called me and asked me to come over. She had something to show me, so when I went over to my neighbor, she tells me, 'So this morning I went to check on my deer cams. One of my cams was completely destroyed. The cam was in pieces, but I managed to get the SD card. The first picture was of a huge buck. The second picture, well, I got this.' As my mom explained the story, she told us what was in that picture, or at least what she saw. My mom said it was some sort of animal. It was extremely pale with long arms and legs. She said it looked like the flash of the deer cam made its eyes light up too. The creature appeared to not even have a nose. She went on to say, so after that, the neighbor obviously freaked out, took the photo to the local police. They supposedly laughed in her face and said it was fake. Not long after, the people in town started to talk. They made remarks about her being crazy and a hoaxer. So then she sends it to the state government. I'm not kidding you. And they told her it was a hoax too. By this time, she was getting so much crap about it, she just stopped talking about it altogether. My mom then went on to explain that the last she'd ever heard of it was that the neighbor gave the SD card to her drunk son-in-law. At that point, my husband and I are like, holy crap, no way. Then my detective brain kicked in, so I grabbed my MacBook and made a Google search and came up with a certain picture. I showed it to my mom, and she said, "Oh my god, that's the same thing." I did some more research, and from what I can figure, the SD card was sent to a news station anonymously. I'm thinking that was the son-in-law who did it. Now, for those who may not have heard, and to those who may have already guessed, I'm talking about something that looks like the rake. Now, for the record, I'm not saying the rake is real, but I am saying this story is real. I'm saying that the photo is real. That as far as I believe, it was not photoshopped or faked. It was taken on a real cam in the middle of the night in the middle of hundreds of acres of national forest. Also, my mom has lived there for 20 years and has never seen anything like this. So you decide for yourself. Do you think things like the rake or crawlers exist? Mountain Hiking Monster from Dog Lover 2002. I'm a 19-year-old female and I love hiking, especially when I need a pick-me-up. Well, in August of last year, my friend Gia and I went hiking. I brought my dogs, Bane, a 3-year-old Bernese mountain dog, and Clocker, a 9-month-old Cocker Spaniel. We would be hiking through the Wichita Mountains. We made sure to bring our coats just in case it got cold. About 7 minutes into our hike, I get this feeling that we're being watched. Gia sees the look on my face and asks, "Rainey, are you okay?" I get ready to say something in response when we heard this rustling noise. Bane and Clocker began to growl. Gia, throwing caution to the wind, said, "Hey, who's there?" That's when this tall creature walked onto the trail in front of us. The dogs went crazy. The thing looked half man, half goat. We stood there in shock until the creature began running towards us. We turned around and ran down the trail with the dogs. Bane and Clocker beat us to the car. We hopped inside and sped away. I still have no idea what we saw, but we don't go hiking anymore. Gia was too scared to live on her own after that encounter, so she moved in with me. Clocker has gotten more brave, and Bane growls at every single goat or lamb he sees, except for my goat, Lucky, who Bane grew up with. I ended up telling another friend of mine named Andre about the experience, and the first thing he said was, "Probably a goat man." The Thing in West Virginia from Tim Roger. This story occurred in Parkersburg, West Virginia. Even though I was originally born in Charleston, I moved to Parkersburg when I was 3. I was raised in an isolated area in the mountains. West Virginia is known for its scary cryptids and the well-known Mothman. But I'm here to tell you about a new type of creature, one never seen by the human eye before, at least as far as I know. I was 8 years old, playing outside with my German Shepherd. I vividly remember it being a nice fall day. The trees were beginning to lose their leaves. Every step I could hear the leaves crunching below me. As I mentioned, I live in an isolated area in the mountains, so my family would have to drive about 30 minutes to town if they wanted groceries or just to take me to school. It was evening, so I was bored, just running around throwing sticks as my dog attempted to go get them. I always loved the outdoors from a young age, but this event almost changed it for me. I soon noticed a stream heading down the mountain. I went over to it and my dog followed. I sat down on a nearby rock and looked up. I could tell it was going to be dark soon. That's when I heard a twig snap on the other side of the stream. I looked over to see a small squirrel just looking at me. My dog barked and foolishly ran across the stream, splashing me in the process. I ran after him but soon lost him. I looked around and soon found that I was indeed lost. I had an uneasy feeling and just wanted to be back home. I tried to retrace my steps, but I couldn't seem to find my way back. Every second that passed, that uneasy feeling would multiply. I scanned my surroundings until I found what was giving me that feeling. To this day, I still regret looking in that direction. What I saw was 8 feet tall. It was skinny and had a weird face like that of a bear, but it definitely wasn't a bear. This creature had patches of brown fur, but it looked like it had gotten in a fight with something. It had long arms, and that stench that came off it was insane. I stumbled backwards, and I was just in shock. It seemed like the thing was just as scared as I was. It went down on 4 legs and scurried off. It sure did remind me of a grizzly bear, but I'm not sure we have grizzly bears in West Virginia. Only black bears, I believe. And if it was a grizzly bear, why would it act like that? The thing I encountered made no noise. It was silent. I just sat there pondering on what I saw. I finally got the nerve to get up, but my legs were so shaky and I was so paranoid. I looked behind me every minute. I tried to run at one point, but I had no sense of direction. Even so, I just wanted to run, and so I did anyway. Eventually, I reached a road. It was the same road that led to my house. I followed it. I made it almost halfway up the road, and my heart sank as I remembered I didn't know where my dog went. I tried to think of an excuse on what to tell my parents, but what would they think? I walked into my house and went directly to my bedroom. I didn't come out that evening at all. Eventually, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night with that same feeling, and I swear I heard something knocking at my window. I was petrified. I felt cold teardrops falling down my cheeks. I was so scared. The next day, my dog thankfully somehow found his way home. I was so relieved, but I could tell he wasn't the same. After that day, I haven't been in those same woods ever again. I've been too scared to. Even now, as I'm 38, I'm just too paranoid. I don't know what was messing with us. From Angel F. This took place in 2013 in Boulder, Colorado. I always think about this from time to time, and I never will understand what this thing was or why this happened. My boyfriend, now husband, and I wanted to go spend some time in the mountains. He invited another couple and his 2 brothers, and we left about 1 in the afternoon. We found the most random spot, then stopped to get out and cook some food. We weren't too deep in the woods because the road was literally right next to us. But if you looked around, there was nothing but trees everywhere and not very many cars passed by. My husband and his friend and one of his brothers decided to go exploring deeper in the woods. Me, his friend's girlfriend, and his younger brother stayed and chilled by the little fire we had going. We were enjoying ourselves when all of a sudden all 3 of the guys came running down the hill. They said they'd found a tent, but it was a weird makeshift one. There was garbage all around it and hair everywhere. My first thought was maybe this was someone's home and they have nowhere else to go, so they took refuge out here in the woods. The hair part was a little confusing though. They also said it was weird because when they were there, they felt as if they were being watched, and the woods were unusually quiet. That's why they'd come back so fast. Mind you, they were only gone for about 10 minutes. I told him not to be messing around, and if this was a prank, it wasn't funny. He said they were serious and thought maybe it was time to go. We'd already been there a few hours by then. All of a sudden, we heard what sounded like a rock being thrown. It definitely wasn't close, as if someone was trying to hit us or the car, because it was still at a good distance. By then, it was already getting dark. I'm not too sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I swore I saw some sort of shadow or something moving so fast between the trees. I yelled at my boyfriend to look, and every time he did, that thing seemed to move away. We started for the car, which was only a few steps away. We rushed in the car, looking around to see if we could see this thing again, but it never showed itself. I felt like the moment we all got in the car, this thing was going to come and attack us. I felt so scared, especially because I was the one who was driving, so I had to compose myself and hope for the best. We never saw what it was for sure, but my husband said he thinks it was a Bigfoot. Honestly, I don't know, but it was definitely a moment I'll never forget. we never did go back there. White River Windigo from Sea Philly 100. There have been quite a few Windigo encounters being reported out of the Roosevelt National Forest here in Colorado as of late, so I thought I'd share my encounter as well. It was back in July of 2021. I was trying to get 50 or 55 days in before the 2020-2021 ski season ended. We can ski pretty much year-round here, save for a few late summer months, and looking back, I can't seem to recall whether it was 50 or 55. Anyway, I typically like to backcountry ski out on Loveland Pass, but seeing as how it was the middle of summer, mostly all the snow up there had already melted. I could see from the top of the pass, however, that there was still a solid strip of summer snow over on the west side of the pass, southeast of Arapahoe Basin ski area, a couple of peaks down from Arapahoe Basin's infamous East Wall, an area featuring such ominous route names as Crap for Brains, Idiots, and The Widowmaker, just to name a few. Inspirational, right? Well, I was the wise guy who was going to hike up a nearly vertical granite wall because I just had to hit that number. Funny how I can't even remember that number. Anyhow, I drove down to the pullout down below the ascent, put the car in park, and got out to relieve myself. Now, this particular area used to be part of the Arapahoe National Forest, but it was transferred over to White River back in 1998. It's a wild area that provides significant habitat for deer, elk, mountain sheep, mountain goat, bear, and various other wildlife. It was already afternoon, which, generally speaking, is a no-no in the high mountains of Colorado in the summertime, or any time really, but especially in the summer, when lightning storms are an almost daily occurrence in the afternoons up there. And it was already clouding over by that time. But this was my final chance to get in before a big trip I had scheduled, so I strapped up my boots, threw my skis over my shoulder, and got to stepping. The first part of the hike was difficult. I had to make my way through some pretty thick brush just to get up into the woods, and once I got into the woods, I realized it would be easier to follow what's known as an AV track, which is basically what's left over after an avalanche slides down a natural gravitational fall line. Avalanche paths are subdivided into 3 sections: the start zone, the track, and the run-out zone. So I was hiking up the talus path, stepping from stone to stone almost like a natural staircase. I was stopping every couple of yards to transfer my skis from one shoulder to the other. At some point, the avalanche path turned into a high mountain stream. Mind you, this is right around 12,000 plus feet above sea level at this point in the ascent. Right around the trigger zone of the AV path, I was able to exit the talus path and start making my way up the high alpine section of the ascent. This was just a bit above treeline, where the mountain breaks up into big gullies and steep cliffed-out ravines. There are some high mountain caves up there, some natural and some old gold and silver mines, the latter of which the nearby town of Silverthorne was named after. I'd never been so close to these particular caves before, and I noticed that there were quite a few bones scattered about. Either deer or mountain goats, I'm not really sure. But what startled me was that some still appeared to be fairly fresh, with flies buzzing about and feasting on the little bits of rotting flesh still stuck to the bones. I figured there must be a mountain lion den nearby, as they are a pretty common sight around the area. I wasn't too concerned though, as I had my skis to protect me, and mountain lions aren't really known to be super aggressive unless you provoke them. The thing that puzzled me, however, was the smell. Mountain lions smell like big cats. They have that same strong ammonia smell to their urine, which they use to mark their territory, so you'll smell it when they're spooked. This, on the other hand, was more like a dead, rotten flesh smell, and I'm not just talking about the little bits of flesh the flies were feasting on, more like a dead rooster that's been left out for months to bake in the hot summer sun. Believe me, I would know. I used to live on a free-range chicken farm out on Orcas Island, but that's a different story. No, this was like the kind of smell that makes you want to throw up. Very vile, disgusting. Just then I started to hear what sounded like a chicken squawking, only differently. more hoarse and raspy, like a chicken dying from emphysema, if that makes any sense at all. My spidey senses were tingling as I quickly assessed that there's no way in heck a chicken had managed to get all the way up here. This was far away from civilization. The squawking turned into more of a high-pitched whistling sound, but with the sound waves bouncing off the rocks and echoing around the gully, so I couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. That almost made it sound like it was all around me. Feeling nauseated and a bit disoriented, I then heard a loud popping sound and turned around just in time to see something truly horrific. A giant moose-like creature with sharp, curvy antlers and a face and head like a big elk skull or something, with black soulless pits for eyes, 2 small slits where the nose should be, and complete with long, jagged teeth hanging out of its bony downward mouth, if you could call it that. A skeletal but muscular and rather mangy-looking ribcage, and I could see that it was hunched over on its haunches that looked like oversized deer legs, with the long, extended heel ending in rather large hooves. It had long, skinny arms that it was using to halfway run, walk, and lunge at me in a jerky and uncoordinated fashion, yet it was somehow still impossibly fast and aggressive. It was rapidly crossing the clearing in a disturbed and menacing manner. Not having much time to react, I quickly threw my skis down on the ground and clipped in, and even though there wasn't quite enough snow to ski on, off I went, bouncing down the hill, cranking over rocks and patches of grassy dirt, just praying that I didn't fall. I could hear that thing chasing me, and I knew I couldn't turn around, but I could hear its heavy bipedal footfall behind me, and I could see from our shadows that the thing was gaining on me. There was a big cliff coming up, and I knew I had to take my chances or this thing was going to catch me. Just then, I saw its 2 long, sinewy arms, ending in long black claws that looked like they were stained with layers of old caked-up blood, reaching out around my waist. I shut my eyes and tried to scream, but nothing came out. When I opened my eyes, I was flying through the air, my stomach in my throat, like when you're on a roller coaster. And just like that, boom, I hit the ground. My skis went flying off into the stream, with me tumbling down behind them. It was all I could do to keep my hands out in front of my face, cartwheeling down the mountain, slicing my arms and legs open against the razor-sharp rocks. It's truly a miracle that I didn't hit my head or break any bones in the process. But then my leg got jammed up in between the rocks and a big patch of ice, stopping my fall. I could no longer see the thing, but I knew I had to keep moving, so I pulled my leg out and grimaced in pain before sliding down the ice field and popping out into the trees below. I hoisted myself up against a tree and started to limp down, pushing it for all I was worth, finally reaching the scrubby bush below. From way up on the mountain, I heard the most grotesque and blood-chilling scream. It sounded like a demonic dragon from the movies or something. You can bet I scrambled as fast as my aching body would allow, getting back to my car. When I finally made it to my car, I jumped in and I threw it in reverse, backing out onto US 6 before throwing it into gear and hauling my sorry tail out of there. I think my adrenaline began to wear off at that point, because I could feel myself shaking uncontrollably, and I had to pull over to vomit. My wounds were oozing blood, and I knew I had to tend to them before they became infected. I drove down to the nearest gas station and went into the bathroom to wash my cuts. When I came out, the gas station attendant was looking at me like, "What the heck, bro?" "Trust me," I said. "You don't want to know." Devil's Racetrack Werewolf from Skater 91. In 2013, I lived close to a hiking trail. I would build a fire in a fire pit there and hang out on cool nights with a neighbor. On 2 separate occasions, we heard coyotes barking and howling like they were killing prey, only to hear this eerie quietness, followed by a loud howl, which was much more deep than a wolf howl. It sent chills down my spine. A couple of months later, I moved a few miles away to an apartment with my girlfriend. I was sitting in my apartment with a couple of friends one night. My girlfriend wasn't home at the time. One of them mentioned going for a hike, so we went out. We stopped by our local Walmart to pick up a few things and headed out to the trails. We walked about a mile or so up before settling down and building a fire. I helped get the fire going and went to gather some wood. That's when I saw something. I believed it to be the same creature that made those weird howls. We were face to face. It was climbing up the rocky side of the mountain and stared into my eyes. This creature was 8 feet tall with human-like hands and claw-like nails. Its upper body was like that of a man, but its head was wolf-like, and its legs were dog-like. Its eyes had a red glint to them, and strangely it looked more human than anything. Its fur was as dark as death. The creature snarled, and I ran for my life back to the campfire. When I told my friends, one of them believed me, but the other thought I was crazy. We left shortly after I begged to leave. On the hike back, I think it followed us all the way out, like it was territorial over the mountainside. I never returned there after dark. Visitation from GG. I'm half Native American on my mom's side, specifically Navajo. My dad is white and grew up near the reservation my mom grew up in. Both their families were friends and hunters. They were the type of folks to hunt a deer and share the spoils with everyone. If one family got some food, they would share it with the other. Same with any garden vegetables my dad's family grew. So inevitably, they became friends, which eventually led to them getting married. A year after I was born, my dad got a job in a city a couple of hours from the reservation. Being basically poor, my family felt pressured now that they had a kid. They didn't want me to grow up in a quote-unquote poor home. Their own words, not mine. So we moved away. Funnily though, I grew up hearing stories of my dad's family and my mom's family often hunting, eating, or hanging out together, and it sounded like something I wished I could have, even if it meant being poor. During my childhood, I'd often let them know that I wished I could see my Meemaws and Papaws more, the same nicknames for both sets of grandparents. I think it got to them, because by the time I was 9, they started taking seasonal trips back to the reservation. There, Mom and her mom would teach me about my Navajo heritage, and my dad and grandpas would take me hunting. These were some of my favorite and most cherished memories. There was nothing like hunting a deer, and on the same night, eating it for dinner with the family. My mom's parents taught me to use every part of whatever I hunted, and to respect nature. At the age of 13, we took a trip in the fall to the reservation. We would be staying a week at my mom's family's home. I'd begun getting along with my cousin Rowan during our stays at the reservation. Rowan was my mother's sister's kid, and though he was a bigger kid than other kids our age, with an intimidating appearance even at the age of 14, he was very fearful and reserved. My dad and grandpas would try to take him on our hunts with us, but he'd always refuse. He also had this thing where he hated being outside after dark. Well, that fall, while staying the night in his room, we stayed up talking. Eventually, I asked him why he was so afraid of things. I tried to word it respectfully. After all, I just wanted to understand him. "I don't know," he replied. "The woods are just creepy out here. The kids at school keep telling me stories. Old Navajo legends. They say they're real." "What kind of legends?" "They're just legends, though, Rowan. They probably aren't real or they're not real anymore," I said to him. "Well, I asked my dad once, and he said you're not supposed to talk about it. He was so serious, too. If he was so serious about it, then how could it be fake?" he asked. "Maybe he just knew it would scare you, so he didn't want you thinking or talking about it anymore." "I guess." Rowan turned over onto his side. "Dude, what's the legend, though? The one you're most scared of?" "If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else, okay? Or at least don't tell anyone that I told you." Yeah, sure, I laughed. "Just tell me." "Well, have you heard of the Skinwalker?" When he said that, I rolled my eyes. Who hasn't heard of the Skinwalker? Especially with the kids on this reservation. They loved pranking and scaring each other, as all kids probably do. Yeah, I've heard of it, I said. What's so scary about it? Do you really believe there are people out there that can wear the skin of animals and turn into them? Yeah. And a lot of other kids do too, as well as some of the adults. Which adults believe in skinwalkers, Rowan? I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say all of them. What are you talking about? Well, if you want to find out, forget about how I said not telling anyone. Tomorrow morning, go up to Mima or Papa and ask them, what's a skinwalker? And see how they react. Just don't tell them I told you. Alright, I'll do it. You gonna watch me do it? 'Cause I want to make sure you see and know it's just a story. Sure, he said. After that, the conversation went to girls and video games, and we eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I'd completely forgotten about the dare until Rowan brought it back up. So just before breakfast, I walked over to Grandpa, who was sitting in an old recliner. For some reason, I was getting nervous, but I pushed myself forward and approached him. My mom's papa was a gruff man of few words, a man both sides of our family respected, and would often go to for advice. Hey, Papa, I said to him, getting his attention. He looked over with a raised eyebrow, not saying anything. What's a skinwalker? I asked. And immediately, like a light switch, the entire mood in the room changed. My papa's eyebrows got narrow, and I could hear my Mima in the kitchen suddenly stop everything she was doing. For a second, Papa looked mad. Then, as if to remind himself I was just a kid less in touch with his culture, he sighed and loosened up. Then he placed a hand on my arm.
Don't go saying that around here.
Why? What's wrong with it?
There are certain words you shouldn't say, young'un. Just like there are certain spirits you don't want to attract to yourself.
I nodded my head, then walked away. When I turned around, I saw Rowan standing at the corner. He'd been watching like I asked. This time he wore a smug smile, as if to say, "Told you so." A few years after that, when I was 15 years old, and Rowan was 16, my mom's side had come into quite a bit of money. Some sort of investment. I can't quite remember the exact reason. But they bought a couple of ATVs, mainly to go out and hunt or to bring back deer. But on occasion, my grandpa would allow me and Rowan to go driving out on the trails with them. So long as we were careful, he said. Well, kids like us would make any promise to be able to drive those things around. Those suckers were fast and extremely easy to drive. Rowan and I would spend hours in the afternoon, ramping over dirt mounds, racing through muddy trails. We got in a lot of trouble one time because we accidentally ran over a squirrel. My grandpa gave us a stern talking to about being more careful of the nature around us, and grandma made us eat it so it wouldn't go to waste. And funny enough, I thought it was delicious. That being said, I wish we'd really learned that lesson about being more aware of nature around us. This event happened one evening when Rowan and I were riding ATVs on the forest trails. At the time, Rowan had slowly outgrown his fear of the dark and of the woods. He'd become, over the years, much more comfortable with being outside after dark. Losing track of time, eventually the sun set on us, but we kept racing with the headlights on. There was a certain clearing in the woods that the trails led to. We liked this spot because it had a big dip in the dirt that led back up into a massive sort of natural ramp. Rowan and I loved racing down the trail, turning around, and gaining as much speed as possible to go up the ramp. This was the kind of thing that, if Grandpa found out about it, we'd be grounded from the four-wheelers for a while. Luckily, he never did. Anyway, it was after sunset. It was a new moon night, so everything around us was pretty much completely dark. All we had for light were the headlights of the ATVs. At one point, it was Rowan's turn to drive down the trail, then turn around to pick up speed and do the big ramp. Before taking off, he said he was going to go back even further than usual for even more speed. Yeah, we were a couple of dumb teens. Through the trees, I watched him take off, going fast down the trail. Eventually, his headlights in the distance grew faint until they were completely gone. I was expecting to see his headlights coming back this way at any moment, But after a couple of minutes, I realized something was wrong. Perhaps he'd wrecked the ATV and hurt himself. Maybe he'd found something. Rowan wouldn't just abandon me. I kicked my four-wheeler into gear, and I began to drive down the trail. Suddenly, something large and dark ran right across the trail ahead of me. It was so sudden and quick that all I saw was just that dark blur. Instantly, I slammed on the brakes. When I came to a stop, I rotated my head to the left, looking for this thing that ran in front of me. But whatever it was, I couldn't find it. I looked at the ground in front of the ATV, wondering if perhaps a tree branch had fallen in front of me. But no, the ground was just as it had been. Rocks and dirt and occasional tufts of grass, but no branches and no animals. My heart was pumping hard. I had goosebumps all over my neck and arms. I just kept looking around, trying to figure out if I'd seen anything. But still, I could not find anything that would account for what I saw. Confused and a little freaked out, I began to drive, this time more slowly down the trail. As the engine picked back up, I swear I heard a new sound along with it. Footsteps. Rapid ones. Something or someone on all fours. When I heard it, I stopped again and listened. I began to look around once more, but just as before, I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I gulped and began to drive forward again. And like last time, the moment the engine picked up, something began to walk rapidly. It was like it was trying to hide its footsteps behind the engine noise, but they were too loud still. I could hear them. I slammed on the brakes again. The footsteps stopped. I'd never been so convinced that I was going crazy until then. I had no idea what was going on. "Rowan? Dude, this ain't funny. Where you at?" I called out to my cousin, but there was no reply. I kept the ATV on but put it back in park. I stood up on the ATV, trying to get a better look around. Then I turned completely around in the seat and looked in the distance back in the trail. Nothing. I was about to turn around again and continue driving, determined this time to ignore any weird noises or sights until I found Rowan. But then I stopped. I was pointed in the direction of the back of the ATV, where the metal rack was. It was there, through the metal bars of that rack, that I saw something that shouldn't have been there. Hair attached to something that was crouching below the ATV on the trail just behind me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was so intensely terrified in that moment that I couldn't bring myself to peer over the back of the ATV. Instead, calmly and horrified on the inside, I turned back around, sat down, and clicked the four-wheeler back into gear. Just as I swallowed and began to press on the accelerator, I felt the rear of the ATV shift with new weight. The small vehicle rocked back and forth for a moment, then stood still again. I realized then that I couldn't breathe. I was too scared to breathe, too scared to move an inch, too scared to even look in a different direction. Then, the worst part happened. I felt cold, rigid hands on my ribs, like the hands of a passenger holding on. But these hands kept coming forward, up over the front of my rib cage, until cold and pointed nails began to tap on my collarbone. "Gavin," came a whisper in my ear, one that I swear made my heart turn to ice. What happened next was completely automatic and instinctual. I took a big, deep breath, preparing the loudest scream I could muster. But before I could belt it out, whatever was behind me grabbed me by my hair and yanked me off the ATV. I hit the ground hard, landing on my back, knocking the air out of me, so I couldn't scream, even if I wanted to, for the next few moments. I swear to God, this person or thing dragged me over the ground at a runner's pace, as if it was so strong that pulling my body was absolutely effortless to it. Finally, I saw headlights. Other headlights. There was Rowan racing up the trail. The pain in my scalp was released. Whatever it was, it let me go. and the moment I did, I turned over onto my stomach and looked in the direction it was running off to. There was just enough light from both pairs of headlights to see it, to know that I wasn't crazy, because even though what I saw didn't make sense, I know it was real. I know my eyes were not tricking me. What I saw looked like a man hunched down. There was one too many bends in his arms, as well as his legs, and his legs were covered in fur. His back was covered in fur too, but the way it looked loose on him, it appeared more like that fur was something he was wearing. In a matter of seconds, I watched this hunched over, racing away form suddenly shift into something on all fours, something that more resembled a coyote, but a bit larger in size. "Gavin?" Rowan called out to me from his ATV. I was slammed right back into reality, throwing myself back up on 2 feet and running at full speed back to the ATV. "Go, go, go!" I told Rowan, and though I said go 3 times, I don't think he needed to be told at all. The 2 of us went dangerously fast out of those trails, and we didn't stop until we made it back to my grandparents' house. We ran inside and tried to collect ourselves in the spare room, aka Gavin's room, as he'd often spend summers living with the grandparents. "Where did you go? Where did you go?" I asked Rowan over and over. I'm sorry, but I felt abandoned. I felt as if this only happened to me because Rowan had left me. But Rowan explained. As I went down the path, I swear I saw something behind me. Something that was faster than the ATV. It was chasing me. I had no idea what it was, but I didn't stop until I couldn't see it anymore. Then I realized that maybe it turned back and it was coming for you. I demanded to know. What was it? Then Rowan replied, "You don't want to know what I think it was." And I knew immediately what he was talking about, because that conversation we'd had a few years ago had stuck with me forever, especially thanks to my pawpaw's reaction. Rowan then whispered, as if he wasn't sure he should even say it, "Skinwalker." Now I didn't argue with him. I didn't directly deny it or agree to it. But deep down, I think I knew he was right. I had just witnessed something that defied any explanation I could come up with. Something shaped like a man doesn't just change into something shaped like a coyote, unless they're a skinwalker. I'm 24 now. I've been back to the reservation. And yeah, Rowan and I never did stop going down the trails on ATVs until Rowan moved away after having a kid of his own. But one thing we didn't do was stay out racing those ATVs after dark, let alone step foot in the woods after sundown, except when we were hunting with family. And thankfully, these precautions kept us from seeing this skinwalker again, at least for now. Outside the tent. From Sane Mantis. My friend Jacqueline and I are co-workers at a call center. Probably the most boring and irritating job in existence. We manage to keep ourselves going by hanging out on the weekends. Sometimes we go to see a movie. Other times we go bowling or mini-golfing or to a bar. On this particular weekend, we went camping. We'd gone camping a few times before. We weren't strangers to it. We didn't camp deep in the woods either. Usually, we'd go to this shared campground place at the nearby state park. The idea was to just stay overnight, eating junk food and probably watching a scary movie in the tent before bed. Just one night. That's all it was supposed to be. And yet, I feel as if the 2 of us won the lottery of nightmares. We made it to the campground after picking up various snack cakes at a couple of different gas stations. It was 2 p.m. when we arrived. We were supposed to be there by noon, but it didn't really matter. Once we arrived, there was literally no one there. A slow weekend, I assumed. It was kind of exciting, thinking that it would just be me and Jacqueline. Just a couple of girls surviving the woods alone. By nightfall, I'd read the last 10 chapters in the novel I'd been reading, and Jackie had started a campfire in the little fire pit. We cooked some hot dogs and ate them right off the stick. We talked for a while by the fire after eating. Jackie apparently was into a new guy at work, and I talked about how doing some yoga at home helped my head feel a bit clearer. Eventually, we headed into the tent, turned on ginger snaps on my laptop, and fell asleep in the middle of the movie. I woke up alone in the tent. Groggy, I looked around to see where Jacqueline had gone. The flap to the tent was open, so I figured she went to pee. I glanced toward the open laptop, which was still playing the movie. Back then I used VLC to play movies. I had apparently left the repeat option on for videos, so the movie had looped back to the scene where Ginger was first attacked by the werewolf in the woods by the park. If you haven't seen Ginger Snaps, it's probably my favorite werewolf film. Anyway, I felt a chill run down my spine just glancing at that scene. That movie had always freaked me out, but realizing I was alone in the woods with the tent flap open, that was a bit much for me. I closed the laptop, putting my computer to sleep.
Abby!
I heard Jackie call for me outside. She sounded pretty far. What the heck was she doing out there? I wondered. It was well after midnight, but far from the sun coming up.
What?
I called back, getting comfy in my sleeping bag. I closed my eyes.
Abby, you've got to see this.
She called again. I sighed, unzipping my sleeping bag. I started to climb out of the tent when I saw someone by the fire. But it looked like Jackie. She was looking right at me, eyes wide, with a finger over her lips. Her hand was shaking, yet it was warm outside.
Abby, come on, check this out.
The voice came again. It was distinctively Jackie's voice coming from the woods away from the campsite, about 50 or 60 yards out, at least. What the? I muttered. My eyes went wide, matching Jackie's. The Jackie by the fire shushed me. Slowly, she approached the tent and crawled back in next to me. I watched her zip up the flap as slowly as possible. She seemed desperate not to make any noise with the zipper. My mouth went completely dry, my chest pounding. What in the world is going on? I whispered. I went to use the bathroom at the tree line. I started to hear something moving around out there. When I came back to the campsite, I heard it too. I just sat there, wondering how in the heck it was possible to hear my own voice in the middle of the woods. Suddenly, noises erupted from the same direction that the voice had been coming from. The sounds of stomping footsteps slowly approached. Whoever it was, they were not trying to hide their presence. Within about 40 seconds, those steps closed the distance and breached the trees entering the campsite. They sounded heavy, much heavier than me or Jackie.
Jackie, where are you?
I gasped. That was my voice, coming from outside the tent near the campfire. Those heavy, slow steps then turned into rapid, skittering sounds, like someone who was quite flexible and gifted at crawling on all fours had begun to circle us.
Jacqueline, why did you leave me out here? Let's go for a walk.
My voice tempted my friend to come outside. However, she stayed put right next to me, the real me. The two of us trembled, watching the tent flap. We stared at the zipper like our lives depended on it. We waited for it to move, waited for that thing outside to come up to our tent and begin to open it. It got closer, suddenly passing between the remnants of the fire and the tent, casting a faint, bizarre shadow over the wall. I saw hair covering the thing, and what appeared to be short, pointed horns. I hoped this was a nightmare, because none of it made sense. I looked again at Jackie. She was looking back at me, shaking her head, signaling to stay completely quiet. But something told me it knew we were here. And if that was the case, why didn't it bust down the tent? Why didn't it just tear through the thin walls? It seemed more intent on toying with us. Maybe it wanted us scared. Then we heard it from behind us.
I know you're in there.
I couldn't hold it back anymore. My fear took control of me. Without another thought, I burst through the front of the tent, ripping the zipper right off. Just before I ran into the tree line, I called out Jackie's name. I heard her reply, "Abby!" behind me. She had begun running too. Together we sprinted through the woods, with no destination in mind, a third pair of footsteps chasing after us. I could hear something inhuman breathing. Whatever that thing was, it sounded like it was gaining on us. I pushed myself harder. I ran and ran. I didn't stop for another 20 minutes or so. And when I did, I burst through another tree line. I came out on a paved road. I screamed for help, hoping a car would pass by and someone could come pick us up. I turned around, facing the forest I just escaped from. Jacqueline wasn't there. I'd heard her. I'd heard her footsteps. I'd heard her voice. I thought I knew it was her. Even if that thing could mimic voices, it didn't mimic the sound of footsteps too, did it? "Abby!" The sound of Jacqueline's voice calling my name came again. It sounded exactly the same as before. This time, it came from across the road, the part of the woods that Jackie and I hadn't been in. When did she get there? Then I heard something else. From the exact same direction came a hideous laugh. I'd been completely tricked. It scared me out of the tent, made me think my friend had followed me, but all I had done was abandon her. And now I'd found myself outside in the dark, alone, with that thing. As if my prayers had somehow been answered, headlights from a pickup truck emerged from around the bend. They began to drive towards me, slowing down as I waved my arms and called out. They stopped, and a man's arm gestured me to get in from inside the cab. I did so without hesitation. As soon as I got in, the man, having no idea what I'd just been through, asked me, "You okay, ma'am? You hurt? Do you need a hospital?" I was so terrified still that I wanted to scream, but I looked at him and calmed down, realizing how crazy I'd sound if I told him everything. Instead, there was something more important I had to do. "Can you take me back to the campsites?" I asked. "I got myself real lost in there. I'm sorry." He half smiled and nodded his head. "Sure thing, don't worry." He reached his arm behind the seat, pulling a warm, unopened bottle of water from a container of other waters. I happily accepted it. A 7 or 8 minute drive later, we arrived at the campgrounds. I saw my tent. I told the man thank you, and I begged him to stay put while I grabbed my friend. He looked confused, and I could tell he knew I wasn't giving him the whole story. But he breathed a "sure" before I hopped out and ran over to the tent. Jacqueline was inside, staring straight ahead. Even as I peered my head in, she didn't look at me. Her whole body was shaking. I practically had to drag her out of there. Together, we walked over to the truck. Could you drive us to the parking lot?" I requested of the man, and he did as I asked. When we made it back in my car, Jackie's expression of trauma turned into one of sheer anger. She didn't talk to me all the way home, and when I dropped her off, she didn't answer my calls later that night. She didn't reply to my texts either. On the next workday, she did come into work and seemed normal, except when I tried to talk to her, but Jackie ignored me. Now I'm not naive. I know the exact reason I lost my best friend. When you're facing terror alongside someone else that you trusted, and they run off abandoning you, that's something that you don't forget. Something that you're likely not to forgive. The remainder of stories in this portion are from older unlisted episodes that I figured I should bring back. These do seem like possible Skinwalker encounters, except for the second one, which sounds more like a Windigo in my opinion, but it mimics voices like a Skinwalker, but whatever. Enjoy the stories.
Not Alone in the Woods, from Wyatt 2002. My mom and dad moved us to a small town called Gleason. We lived about 6 miles away from the actual town in the middle of nowhere. Our house was surrounded by nothing but forest. When I say house, I mean house, barn, and shed. So my 3 brothers and I were pretty happy to be in a new place. The first thing we did was explore the new house and land. Everything seemed great for the first 2 months. One day we were playing in the weeds when we saw something. It looked like a bear, so we ran inside and stayed inside the rest of the night. We didn't feel like being bear chow. The next morning came and we go back out into the woods, feeling a bit braver. There was no signs of any bear as far as we knew, so we started playing hide and seek, and we didn't think about what we saw the previous day. After all, we didn't get a good look, so maybe it was just nothing. My 2 brothers and I were hiding from our other brother. After a while, he found us, and that was the end of the game, so we were heading back inside. Our plan was to play video games the rest of the day. But around 6:30 in the evening, we were playing hide and seek again. It was beginning to get dark out, which made the game more suspenseful. We were hiding in the woods because the brother that was it this time was afraid of the woods at night. Yeah, it may have been unfair, but we used it to our advantage. A little while later, when our brother did not find us yet, we were beginning to get worried. I felt bad for hiding out here, and I was afraid he may have gotten lost if he did come in the woods to look for us. But something did find us. As we were sitting there being quiet, we heard movement behind us. When we turned and looked, we saw something that scared the living daylights out of us. It was some dark black creature standing on 2 legs with eyes that reflected yellow in the dim moonlight. It appeared to be observing us. Despite being absolutely terrified, I couldn't move. My 2 brothers that were with me ran away, but they left me there, scared stiff. The creature began walking towards me. I was crying now, tears flooding down my face, but still I could not move. My body was fighting against my mind. Luckily for me, one of my brothers went to get my dad, who came back out with a rifle. When my dad hollered at me to get inside now, my limbs finally listened and began to move. I ran back to the house as I heard my dad fire a shot at this thing. I'll never forget what I heard after that. A bone-chilling, gnarly scream. My dad then ran inside, making sure all the kids were inside before he went in. He had us quickly lock all the doors with him, as well as the windows. He even armed us with the extra rifles, and we all slept in the same room together after watching through the windows for a while. The following day, my brothers and my dad and I go back outside, rifles at the ready. We don't find the creature, but what we do find is one of the larger trees in our yard knocked down. It wasn't like that the night before, and I think we all were thinking the same thing. That creature had done this. We lived in that house for 5 years, and then we moved a few miles away from the house. It wasn't far, but apparently it was far enough to not have to see that thing or anything like it again. Still, I never liked being that close to the house. Thankfully, another 3 years after that, we moved again. We moved about 45 minutes away to Mosinee, and we haven't seen anything weird again.
White Thing, submitted by M. Bird. I live in the woods of the southeastern United States in Alabama. I'm also 17 and I'm still in high school, of course living with my parents. Let me be straight with you, I love it out here, but I can't lie when I say this. Some things happen out here that I can't really explain. Now, my brother and I each have a large Great Dane. Mine is a bit bigger, but every few nights now it's like they go crazy, running and barking like crazy in the deep woods. I get worried and always go out to try to call them back to the house, but usually they are already just outside the door on the back porch, staring tensely and completely rigid. They're always looking into the woods, even when I open the door. At first, I just blamed it on the sound of their barking bouncing off objects and sounding further away than it actually was. Maybe that would explain the barking I heard, and why they were so close to the house when I'd come outside. That's what I thought until the hunting incident. Now I'm not so sure anymore. It was the single most intense moment I've ever experienced on the property. And as of writing this story, it happened a few months ago during the white-tailed deer season. I'm an avid hunter, but I hadn't been yet that season due to my concentrating on wrestling season, which goes on around the same time. However, one day my dad called me and said my little cousin wanted to go hunting. He proceeded to ask me if I could take him, and I immediately agreed. I love that little dude, and he's obsessed with hunting. An hour later, we're walking down the trail, and I can't stop smiling because my cousin looked so happy in his little camo outfit. We walk down a very large hill, cross a creek, and walk up another hill. Then we arrive at the small house that we hunt out of. It overlooks a large green field that we started planting 2 years back. Off to the right of me, there is a small creek that leads into the creek we had crossed earlier, as well as a bunch of underbrush. To the left and in front of us, there is green grass that goes out for hundreds of yards. Unfortunately, we didn't get a deer that day, but I did see something strange. A white flash through the brush behind the back of the field. It was small, probably 4 feet off the ground, so I assumed it was the tail of a white-tailed deer, as they tend to run with their tails straight up. But even if it was just a deer, what the heck was it running from? We had taken down all the coyotes the year before because they had been stealing chickens, and it was too far away to have noticed my little cousin and I. Anyway, that didn't really affect me much during the hunt, because I had no reason to believe that there was something weird happening in those woods. I was just frustrated at the lost opportunity at the deer. Soon after that, though, we began hearing walking through the woods to my right on the other side of the small creek and brush. I shushed my cousin, and I told him that I think something is walking towards the field. He got a little excited because he thought it would be a deer that we could aim at, but I had said walking. I knew it wasn't a deer. When you spend that much time in the woods as I have, you can identify a lot of animals by the sounds they make when walking through the woods. A deer, for instance, will often take about 3 steps then pause and look around for danger before continuing on. This unknown creature I was hearing had a similar walking pattern to a squirrel. It would walk kind of fast, then crash like it was coming to a stop quickly. But it wasn't a squirrel. Squirrels aren't heavy enough to break twigs and branches alike. But this entity moved around outside of my sight for close to 45 minutes before suddenly stopping for good. I was unsettled but still operating like nothing was wrong at that point. Another hour passed and it got dark, so me and my slightly disappointed cousin walked back to the house without any issues. We got to the house and my cousin suddenly chirped, "Oh man, I left my camo bag." After the disappointing hunt, I couldn't let him go home without his favorite bag, so I offered to go down and get it for him, even though it was a dark, moonless night, and that was the choice that led me to the single most terrifying moment of my entire life. As I didn't have to worry about scaring off deer anymore, I decided to take our new four-wheeler. It was a Yamaha Grizzly 750cc. Any four-wheeler enthusiasts would agree that it is a monster in and of itself. I quickly made it back to the hunting house and grabbed the bag and a toboggan that my cousin had also left. As I hopped back on the four-wheeler, I looked up just in time to see a small white figure dash out of the corner of the headlight beam at an impossible pace. The memory of those footsteps in the brush came rushing back, and I decided I'm about to use 750cc's to get back to the house. I whipped around at a speed that wouldn't be approved of by many sane people, and I headed down into the creek. Then suddenly, I heard footsteps splashing through the water behind me at what sounded like Mach 7. I can hear these footsteps over the roar of my massive ATV engine, which shouldn't have been possible. And I cannot stress enough how fast it sounded. It was comparable to the speed of a jackhammer breaking concrete, but it was on water. I looked back and saw a small white humanoid with black hair half the length of its body. The only reason I could see it was because my ATV was close enough to it that my red taillight was illuminating the thing. This was enough. I pushed in the gas so hard, it sent dirt and debris flying behind me. I was flying out of the creek and ripping a completely new trail back up the giant hill that leads to my house. I hit a bump at this insane speed, and the four-wheeler went airborne. This didn't faze me at this point, and as I landed 15 feet from when I left the ground, I was already full throttle again. I whipped into the gravel driveway at enough speed that I put deep ruts into the ground, and I hopped off, drawing my buck knife as I landed on the ground, and I looked everywhere. My eyes were darting all around me. The first thing I noticed, the creature wasn't anywhere that I could see. The second thing I noticed, neither was my cousin. I was past terror and getting furious at this point. If you chase me, I'll run, but if you mess with my 6-year-old cousin, you run. I was about to take off into the woods yelling his name when I glanced over and saw him looking out of one of the windows of the house. He was pretty shaken up. I ran inside and asked if he was all right, and he said that he got scared when he heard me flying through the woods. He asked if I was running away from something, and I just said, "No, big dude, I was just doing it for fun," which calmed him down pretty quick. As he left that night, my father asked me why I was driving like a madman, but I gave him a look that said I'm not even about to talk about it. He said to me, "Just don't mess up that ATV," then he left me alone. Since then, nothing much has happened. I still hear my dogs barking out in the woods when I know they're on the porch. Other than that, the creature hasn't made another in-person appearance. Creepy Backwoods Experience, submitted by Carter Q. I'm a freshman in high school, and I live in a house that has a huge expanse of forest behind it. I explore these woods behind my house quite often, and I used to make trips through it to get to my ex-girlfriend's house with ease, since I don't have a car. At the time of this story, I was still dating her. Unfortunately, I had an experience that has guaranteed that neither I nor my ex will ever set foot in those woods ever again. It happened over my 8th grade summer break. I left my house around 10 p.m. to get to hers. It was dark, but I wasn't worried. I had made the trek many times before, plus her parents weren't going on vacation for a week, so I was willing to walk through the forest alone at night, so far as it meant being alone with her for a week. It was about a 20-minute walk going straight north, and I was confident that I would get there within 5 minutes after her parents left. Now, my girlfriend and I had made plans for a Doctor Who marathon on Netflix. We were both major nerds, but of course, I was still excited to be alone with her for the night. After walking for maybe 5 minutes or so, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to see nothing there. Slightly disturbed, I texted my girlfriend to wait for me at her back door. I was worried that I may have to run from a wild coyote or something, and I wanted to be sure she would be ready to open and close the door quickly if I did end up running for it. It was then that, I kid you not, I heard her say my name, and I immediately knew something was off. The voice I heard say my name said it in an almost seductive manner, but my ex had never talked to me in a seductive tone before, nor did I think she even knew how to sound seductive. Plus, she was at her house, so I knew that whatever I heard wasn't actually her. I began to walk faster, checking my phone to be sure I was going north. Then I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I turned even quicker than before, and I saw it. It was a pale, naked humanoid creature, or at least its head was humanoid. Then, to my horror, it slowly stood up. I'm 6 feet tall, so I'm not by any means a small guy, but this thing towered over me. I was more terrified than I'd ever been before, but I had one advantage that probably saved my life. I have a very strong, very fast-acting fight or flight response, and before this thing had even fully stood up, I was booking it north. I could see the lights of my girlfriend's house through the trees, and I started screaming to her, "Open the door!" I was maybe 10 yards from the door when I saw her open it. I heard her start to reply, "Carter, why are you yelling? What is that?" I didn't reply. I just ran in the house, and without stopping, I grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut. I heard a loud bang at the door, as if something had slammed into it. My girlfriend was hysterical. She kept yelling that we were going to die. As I set her down on a couch, I managed to calm her down. We stayed on that couch for the rest of the night, petrified. Later, she told me that the thing had been right behind me, whatever it was, and that it had actually been about to grab me. I'd only barely made it to the door. I still don't know what the thing was, but I can guarantee that no one could ever make me go into that forest again. Southern Ohio Skinwalker. Submitted by Anon from 4chan. This happened a year ago during the summer. I'm 21 years old with a German bloodline, and though I don't have any native blood in me, I know all about skinwalkers and Windigo, mainly from the massive amount of time I spent on 4chan in the past couple of years. I live in the hills of the Ohio River Valley. I'm an avid coyote hunter and fisherman. What time I'm not spending at work playing video games or browsing 4chan, I'm in the woods or on the river. One night after I left work, I decided to go fishing at the pond near my friend's property, to the northeast of my house. I got home, grabbed my rods, tackle box, and trusty HK VP9, because I carry it everywhere nowadays. Then I ran to the store and bought some chicken liver for bait. I should mention that I also brought my dog, a 9-month-old German Shepherd Rottweiler mix that I named Mouser. As I arrived on my friend's property and began pulling my truck into the field surrounding the pond, the sun was starting to set. It was eerily quiet, no noises of nature or any noise at all other than the engine of my truck running. It made me feel kind of uneasy, but I just pushed it to the back of my mind. I got out of the truck with my pup and began to set up my rods when Mouser started acting a little uneasy. I patted him gently on the side to try and reassure him that everything was fine. By the time my rods were set up and ready to go, it was dark out. So I went back to the truck to grab my glow sticks and headlamp. It was then that Mouser jumped into the truck and wouldn't move at all. I said to him, "What do you think you're doing?" almost expecting an answer. But instead, I was hit with the most god-awful stench I've ever smelled in my life. The smell of sulfur and rotting flesh. I began to worry at that point. In an instant, every thread on 4chan that I've read about skinwalkers flew through my mind. I stayed still and silent for a second, listening. All of a sudden, I see Mouser start shaking and I hear footsteps behind me. The stench of rotting meat grew stronger. My heart was in my throat and I had completely forgotten the handgun clipped underneath my steering wheel. I stood there for what seemed like hours, even though it was only seconds. I slowly started to turn my head back towards whatever was behind me. It was 50 feet away, and it was barely lit up by the light back by the pond. That's how I was able to see it, and I was completely horrified. It was easily 9 feet tall and had the head of a deer with scraggly antlers, as well as a deer's legs and a human's torso. But it was rotting. Fight or flight had hit me at that point, so I jumped into my truck and slammed the door shut. I held tight to my holster and rolled down the window, ready to fire at it at any moment while trying to back out. In seconds, I was out of the fields. I thought I was safe and getting away, but I was wrong. I looked over and saw Mouser with all his hair standing up, teeth bared, savagely growling at something behind the truck. It was then that I felt the back of the truck drop, as if something had jumped into the bed. I didn't dare look into my rearview mirror. I kept driving towards the dirt road to take me from the field back to my friend's house. I heard a loud screech coming from right behind me. It was close, but somehow at the same time it sounded distant. I drove for another 10 minutes, hearing tapping on my back windshield the entire time. Once I got back to my friend's driveway, all was silent. I gathered the courage to get out of the truck, forcing my pup to stay inside. I'd rather have something bad happen to me than him. That was almost a year ago now. I often go back there to do target practice sometimes, but I always have a feeling of dread around that pond, and I can still hear the screeching sometimes, as if I could ever forget that sound. The Creek, submitted by Sightings. This story is truly something I wish I'd never experienced. A couple of years ago, I lived in an apartment complex that had a creek to the back of it. I always wondered how deep the creek was, and if there was anything interesting there. One night, me and my father and his girlfriend were walking back to our complex, and my dad had to go to the bathroom. So me and his girlfriend walked up when I turned around to see where my father had gone, when I saw a black figure approaching from the edge of the creek. I simply assumed it was my father, and that's where he'd gone to pee, so I turned back around. My dad soon came back, but he came from the opposite side I'd been looking, so I asked him, "Hey, Dad, did you go to the creek to do your business?" He shook his head. At this point, I just wanted to get to the apartment, and my dad and his girlfriend were talking. That's when I felt something was behind me, and I turned around once more. It was so dark, and I had this sensation like someone was watching us. Suddenly, my dad perks up. He turns around and looks into the distance, and I see his eyes widen. I was wondering what he was looking at. Before I could look around, his girlfriend froze. That's when they both suddenly screamed and began to run. And that's also when I began to hear a fourth set of footsteps coming right towards us. We didn't go home that night. We were too scared of that creek to go all the way back, so we stayed in a hotel for the rest of the night. I don't know what the figure was. It could have been someone playing a prank on us, or it may have been something that lived near the creek bed. Creepier yet, some kids went missing a while back from the bus stop, which was very close to that creek, and the three of us, me, my dad, and his girlfriend, all think something very strange is going on. The Beast, submitted by Rainy Day 16. 2 years ago, my cousin and I had gone out on a camping trip in the woods of rural Pennsylvania. The nearest house to his was about 3 miles up the road. His place was surrounded by woods. Him and I decided we were going to go about a mile or two into the woods and camp out. Little did we know that this would be the most creepy experience of our life. My cousin was 18 and I was 16 at the time. We began our walk through the woods around 6 p.m. that night. The sun wasn't quite setting just yet. We found the perfect spot, and I started a fire while he set up camp. The sun was beginning to set fast, so we decided to start cooking our dinner, which happened to be hot dogs. I was cooking some hot dogs when I noticed some faint footsteps coming up from behind me. I could tell by the way the leaves were crunching that the animal must have been pretty large. I looked at my cousin with wide eyes. "What is it?" he whispered to me. I put my finger to my lips and pointed behind me. I could tell he had heard it too. He gestured to me to move, so I slowly moved closer to him. He grabbed his .22 and loaded it as quickly and quietly as he could. But this thing must have heard him and stopped moving about 500 feet away from us. I could see the outline of it from there. It had to have been 7 feet tall, and it looked like it was covered with thick, matted fur. I've never seen anything like it. It was weird. I didn't feel fear per se. I felt like it wasn't trying to put us in harm, but just wanted to pass through. My cousin must have felt differently, because he lifted up his weapon to fire. I put my hand on his shoulder and told him to lower it. By the look on his face, I could tell he thought that that was a bad idea. We watched the thing standing there for a minute, and then it took off to the right of us. My cousin proceeded to scream at me about me telling him not to fire. I told him that I didn't think it was going to hurt us. He paused for a moment, and I could see his eyes growing. He was looking at something behind me. He still had the weapon in his hand. I quickly lowered myself to the ground so he could have a clear shot. He pulled the gun to his shoulder and turned the safety off, then fired 3 shots at the thing. I think he hit it, because immediately I heard the thing growling and screeching. It made an almost coyote-type howl, but 10 times as loud and deep. Then it took off heavily through the woods. My cousin and I decided that we had had enough of camping for the time being. We packed up and put the fire out and made our way back to the house. We had flashlights guiding us all the way, but I still felt like something was following us. I could have sworn that I heard footsteps every couple of minutes, but my cousin told me I was just paranoid. I haven't gone camping since that day. Navajo Skinwalker, from C. Philly 100. A story told to me by my old coworker, narrated in his perspective. Some friends and I were on a holiday in Arizona, making our way out to Monument Valley. At one point, we stopped along the road to let the dogs out and take a little nature walk. We'd only gone a couple hundred yards out into the desert, following the dry washes and draws that made up this wild Arizona landscape. That's when we saw a Dene, or Navajo, man standing up on the hillside above us, looking down at us. He was dressed in all black in the traditional fashion, and he had a stern, scowling look on his weathered face. "Hey there. Sorry, friend, we didn't realize this was private property," I called out. No response. He just stood there scowling at us still. Listen, we'll get out of here, mister. We don't want any trouble, we'll just be on our way now." The man began to mutter something under his breath, only it sounded more like a chant or curse than anything else. We backed up down the draw until we could no longer see him or hear that eerie chanting. Later that night, we arrived at the Airbnb where we'd be staying at before the big day in the valley. We ate pizza that night, played some music, and I'd almost forgotten all about the strange encounter. Just then, we heard something out in the front yard. I turned the music down and went to look out the window. Sitting just outside the pool of light from the front porch was a big black dog. It was looking right at me, with these dull yellow eyes, unblinking in the cool desert night. "Hey guys, check it out. There's a dog outside. Come take a look at this," I said. My friend Tommy got up and yawned as he made a big dramatic show of walking over. "Probably just some local res dog," he said. "Maybe just looking for scraps or something." Just then, the dog stood up and started walking towards the side of the house, gradually breaking into a trot. I ran to the bedroom window to keep eyes on the thing, then to the kitchen as it began to actually run around the side of the house. I ran over to the bathroom just in time to see it clearing the corner back into the front yard. I nearly tripped over the dining room table to get back to the front window where the dog was, only it wasn't a dog anymore. What I saw there now was a man, the same man from earlier, dressed in all black, eyes gleaming in the reflection of the floodlights. Even through the window, I could hear his chanting, the same as before, only now my ears were ringing and I had a splitting headache. The last thing I remember, I was clutching my head in pain and feeling like I was about to throw up. When I came to, it was morning. I sat up and saw that all my friends were, similarly, splayed out all over the floor. The place was a mess. The table had been flipped over, and our stuff was everywhere. The front door was open, and there were black paw prints all over the floor. The rest of that trip was a bit of a bust, as we were all feeling sick and hungover, even though we hadn't had anything to drink. It's illegal to buy alcohol on the reservation. To make matters worse, there was a sickly, dead, rotting flesh smell that we couldn't get out of our clothes no matter how hard we tried. I even started having some pretty serious health issues shortly after that, and eventually I had to be hospitalized for acute anemia. The doctors were unable to determine the cause, but I needed 4 units of blood and 5 iron infusions just to stabilize my hemoglobin. I think I need to talk to a native medicine man, but I'm far too frightened to venture back out to the reservation. All I can say is if you're traveling through the Navajo Nation, even in the daytime, be careful where you go or who you talk to. We are guests in their land, unwelcomed guests at that. I don't blame native folks for not liking us, but there are forces at work beyond our understanding here, and we do best to mind our business, sticking to the main thoroughfares. Don't go looking for trouble, because let me tell you, you may just find it, and trouble's going to find you. Skiing Skinwalker, from Daddy Matty. So this happened kind of recently, a few weeks back. I'm a pretty avid skier, and a few weeks ago I was itching to get out. My local mountain wasn't open yet, and I just couldn't wait. I found a section of mountains in northern British Columbia, and they had a very decent amount of snow on them. I called up a friend of mine who's also an avid skier and asked him if he wanted to ski them with me. He said yeah, and I got my other friend to go with us as well. Now, it's never safe to ski alone, even if you're out at a ski resort. All of us have these special bindings for our skis that allow your heel to lock and unlock. These bindings, along with what's called skins, allow us to basically walk on snow. We planned to go for 5 days and do one big loop. We'd climb up peaks and mountains and ski down them and just do that for all 5 days. The 3 of us all took one vehicle and loaded up our packs, strapping on our gear and heading out. The first 3 days were a dream. We skied some of the best snow of our lives. There was one section that was so great and so much fun, we stayed a little longer than we should have. After looking at the time, we decided to get heading towards our camp. It got dark out, and once the sun was out of sight, I got an eerie feeling. Not like I was being watched, but more like stalked, like something was following us. We turned on our headlamps, but after 5 minutes my lamp died, which made no sense because I had put fresh batteries in it earlier that day. Not even 10 minutes later, one of my friend's lamps died too. We had our one friend whose lamp was still on, leading us from the front. Given past experiences in my life, I thought something was up. However, my friends just said it was the cold that killed the batteries. We were hiking on a ridge, and about 1 kilometer ahead was another ridge. That's where I saw 2 red dots, which I later assumed to be eyes. I told my friend to turn off the lamp, and I told them both to look across at these red dots. There they were, crimson red eyes, looking right at us. Around the same time, we heard a loud howl, but it was so distorted it sounded more like a scream. We heard these screams all night. We made camp, accompanied by these screams. At about 6-ish a.m., I was awakened to the sound of walking and heavy panting outside our tents. I stayed still, terrified of what could be out there. I remembered the screams of the night before. I heard whatever it was beginning to walk away, and I opened my tent slightly, just enough for one eye to peek out. Then I saw it, this huge black wolf. It was standing by a tree. It was about half as tall as the tree itself, about 10 to 12 feet. It jumped right around, and the crimson red dots that we'd seen before now stared right back at my one eye. Then it screamed. In the scream you could almost make out in a distorted way, because of this wolf's close proximity to the camp. The scream woke up my friends. Then it ran off. That morning we got up and headed out. It sounded like that thing had said, "This is my mountain," and I hoped it wasn't talking about the specific mountain we were on. Just as we were about to set out again, we saw it in broad daylight on the ridge across from us. It looked back and screamed. Then an avalanche happened right in front of us. Seeing that thing, we decided to cut our trip short. We made our way to a shortcut. This took us all day and it was getting dark, but we kept going even through the dark. We were now in a valley and we continued on, eventually seeing those red eyes again on top of a hill staring down at us. We decided to make our way up to the opposite hill that the eyes were on. We got halfway up the hill with a large part of the mountain looming above us. The screams returned then. That night was a sleepless one, as I was constantly awake hearing those screams, knowing that something was outside. I pretended to sleep though, hoping that that thing would leave in peace. I know it returned into our camp, but eventually I did hear it walk away. I heard it scream again before leaving. After it was gone, we got up and packed up. Just as we set out, when we were about 30 feet away from our camp, an avalanche came pouring down right in the place we were just sleeping. We booked it out of there, making it back to the truck. I looked back as we drove away, looking right into that wolf's eyes again. I'm not really sure what that thing wanted. Maybe just privacy, wanting us to leave, but maybe it had different ideas. Something tells me if we had been caught in that avalanche, we would have ended up as a tasty cold meal for that thing. There are things in the mountains we're not meant to see. Stay safe this shredding season. Skinwalker story, I think, from Butterfly 7. Just a few days ago, I was at my aunt's house. I was going to be staying for 2 nights. I'm from Hawaii and have lots of strange and creepy experiences, and I'm here to share this one with you in particular. We were out in the woods of Pennsylvania. I was a little creeped out by the woods, but I didn't really dwell on it. I've always been paranoid after all, and have really bad anxiety. On my first night there, I was asleep on an air mattress. However, it quickly deflated, and soon I was just basically on the floor. I was looking out the windows that had the blinds down. My parents were sleeping downstairs, and my brothers were asleep on the couch. As I began to finally calm down, I started to hear light scratching sounds coming from the roof. I brushed it off and started scrolling through some videos on YouTube, trying to distract myself. As I said, I'm just paranoid sometimes, and I figured the sound was nothing. As I listened to some music, I began hearing banging sounds, and even more, louder scratching coming from the roof. I plugged both my earbuds in, and after a while, the sounds changed to a walking sound, like someone walking in a circle above me. I was still trying to convince myself it was just a tree branch, but the thought of it being anything else quickly sunk into my mind. After a while, it stopped, but I was still freaked out, and it took a long time for me to finally get some sleep. The next day was fun. We went out to eat, and I got upgraded from the air mattress to my cousin's old bed. The thoughts of last night had mostly left my mind. That night, when I was getting settled into my cousin's bed, I constantly looked out the window. It was getting dark, and the window didn't have curtains or anything like that. I put some thick blankets on the bed and started to relax. Like the night before, I turned on some YouTube, looking up some animations, I think. After a while, my aunt said goodnight and turned off all the lights, closing the door. Just then, I saw movement outside, so I looked up and out the window. The banging and scratching sounds came again, soon followed by that circular pacing right above me. I closed my eyes, taking in deep breaths, trying to calm myself. I turned up the video I was watching, and after a while, the noise stopped. I felt calm enough to open my eyes. But when I did, I peered out the window and saw something that I don't think I should have. Whatever it was, it looked like a starved wolf with deer-like limbs and big, glowing eyes, glowing in the same way a cat's eyes would if you flash light on them. This thing stood on hind legs without breaking eye contact with me. I watched, petrified, as it began to walk closer to the window. I gathered my courage and quickly got up, walking to the bathroom. I stayed in the bathroom for a very long time. After that, I crept out of the bathroom and slid into bed. I glanced over at the window, and I saw the same big yellow eyes staring at me. I don't think I slept that night, and I was ever so happy to leave when the trip was over. Warning: the following story contains explicit depictions of dead animals. An encounter with a Skinwalker. From Supernatural Hunter. On the news one day, we heard of this little girl who had gone missing on a family hike. At the time, we had nothing better to do, and we didn't want to do homework, so we went out to look for her ourselves, we being me and my friends. We went looking near where she was supposedly taken. She had apparently been taken near a road that she walked on her way back from school. We decided to search the public land that was across the road. This was about 1,000 acres of land. We spent the entire day searching, and soon it was getting late. One of our friends, who didn't believe in the supernatural, thought it would be funny to call out a Skinwalker. They practically screamed it. This sent me and a couple of other people into a hot mess. We started yelling at this idiot, calling him names and things like that. I was in the middle of using every cuss word in my vocabulary when, I kid you not, a shrill shriek sounded from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like it came from all directions. At that moment, I swear I forgot how to breathe. We began to quickly make our way back to the vehicles, heading down the trail. The entire time, I felt as if I was being watched. Since the moment I heard that noise, I had this constant, crushing, overwhelming fear that something bad was about to happen. That's when it started getting really creepy. We never noticed it before, or maybe it wasn't there before, but we saw what appeared to be bird bones hanging from the trees. and deer legs bent at the joint over different rocks and branches. Animal skulls hung on the fence posts. Before I came here, I always had a bad feeling about this place. Before this, people had discovered Native American remains here, various human bones. I'd once seen a spine myself on a barbed wire fence. How it got there and who put it there, I have no idea. Suddenly, something dropped from a tree and landed on the person in front of me. They screamed with intense fear, yelling about blood on their face. That's when we all hightailed it back to safety, running as fast as we could all go. We tripped and stumbled over one another. Finally, we made it back to where we parked our vehicles. I'd stopped then and asked one of my friends to shine the flashlight from the direction we had just come from. When he did, we saw eyes looking back at us. Eyes from a height that could not be human. Whatever it was making some kind of human-like sound, though. It was far enough away down the trail, but then it began to rush towards us extremely fast. I jumped through the open window. Most of us did, and we sped out of there quickly. The next morning, we went back, bringing weapons with us this time. It got a little weird. Walking down the trail, something had caught my eye. When I went to check it out, there were these red rocks placed in a circle around a headless deer. There was blood, too. At least I'm pretty sure it was blood, covering the ground. To this day, none of us ever speak of what happened. Some people moved, and those that remained never went back there. But someday I do want to go back. I need to know what's out there for sure. Skinwalker in Shreve, Ohio. From Pat from Shreve. This was my experience with a skinwalker in Wayne County, Ohio. It was 2009. My best friend B and I were camping in my backyard in rural Shreve, Ohio. I grew up on a couple of acres of land surrounded by roughly 1,500 acres of farmland. As we were camping and YouTubing skateboard videos, we heard coyotes in the woods off to our left. This is really common where I'm from, and generally, the coyotes don't bother people. But these coyotes were yelling and being loud and then just stopped making noise all of a sudden. This was the first thing that really had us on edge. Then, out of nowhere, we hear this sniffing sound, which sounded like it was coming from a very large dog. It was coming from literally right outside the tent. To be honest, we were pretty freaked out. This would be the closest a coyote had ever been to either of us. But then the unthinkable happened. A hand that was more human in shape ripped open the tent door. But then there was silence and stillness. Whatever had tore up our tent had just stopped. It wasn't doing anything. We sat there in that terrifying silence, just looking out in the dark for what felt like 5 minutes or so. Suddenly, something huge began to crawl underneath the tent, growling viciously. My friend grabbed a hammer that we'd used for the tent stakes, and he began to beat away at this thing where he thought the head was, instead of a pained cry or yelp like any normal dog would. This thing growled demonically. After hitting it a few times more, we sprinted through the tent door across the 1-acre yard and through the door to my garage. Every time I glanced back, I saw this big shadow following closely. No definition to it, just a pitch black form in the middle of nowhere. We get inside, and that's really where the story ends. I just remember being terribly scared for the whole night, and I never trusted those woods again. While I don't have any obvious ways to prove this was a skinwalker, it's all I can think it to be, based on it sounding like a large dog while having a human-like hand and making low demonic growling noises. I'll also note that while my friend B was running in front of me, I heard his voice yelling, "Stop," but it was coming from behind me. That's my tale, and that's why now I learn all I can about cryptozoology. Were-Coyote in Arizona. From Anonymous Shadow. My family and a couple of cousins of mine all love riding cars, quads, and motorbikes. On a Monday, we went riding around the Wickenburg area, which was about 1 hour from our home. I was going down this little gravel road around 35 miles per hour on my uncle's red quad, and it was getting dark fast. I got to this little hill at the end of the road, and I told myself, I'll just go down, turn around, and come back up, and go back to the cars. That was when I heard some rustling in the bushes at the edges of the turnaround area at the base of the little hill I was on. My heart began to race. But a rabbit came running out, and I told myself I was just overreacting. A couple of coyotes then appeared, running after the rabbit. I got a little bit scared because I wasn't sure how they'd react to my presence, or if they had rabies or anything like that. There seemed to be about 4 adults and 2 pups, so they could have easily attacked me if they wanted to. Back then, I was a 13-year-old with a quad. That wasn't going to save me if they decided to attack. Sure, I could try to run them over, but that meant I would have flown down the hill, most likely ending with me crashing. I decided to slowly start moving my quad as quietly as I could, kinda trying to pick it up and turn it. Yeah, I know, don't turn your back to predators, but at the time I was scared. Suddenly, I heard low guttural growling coming close to me, up the hill, but luckily I had finished turning around my quad. When I turned to look, the biggest of the coyotes was coming up the hill towards me, growling at me. This one was bigger, way bigger than even my dogs, which were German shepherds. It was getting close to me, so I got back on the quad, and I swear that freaking coyote stood up on 2 legs. It might sound crazy, or even cliche for a story like this, but I'm not sure how else to say it. The thing just stood up like a man. From the time it stood to the time I went about 40 getting back to my family, I saw for sure that it had a coyote's head, dull glowing yellow eyes, and a human-like body, with bent back legs like a werewolf, and a coyote's tail. It's been a while since then, and for some time after that, I didn't sleep very well at all. My usual dreamless, boring nights have been filled with waking up in a cold sweat, nightmares of being attacked, flashbacks of that moment. My mom and dad just chalked it up to my imagination and all those scary things I listened to. But I listened to those things because they were fun. But now they're the only thing I have keeping me from insanity, knowing I'm not alone with encounters like this. Possible Skinwalker. From CC. For a little background, I live in West Virginia, so basically everything is up or down. My house is situated on a hillside. The front yard goes upward to the road, and once you cross it, it goes down rather steep into an almost valley, until you go back up another hill, which is covered in woods up it, but at the top is a clearing and you can see sort of where the tree line ends from the base. This entire side is my neighbor's, and they let us use their trampoline, which is at the base. At the time, I was maybe 12 years old. I had a friend over, named Candace. We had just finished eating some mug treats and watching some witch movie when we decided to go outside and jump on the trampoline. We'd been off and on the thing all day, mostly playing music and occupying my neighbor's twin grandkids who were about 5. We were excited because we finally had the trampoline all to ourselves. However, it was getting dark, and before long we could only see each other's faces with our phone screens. I had my back to the woods, and Candace was opposite me. The moon was pretty bright, so I could see the top of the hill if I looked at the right spot. It was eerily quiet. Usually the coyotes would be barking and howling, but they seemed pretty far off, even when we heard the occasional howl. We had fallen into a silence. She was changing the song when I felt the hair on the back of my neck raise up. Naturally, I turned around, scanning my surroundings that I could see due to my eyes having been adjusted to the dark. Then I saw what I thought was at first a deer. Well, the silhouette of one. I was sort of in awe. I saw this thing that I thought was a buck, but then I noticed other features. The way it held itself up on 2 legs, The way the shape of its head was mangled and looked so wrong. The antlers, too. Candace hit my leg, asking me what was wrong with me. I ignored her and kept staring at the thing. I could tell it was staring at me, too. Immediately, I stood up, starting to usher Candace out of the trampoline so she could get her boots on. Then, I couldn't believe it when it happened. That thing spoke in my mother's voice.
Danny.
I practically pushed my friend out of the trampoline, telling her to just grab her shoes and run. She did what I asked and started running back towards the road. I stayed behind her, making sure she didn't trip or fall behind. Then it called again, louder and more demanding this time, like when you're about to get in serious trouble and your mom uses that tone.
Danica.
I didn't even turn. Knowing my mom was back at the house, I knew this couldn't be her. We made it inside, and Candace looked at me funny. She asked why I did that, then brushed me off as being paranoid from the movie earlier. She never saw that thing, and I guess she never heard it. The rest of that night was, luckily, uneventful. Skinwalker in Saskatchewan. From Terrence XLIV. This happened to me on October 27th, 2021 at around 3 a.m. I live on a farm in Saskatchewan, Canada. For the sake of context, I need to go back to when I was 10. One day when I was 10 years old, I was outside doing chores at about midnight because I'd lost track of time. Suddenly, I began to hear screaming, like a man and a woman being murdered out in the field. It sounded extremely close. I asked my dad what he thinks that is. He said, nothing. Probably some kind of animal. I decided to grab a kitchen knife for protection, even though it would probably do absolutely nothing to an animal larger than me. But it did make me feel safe. These sounds happened every once in a while, every couple of months, maybe once or twice a month at the most. Now let's get back to October 27th, 2021. One night, or morning, I went out at 3 a.m. because I forgot to cut a bale of hay for some horses. On my way back behind my house, I saw something disturbing that's hard to explain. There was something standing there in the corner of my eye. I didn't get the best look at it, but it had these huge legs and a really small head and thin neck. It looked extremely different from anything we had in our fields, and it was unlike any natural animal out in these parts. I didn't even scream. I just ran back to my house. It's a short experience, but a creepy one. I still hear those sounds every so often. I'm not sure what to do. There's not much I can do, living on a farm in the middle of nowhere, fields on all four sides of the place. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.